before, Julian, you'll be next to each other. Very good. Yeah, we're going to get up in a second. I'm just going to stand by. Mark, let me give you a heads up. One of my questions is about the vision for the business and whether it's always been the same or whether it's changed over the years. Okay? I'll just give you warning on that. All right? Very good. All right. And then I'm going to go very current with today, single biggest thing holding back the growth of the business. Okay? There you go. Good heads up. There you go. All right? Fab. Okay. Okay. Yep, ready? Okay. I'll go up as soon as you tell me to, Scott. All right. Yeah, fairly, I think. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. 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 But to me, yeah. 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 And I should have the timings on the stage as well. Yeah. Hello. So, yeah, no. Yeah, it's nice to see you. Yeah, just saw Andrew arrive this morning. I've seen, yeah, Christine Hartland, I haven't seen for years, film producer. We need to, no, no, no. Derry's here. Hello, Minter. How are you? How are you? Gosh, this is lovely surprises this morning. I like it. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Settle down. Nice waistcoat. I love it. Do you know he's not? No, no, no. I hope he's all right. He's a bit friend. He's got asthma. Oh yes, I think. Yeah, yeah. But we'll be careful. Yeah, at least it's not on the loose. Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See you in a bit, Drew. sit down. Sit down. Right. And that music will go down. Ready? Okay.
That's not. Is it the pleat in the pants? Oh, it's my wallet. That's. I don't know. Who cares? Oh, yeah. Let's get this right.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, and a very, very warm welcome to Elite Business Live 2020. Thank you for joining us. If we haven't met already, my name's Ollie Barrett, and it's my privilege to be your host, your MC, your compere. So whether you're here in Earl's Court in front of me in a lovely London town, or whether you're tuning in from home, good morning or good evening, good afternoon, wherever you might be. For me, honestly, it's part reunion this morning, because I get to see old friends and people I've admired for many years. Christine Hartland, I see, film producer with us this morning. Author of one of my favorite books, Artificial Empathy, Minter Dial. Has joined us, which is amazing, in the front row, and businesses I've admired for years. Huel, its founder, Julian Hearn, is in the building. Alana Spencer, from Ridiculously Rich by Alana, is with us. And most importantly of all, so are you. So before we get going, would everyone just, I know this isn't good on the live stream, but everyone else, just be upstanding for me. If you can stand up just briefly and turn to someone you definitely haven't met before, and say good morning. Definitely haven't met, and we'll get going. And we'll do this for 2 minutes. And we'll just get everyone going. EBL 2020. EBL 2020 is our hashtag. All right, sit down, everyone, if you can. Sit down. We've got plenty more of that. 2 days. We've got 2 days of content. Why do we come to events? I come to events because I want to meet great people. I want to reflect, take a step back. I want to learn stuff, maybe be a bit inspired. But also, it's just a chance to have our minds expanded a little bit. So I say that, I'm talking it up deliberately, because it's going to be a really interesting couple of days. So thank you for being with us. We're EBL 2020, Elite Business Live 2020, and I'm going to introduce how the day's going to roll. But first of all, just a tiny bit about me. My name's Ollie Barrett. My love in life is making brilliant connections, hopefully useful connections, between people and ideas. I'm a serial co-founder. So I have shares in a number of companies, including Calm.com for those relaxing and meditating and being mindful, Calm.com, including Troubadour Theatres, new event spaces all over the world. But I also started something called Tenor, where we've given 300,000 school kids a £10 note and a month to see if they can make a difference and make some money. Hands up if you've heard of Tenor. Quite a few. Thank you very much, mums, dads, uncles, aunts, and so on. I also co-founded Startup Britain with Number 10 and 6 or 7 friends quite a few years ago to help people who have started a business and want to grow it. Highlight of that, launch day, BBC Breakfast, got back to my kitchen, tuned in online, see what Twitter's saying, the names of all of the co-founders, hashtag deport them all. So there you go. It's a roller coaster, and that's a serious point, because anyone here running a business knows about the ups and the downs and the challenges. So on stage today, you won't just hear the polished sound bites of years of reflection. We'll also hear some of the nitty-gritty, what people are going through right now, and the questions that you would like answered in your businesses. So I have the best job in the world, because I co-host and help to get off the ground events like this. I host the Great British Entrepreneur Awards, where I've met several of you, and it's nice to be reunited with you today. I host the London Business Awards. But I also host the Lens podcast for business in the community, Prince Charles's charity, where I get to interview chief execs and future leaders. So I'm very, very, very interested to hear what's on your mind. And what we've done is we've divided today into the areas that we think will resonate with you. And I'll tell you what they are in a minute, but I've got a sort of co-pilot for this. I first found out about my co-pilot, Alana Spencer, through the world-famous Apprentice. I don't think Lord Sugar's the easiest business partner in the world, if I'm honest. So for being his business partner and escaping intact, I think she deserves a round of applause. But let's welcome up to the stage Alana Spencer. Alana.
Thanks,
Good
Ollie.
morning, Alana. Thank you for joining us here at Elite Business. By the way, ridiculously rich. Congratulations on the business.
Oh, thank you so much.
But I want to hear about the business, but also you've got a particular role today, because I think you're going to be quizzing our guests sort of not backstage, they're going to be online and for the whole world as well. Tell us what you're up to.
So those of you guys in the room probably won't see me too much, but I'm going to be backstage back there. Those of you online, as the guests come off, they will come into me and I will be asking them questions. So if you've got any questions that you want me to ask them, maybe some topics that they don't cover while they're doing their talks, pop them online and I will do my best to answer as many of them as possible.
Thank you, Alana. And I've got more questions for you, but we'll be tweeting throughout that, which will be EBL 2020. So please do ask your questions. So Ridiculously Rich started off, you won The Apprentice, first ever Welsh winner of the Apprentice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lord Sugar, a good business partner?
Yeah. So I actually last year bought Lord Sugar out of the business, which was a pretty crazy turn of events. Yeah. But I learned so much in 3 years we were working together. I learned so much. What Lord Sugar is great at is seeing through the bull. He just sees the numbers and the business, and whereas I'm more creative. And so I think in those 3 years, what I learnt is a bit more of that side, so I've been able to fly the nest and go it on my own.
Yeah, well, congratulations. But the question I wanted to ask you, and then we must get on, but please meet and chat with Alana later. But your business made its name by making the most beautiful and often handcrafted cakes and chocolates and biscuits. So how do you keep the quality of a product when you want to scale it and you are as ambitious as you are?
Well, it's really hard, I'll be honest. So we've gone through quite a journey. After The Apprentice, I knew that I had to grow the business, and I knew that that meant I couldn't be making every single cake that came out, that we sent out, and so we outsourced production. Yes. Which served, it helped get us to the next step. But what I did notice is that the quality did drop. And so I made the decision, actually, in October, whilst buying Lord Sugar out, we also opened our own bakery in Aberystwyth. Wow. And I've brought all the production back in-house because every tiny little thing that happens, one cake goes out slightly overcooked, undercooked, is so important because my name, it's literally Ridiculously Rich by Alana. My name is on that. So I am now back in the bakery most days.
So on that then, Alana, very quick, and I wish I had an interview with you today, to be honest, but because your name's literally above the company, top tip for not getting demoralized when times are tough with the business, because it's hard not to take the flak personally. How do you keep upbeat, because you're known for inspiring lots of people?
I think you've just got to remember what you're doing it for. For me, I am growing this business because I really want to make myself feel that immense level of pride that you get. That pride that I got when I was 16 selling chocolates in school is still the same pride I feel when we score a new customer. So just remember the good times, because there are some damn hard times.
No, I totally get it. And dream customer, dream client, let's see if Elite Business can help you on your way. Who would you most like to be sampling one of your Ridiculously Rich?
Waitrose and M&S would be the dream, for sure.
Okay, right there, up there. So you're going more sort of retail, wholesale, down that path, I get it. Well, let's see if we can work some magic. Ladies and gentlemen, Alana Spencer's here all day, which is very, very good to see. Thank you, Alana. Cheers. See you next door. Okay. By the way, I met some contenders in tenor in the second year of the competition, and guess what they said? They said, Ollie, we have taken your tenor and we've painted some little pebbles by the seaside. Sweet. And I said, that's very clever. And they said, yes, we've made £300 in a day from painting these pebbles by the seaside. I said, that's very interesting. congratulations. How much were you selling the pebbles for? And they looked at me like I was a complete idiot. These are 10-year-olds. They said, no, Ollie, we didn't sell them at all. We just charged 50p a look. There we have it. So maybe I inspire you to pivot your business today. There were the 10-year-olds pivoting from product to service in the space of an afternoon on Bournemouth Beach. So who knows what this will trigger. Number one, commercial growth. How do you go from a vision into the reality? And what happens when you hit the bumps on the road? Do you change your vision? Do you hold fast? That's going to be our first topic. What about digital transformation? Do you do that in-house? Do you work with partners? And what do we make of all these buzzwords all around us? Do we ignore them? Or do we tune in to machine learning and artificial intelligence and everything else? But what's the reality from people running some of Britain's fastest growth businesses? What about talent? If you're struggling in any area of your business to attract the best, what can you do about it? Not just in general philosophical terms, what practical tips have you got and have our guests got that can help you through to the next level? And most importantly, if you have that energy zapping feeling when talent's leaving you, what do you do to turn that around? And how can you keep them on board? So we've got companies who have kept the best and continue to attract the best, and I'm going to quiz them about how they do it. Finally, what about going global? Hands up today if you've got customers overseas. Hands up. Going global, that's at least half the room, okay. Where to pick, why to pick it, whether to have a plan, whether to roll with serendipity and opportunity. I'm going to be quizzing our panels about that. So we've got keynotes and panels galore, but we want your questions as well. So without further ado, this first keynote is pitch perfect for today, because actually when I speak to founders, they talk to me a lot when they're scaling up businesses about talent, and they talk to me a lot about money. And the first thing they say to me is how confusing is it? Knowing what's out there, knowing what I qualify for, knowing who's out there, knowing how much I might need. And so through the fog comes our first speaker in one fell swoop, and that's the name of her business. Andrea Reynolds is the CEO and the founder of Swoop. She spent a long time with one of the big four, with KPMG. She's a non-executive director of Berkshire Hathaway European Insurance. And she's worked with hundreds of small and medium-sized enterprises all over the place to help them close, well, almost £200 million in funds. So if your business right now is thinking, where's that growth capital going to come from? Or somebody close to you is facing that sort of dilemma, I think Swoop is going to have something to just start the mind working for this first session. So why don't we give an elite business welcome to our first speaker to get us thinking about this hugely important conversation. It's Andrea Reynolds, and she leads Swoop.
Morning, how are you? Good morning, everybody. Just going to grab the clicker here. Now, so you're probably thinking after that, it must be easy peasy starting a business when you know all about funding, etc. But just to give you, I'm going to take you quickly through what Swoop is. I had my idea and my vision for Swoop in 2014. So while this looks all fabulous, there were lots of bumps along the way, and I'm not going to stand here and tell you how easy it is. I'm going to tell you about some of the learnings I had. But just to give you a quick synopsis of Swoop, we call ourselves a one-stop money shop for business. And what Swoop does is you can integrate your data sources, your accounting software, your bank accounts. We integrate with publicly available information. And what we do is build your business profile. And the point of that is because we connect with all of the different providers in the market, everything from lenders to grant agencies to investors in the market. And then we also analyze where you can start to save money. So the idea is we're putting the power into the hands of business owners to be able to make the right financial decisions. And as I've mentioned, we're not just looking at the funding side, but small and medium businesses are the most overcharged customer segment in the market. So there's over 4 billion in FX overcharging, over 1 billion in your telcos that you're paying for, over 3 billion in the energy that you're paying. So we're really working hard to help you find those savings and switch to better providers. And then the other element is giving you the insights that lenders have or the decisions that they're making, so you being able to see the metrics that providers are using on when they're making decisions whether to give you funding or not. So that's what we do. As I say, you can build your profile, and then we click and we manage to get all the elements for you. A bit of background on us as a business. We launched in May 2018, so we're a pretty young business. We've over 6,000 businesses on the platform that we have managed to get funding for, and at any one time we've about 820 live deals going on, resulting in completing funding for our businesses of 80 million so far. I'm now going to start getting into things about the business. So as I mentioned, I myself was a corporate finance advisor for many, many years. So when I started my business, it was actually resulting from a place of frustration, where I was working with a lot of young businesses who really need the help of corporate finance advisors, but of course can never afford it. And I just thought this whole system is broken. We're spending our time filling in lots of applications. Government are a disaster. In fact, my project started from me presenting to government how disastrous they are at engaging with small and medium businesses on us trying to navigate what grants we're eligible for, filling out loads of applications and basically wasting a lot of our time because we're never eligible in the first place. So my idea was, how can I make this easier for businesses who are entitled to this funding to access it? And why does it have to be so hard for the very people who are actually the engine of this economy? And so that was the idea. It's easy having an idea. It's hard to actually execute on it. So what I thought was, I have my understanding of the market. I went out and spoke to all my providers, and I said, what if we turn this into a platform? Of course, there's not one person in the world who's ever said to me, this is a bad idea. So the idea bit was not my problem. It was about, how do I go and execute on it? And you can probably tell I'm not a 20-year-old living in Shoreditch with a lovely great beard. I'm not a techie. I come from the finance world. And so the first obstacle I had to overcome was how to navigate building great tech when I'm not a tech expert. We talked about talent. How do you go about finding talent when you're trying to build technology? And so I thought, well, there's one thing I am good at doing. I'm good at raising money for young businesses. So I met two guys from Google who were getting a bit frustrated at Google. They wanted to leave to build a game. And I said to them, look, I'll tell you what, if you work for me 2 weeks of the month, I'll work for you 2 weeks of the month, and I'll raise you the money that you need to build your game. You build me my prototype. And so they left Google, and they built my prototype for free, and I got them a grant for their game, and I got them their first round of investment. So sometimes you kind of need to start being creative about how you're going to get things. So think about, what are you good at that you can offer talent, especially in the early days. Everyone thinks it's hard to move talent away from Google. It's not as hard as people think. Most people join Google to add a zero to their salary and then leave. They're genuinely looking to make an impact in the world. So if you can tell them they're going to solve a great problem, you can attract them that way. The next thing was, I got my prototype. I managed to get I won a competition with my prototype, got my first 50K. That's great. What do I do with that 50K? How do I employ a tech team to take it to the next level? And that's where my co-founder and my first advisor came into the picture. My co-founder had built a previous platform. He actually came to me to raise money for his platform, and I managed to convince him to come over to the other side. And the other one is a brilliant advisor who has opened up many doors for me. And again, it's another element, I would say, in terms of key decisions I made that helped me get from vision to reality. I met Simon Devonshire when I was presenting my evidence to government. We walked to the tube station together after the session. He was the entrepreneur in residence at the Department of Business. By the time he got on his tube, I had said, I'm going to take you for another coffee. Took him for another coffee, took him for another coffee. Suddenly I was like, oh, do you want to be an advisor in my business? And he became an advisor, then became an investor in the business, and has opened so many doors for us in terms of getting into key partners in the market that would never have spoken to a startup. So I would say another key element is choosing people to be on your team, even if it's just in an informal way of being an advisor. And the other key decision that was made along the way that has helped us get to quadrupling our growth year on year is when we started out, I thought, oh, I'm going to go direct to businesses. This is so important. Of course they're going to pick this up, and of course they're going to go with it. And then you realize, oh, distribution is harder than you think, even when you think you have the best product in the world. Trying to get the attention of small and medium business owners is near impossible. They're too busy running their businesses and trying to get sales and keep things going. The next decision we made was, well, there's lots of key partners out there that maybe we can go and talk to who actually have the trust and the attention of business owners. And that decision from trying to go one to many or one to one, we could go one to many by having these key conversations. So we managed to win some key partners like Hiscox, Make It Cheaper. We run funding masterclasses with Virgin. And so that really helped us go from being a small number of customers to a large number of customers. So, and I've heard this myself at many, many accelerator programs I've been on, which is distribution is everything. You can have the greatest product in the world. If you don't have distribution, it's over. So I took that lesson on board, and that's why we ended up with partners. And recently, this year, what's happened, when we started out, we thought banks wouldn't like us, that we may be taking revenues away from them by showing people cheaper alternatives in terms of lending. Funnily enough, banks are now our partners, and they're the best distributors of all, because as much as people complain about their banks, you wouldn't believe it, but they still go to their bank manager. First place that a business goes to when looking for finance is their bank manager. So for us, that was a real turning point in the business, and distribution being key. Next thing is money. How can we keep things moving as we're trying to turn the idea into reality? Building technology is incredibly expensive, and you go down a lot of cul-de-sacs, particularly if you're not a tech expert yourself. And I run workshops every week for businesses, trying to help them navigate the funding landscape. And the key theme that comes out, particularly for domain experts but not tech experts, is I raised some money, but I wasted a lot of it on poor tech. I hired a team in whatever country it was. I thought they were cheaper. I thought they were going to deliver, and you didn't get what you should have gotten. So that's one of probably the biggest challenges that we're seeing at the moment for non-tech experts. So you go through cash faster. Even if you're not a tech company, if you're in food and beverage, you, like Alana, you might choose an outsourcer, suddenly realize you've got a bad chink in your supply chain. How do you fix all of these things? So when you're raising money, you have set out this beautiful cash flow forecast, and you're thinking, this cash is going to get me to this milestone. Well, it never turns out like that. You burn through cash faster than you think you're going to. Things happen. We have coronavirus, you have Brexit, you have all of these things that you cannot control. So I would always say on the funding side, another lesson we learned was raise more than you think you're going to need. Some other tips I would mention, I suppose I was in the lucky position that I knew every rock to look under for every piece of funding, and knowing where your next pot of cash is going to come from is key. When you have money, raise money. That's the key thing. Never go for a loan when you're about to run out of cash in 2 or 3 months' time. Never go to an investor when you're about to run out of cash, because they'll wait until you've run out and then get a better valuation. So one of the things we did was we played on 2 markets to get the maximum amount of cash. And what I mean by that is, we're live in Ireland and we're live in the UK. Ireland is great for amazing government supports, easy to capture. It's pretty easy. There's one agency that you speak to. The UK is fantastic for what's known as SEIS and EIS funding. So private sector here in the UK is much stronger than in Ireland. So what we did was we married the two. We went to the Irish guys and we said, oh, if you give us 300,000, we can get that matched in the UK. Went to the UK and said, hey, if you give us 300,000, we can get that matched over here in Ireland. And everyone's like, oh, half her round is complete. Once you say half your round is complete, they're in. They don't want to be the first mover in your investment round. So playing two markets, it doesn't have to be Ireland. It could be Northern Ireland. Invest Northern Ireland is an amazing agency as well. So if you're thinking of establishing your manufacturing operations or another office somewhere, always look at what does that market have to offer. And I mean that regionally, not just if you're from London, there's certain things here that work, but if you're from Birmingham, there's other schemes that work, like the Midlands Engine Investment Fund. So knowing how to play the market to maximize the amount that you can raise is key. And for me, I think that was the easiest part for me. If I couldn't do it, well then what's wrong with me? That's what my platform is. So we raised 1.2 million across the two markets. And then I suppose the biggest shift in our business was we won two big banking industry competitions last year, which has resulted in getting over 5 million in funding. And what that does is it enables us now to really speed up our development of tech. But also what it does is it puts you on the map with banks. Very, very difficult customer base to access. And I suppose winning something like that suddenly opens doors for you. So I think that's kind of the main, in terms of where we're at in our journey. As I said, launched in 2018. We're now, this year we've just hit 2.5 million in revenues, and next year it's looking like 6. So very, very fast growth. I suppose the last piece, the bit that I'm going through right now, which is our latest challenge, is hiring. Probably my biggest heartache of all is hiring. Hiring tech talent, hiring the right people for your business. So we've gone from a team of 3 to a team of 45 in the last few months. So that's been a really big challenge. One of the things that we've discovered in terms of attracting more tech talent is they buy into the mission. They're buying into wanting to make a difference and creating an impact, which is a lovely thing now that you're able to attract people not just on salary. The other one is we've just opened an office in Barcelona because a lot of them said, we're thinking of moving. They can all, of course, work remotely, and apparently Barcelona is the new place they want to be. Great tax breaks for developers there, nice weather, etc. So it was a no-brainer. We literally went to Barcelona, opened an office, and said, hey, we have an office in Barcelona. We've attracted 5 tech people on that basis alone, and works out cheaper for us. So I would say just be open to anything. It's easy to operate and move around into different markets. And I suppose the biggest challenge is market entry in terms of finding customers in these new markets. As I say, we're live in Ireland as well, and it's been a real learning curve. You can probably tell from my accent, I'm Irish, and I thought it's going to be easy to go back into my home market. I know my people. Well, not the case. The culture in Ireland for raising funding is completely different to the culture in the UK. How you frame and phrase your landing page needs to be completely different to how you phrase it in the UK. And so one of the key learnings we've had already from just dipping our toe into going global is localization. You cannot, I suppose, you just can't patronize another culture with, well, we're a UK business and we're landing here and everything is UK focused, and we've just opened up the platform to this country. You have to speak and have imagery, and everything has to be related to the localized area. And we learned this I went on a market entry accelerator program, And it was held in Paris, and they were just so delighted to tell us that Amazon is a complete failure in France, and Uber is a complete failure in France, and they only go for French websites, French providers, etc. So, yeah, you can make a lot of mistakes along the way, and you need to understand that side of things. So, I suppose that's a quick whistle-stop tour of our journey so far. As I say, it's not plain sailing. It's an absolute, 1 minute you're on a high, next minute you're crying your eyes out thinking, what have I done? And so I suppose if there's any questions anyone has, something that I've said there that might have touched on something that was relevant to you, happy to take Q&A, or I think the rest of the panel are going to join soon. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Well, we are going to get the panel up, but if there are questions, I will take them now. I've got one because, the first question was going to be those coffees you had with Simon Devonshire.
Yes.
Were they all at the same time, or was this over several weeks and months?
This was over about a period of 2 months.
Well,
and yeah,
it leads me to a serious question, which is top tip for dealing with and landing an angel investor. What would you pass on?
Oh, that's a tough one. Okay, top tip is you want to try and land a strategic angel investor, not any angel investor, because they can be a detriment to your business as much as a compliment. Yes. So like I found Simon Devonshire, find people on LinkedIn or that are at conferences like this and go and connect with them on LinkedIn and ask them out for coffee. Don't ask them for funding. And you can play on, they want to share their advice. Yeah. Simon is just delighted to have me to listen to.
And he's at Tall Man Business on Twitter. He's massive.
Yeah, he's amazing.
At Tall Man Business. Very
generous. So that's what I would do, is get to know them first. But I would also say, be careful when trying to raise with angel investors. There's a lot of hobbyist angel investors out there who like to go to events. And if your deal is not moving every 2 weeks, alarm bells need to go off, because the number of businesses that come and say, I thought I had my angel investor landed and now he's just walked away, or he's looking for more investment. Did anyone see Dragon's Den last night, by the way? My lovely customer, Bonsai, from Nimble Babies, we helped him get Innovate UK, got his first round of funding, was on Angel's Den last night and he got funded. But I think he should have done better on his valuation.
He gave away too much. All right.
So yeah, mind the angel investors.
Has anyone got a question for Andrea? Because we've got plenty more for her. Yes, at the back, feel free to say where you're from, sir. You don't have to. We're going to race in an Olympic style. A microphone to you. Thank you. Feel free to say where you're from. You don't have to. Go.
Good morning. My name is Jody Downs from Mattioli Woods. Did you concern yourself with the dilution when you raised your first amount of equity, and how much you were sort of willing to give away in relation to the Dragon's Den comment you just made?
Yeah. The answer, I get asked about valuation all the time. If it's your first raise, I would say the way angel investors work, they shouldn't be considering taking more than about 25% in your first round. And if they are, again, another alarm bell should go off. They're supposed to keep you motivated in the round. But I would say don't get hung up on valuation. The way I always say to businesses is, don't go in with your valuation. Say, I'm waiting to hear what the market says, so that you don't get stuck in that row with them in the early stages of it, and then wait to see what they come back with. The other thing is, people think it's all about valuation. Well, I see a lot. A business owner says, no, I'm not moving from my valuation. And the investor says, oh, well, we'll come up with some instruments to help you get to your valuation. Well, you've just done yourself a disservice there, because the way they create those instruments mean they get first preference. There's numerous things. So don't get hung up on valuation. Think about what are they bringing and where it's going to get you to.
Okay, good advice. We've come up with some instruments. It sounds medieval. I don't quite know. Andrea, thank you. Let's have a round of applause for Andrea. Please have a seat in seat number 1. What I'm going to do is I'm going to invite the panel to come to the stage now, but as they take their seats, I'll tell you exactly who they are. Why don't you turn to your neighbour and tell them the number 1 thing you took away from Andrea's opening words. Let's see what you thought. Off you go, and I'll tell you who's here. Great. Mark at the end, please. Thank you. Yeah. I'm going to sit in the middle, Andrea.
Oh.
Is that all right? Here we go. I brought my own chair. Here we go. Mark, in the order, we'll go, actually, Andrea, Julian, next door. Thank you. Jenny, Mark. Perfect. Thank you. Right, there we go. Yes, I'll sit in the middle. Perfect. Thank you, Jenny. Very good. Right. Welcome back, everyone. First of all, can we just have another round of applause for Andrea from Soup? I thought that was a knockout opening set of remarks. Thank you. So our first panel session, let me tell you who's here. Andrea needs less introduction from Soup, but thank you. And I'm going to encourage all of our panel to be completely candid. This is not the marketing brochure we're going to get today, I know. This is the stuff they wish they'd known. If you haven't heard of Huel already, I strongly encourage you to check it out. Hands up if you have heard of it already, Huel. Yes. Oh, crikey, the whole room. It is a complete food. It's got everything in it. It's got all the essential fats. It's got the carbs. It's got the vitamins. It's got the minerals. Do I get the marketing job yet?
Yes, pretty good.
Well, and the man who founded it, Julian Hearn, is sitting next to me. So we'll hear more about Huel and its journey and the stuff you wish you'd known. But thank you very much for joining us. Nutcracker is the agency which you should already know about. Brilliant storytellers, absolutely stellar clients, and it's been an absolute pleasure working with Jenny on this event as well. But you're so modest, and you have some amazing stories to tell. So welcome, Jenny Knighting, the founder and CEO of Nutcracker. Next to Jenny is Mark from Climb Online. Mark, right, the clients speak for themselves. You've got Emirates, you've got Groupon, you've got Made, you've got TikTok. It's an absolutely smashing digital agency doing amazing work, and they are your panel. Please give them a warm welcome and round of applause. Now, we happy? Are we mic'd? Are we ready to go? Right. Question number one. And by the way, questions will come, please, from our guests and indeed online as well, if you're up for it. I want to know how the vision when you first started is different to the vision today, or whether they are completely the same. Julian.
I would probably say ours is very, very similar to when we first started. I mean, me personally, I started as a lifestyle business, so that's changed. But in terms of the business itself, I did spend a lot of time pre-launch to sort of think it through of what I wanted it to be, how I wanted to position it, the name, the principles behind it, the brand values. I'd spent a lot of time on that to get that clear in my head before we started. Yeah. I think sometimes people do rush off, but yeah, I'd say in general it's very similar to what my vision was.
And when you say you started it as a lifestyle business, do you mean it was a side hustle? What did you mean by that? When did you realize we're not in, we're in at the deep end?
Very quickly. I'd sold a previous business, so I had enough money that I could technically not work, but I wanted something to keep me busy. And
sometimes that means someone else in the family wanted something to keep you busy.
No, I took a little bit of time out after selling the first business, and I just got itchy feet. I wanted something to do, and I wanted something I was going to be proud of. My first business, it made very good money, but it wasn't something I was particularly proud of. So this time I started it for a different purpose, but I wanted to do something where I get a good work-life balance. Yeah. It didn't quite pan out quite like that.
No, well, I want your tips on that later. But why don't we start, Jenny, Nutcracker. You help brilliant businesses tell their stories. Vision today compared to how you started?
I think it's fairly different. I think it started off with a very strong vision and then kind of meandered away from it. And I quickly realised that the meandering didn't work. So then went back to the original vision.
And tell us that in a nutshell.
Well, in terms of the actual vision. Yeah. So the vision is to align sales and marketing and to really understand commercial growth. And I guess the key ethos with Nutcracker is to really make sure that you're looking at marketing as a commercial view rather than, there's a lot of distrust between sales and marketing. A lot of salespeople think marketing people are fluffy. A lot of marketing people think salespeople are lazy, and the two don't really marry very well. Whereas actually, if you actually bother to listen to both sides, that's when you get really exciting results.
So that's interesting. So you hadn't been in agency land before. You must have seen something in a previous role that wound you up.
Yeah, I did. So I worked for building a digital news site previously, which meant I was working with lots of big brands, securing lots of big advertising budgets. And then going to speak to their agencies, and often sitting opposite the desk of someone who was either hungover, bored, wasn't engaged. And I found that really bewildering how people could treat their clients like that. And I also found it odd that you had so many different forms of marketing working in silos. So you'd have your creative agency, you'd have your social media, your digital, all completely separate. Yes. It didn't make much sense to me because how could you really get real reach, real engagement unless it was all connected?
I understand.
So that was on the core drivers.
Okay. So very un-British. Who are you working with today, and what are you most proud of in this journey?
Me. So I suppose one thing in common that Nutcracker's clients have, they range from small businesses all the way through to billion-dollar turnover businesses. Oh. But the one thing they have in common is that they're all passionate about what they want to achieve. For me, it's really important I can work with people I can get excited by, and I want to help bring their vision to life.
So when you meet a potential client and they're a bit meh, a bit Blair, do you think we'll get you going, or do you think no, move on?
I think it depends. It depends whether they're Blair and just shy, or whether they're Blair and actually they don't really have any true ambition. They just want to coast. In that case, I probably would say there's countless people to work with, but we really want to work with people that go, I really want that.
Right, because this is challenging, isn't it, Mark? Because I guess some of the organisations you work with are multi-billion, and the simple fact is they are still growing incrementally because they're $1 billion. So are you looking for that surge? I mean, you're serial award-winning. I mean, tell us your vision today.
So I got into the digital marketing sector because I came over here from Australia as a backpacker. Not to bore you to death with my life story, but I came over here. I was a door-to-door salesman for Google AdWords, and I had a very similar experience. I was going into these meetings and I couldn't understand how bad the marketing agencies were in this country. That the way they treated their clients was disgraceful, the way they treated their staff was disgraceful. And we have a saying in Australia, don't get bitter, get better. So I put together a business plan for what I thought would be the best digital marketing agency in the UK, but with a difference, where the customers don't pay until after they get the results. Now, when I go into a meeting, and I challenge you to do this with the agencies that you work with, when they come in and say, this is the cost, say, fantastic, no worries, but I'm going to pay you at the end, after you get me the results, and see how many are still sat at the other side of the table to you. I'll still be sat there. And that's how I've been able to sign up Emirates and all of these companies, because there's no limit, there's no risk for them. What's the risk? You either don't pay me or you get the results, and then you don't mind paying. So that was the way I entered the market. Now, I speak in very plain English terms. I don't say clicks and all this garbage, impressions and CPC and all of this stuff. I speak in English. You give me money. After I get your results, I get you more profit. And Alan Sugar very much liked that theory and made me the winner of The Apprentice in 2014. So it just comes back to making everything a bit more simple, understanding your market. When you understand something fully, you can explain it simply. Yeah. And so many people, particularly in our space, get in this habit of trying to sound like some sort of, this, that, and the other. And it gets too complex for your customers, and you've got to bring things back to the basics. They've got businesses, they're struggling, money is important to them. Show them it to them easy, show them how it gets results, and don't charge them till you've got them. And it's worked well for me.
It sounds like a way of saying cut the crap.
Cut the crap.
Okay.
Cut the crap.
As my late grandmother used to say. Andrea, when you're starting out, everyone's telling us to focus, 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 and yet you are exploring to see what works, to see what clicks, to see what fits. I'm going to ask you the same question, Julian, because this could be a product for anyone. And yet sometimes, particularly with marketing, you have to focus. How do we tread that line when we're exploring?
Mm-hmm. So how do you tread the line in terms of focusing on one market segment versus checking out...
Casting loads of hooks, seeing what bites, seeing what tugs.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, and they do say your first couple of years, you don't really know what your genuine fit is. So you are spending time navigating. I never thought a bank was going to be my customer. And now banks are my key customer in terms of eventual destination getting to businesses. Wouldn't have found that out unless I'd actually dabbled in getting involved in a few industry
Where
things.
are you on this, Julian, in terms of focus? Where did you come to realise?
Well, in terms of product, we focused on one product. When we first launched, we had one product, one flavour. That was it. Makes life very simple, and you've got a very clear message. If you try to start with too many things, you get diluted, and that doesn't really make sense to a lot of people. So, but in terms of, say, advertising, we have tried everything, and so we focus heavily on paid social now, but we didn't know that was going to be the right channel for us until we started. So when we first started, we put bits of money in everywhere. So I started with some PR, and I remember the first month, well, 2 or 3 months in, one of my friends, he got in touch with me and said, have you tried Facebook? And I'd never tried it before, so I gave him £700, I think it was. He set up a campaign for me, and we just saw numbers straight away. But on top of that, we've tried out of home, we tried TV, and the sort of rule in the business is you can try anything once, but if it doesn't work,
Yeah.
don't do it again.
And what about in terms of customer segments? Because, you know, in a parallel universe, you've just gone after the athletes and the bodybuilders, but it's not that.
Facebook in particular, with their lookalike audience, we don't handpick demographics at all. So in terms of customer segments, we don't typically talk like that at all.
Yeah.
You know, we think all human beings are more alike than they are different. So I'd rather market for everybody rather than have a small segment. So in terms of bodybuilders, we deliberately stayed away from that audience because there were so many products in that category already that we actually target office workers rather than bodybuilders or gym goers, because that was a saturated category, and there was nobody saying this sort of powdered food is good for you, it's more convenient than a lot of food you currently buy, it's way better for you and it's more cost effective, and they had never been marketed to that sort of product.
It's quite refreshing in that sense.
Yeah.
All right, without naming names, single biggest waste of money in terms of you know, driving through sales and marketing. Mark, I know you won't mince your words on this. You just shouldn't have bothered.
In terms of my experience,
Yep.
I've wasted more money than I think a lot of people, but that's why my company's successful. Huel is one of the most successful brands growing in this country right now, and one of the key things he just said is the amount of channels they're constantly trying in their business, and that is the key to success right now with your marketing campaign. Google AdWords is going to die. Twitter is dead. Google AdWords is going to be...
Hang on, wait a second.
Sorry.
Just so we get our heads around it. Okay. On what basis is it going to die? Because you could look at it from one angle and see some rude health.
Yes, so once Donald Trump is not president, Twitter's dead. Hang
on a sec. Hands up who would like Twitter more if Donald Trump was not.
Let me expand on that. So Twitter's targeting for advertising is horrendous. I've never had a successful campaign for a client work on Twitter. I believe the advertising platform just doesn't work. Facebook right now is the new Google AdWords. It's so hot. The quicker you can get your campaigns on there using video creatives, the more successful you're going to be, because the cost will keep rising. Google AdWords is a publicly traded company. They're increasing the click price week after week after week, and many of my clients that were getting huge returns are now getting terrible returns.
Okay. Well, Mark, let me pause you there. Jenny, Mark's misunderstood Twitter, hasn't he? It's storytelling, isn't it?
It's quite an unusual approach. It's quite a bold statement.
Advertising.
I think the difference with what Mark's talking about and, say, where Nutcracker looks at it is that he's looking purely at advertising.
Yes.
Whereas obviously what we do is we look at building relationships and engagement, which obviously there's only so much emotional connection you can have with Google AdWords. Whereas unlike, say, what we do, which is we build a connection, we build a brand.
Yeah.
So it's just a different purpose. So in terms of Twitter, do I think it's going to propel business success overnight? Of course not. But do I think some businesses should be on there talking to people? Yes.
Okay. But this is a serious question, Andrea, because we could save guests a lot of time and heartache. What have you learned the hard way simply doesn't work and got in your way?
Oh, God, my biggest ouch moment was when we entered the industry, we were told, oh, you need to sponsor awards, you know, because the industry needs to get to know you. Spent a fortune on awards, going to every single one of them around the country. Zero return. It was like we were talking to the wrong people.
What about raising awareness? Hard to measure that.
No, I actually think we would have raised awareness in the market anyway. I think there's way better ways to be spending your money, as Mark has rightly pointed out. We actually, similar, we were hiring recently, and this guy came from one of the big fintechs, and he said, yeah, my budget's $250,000 a month on Google AdWords alone. That's just that channel. And I went, how would you do it £500? Because we're the same. We're going down the route of we're getting better responses on Facebook than we are Google Ads.
Right. So let's go back on that bright side, and Mark, I'll bring you back in. But a point of light. Do you know what I mean? In terms of how you've grown the business, particularly through sales and marketing channels, that you thought actually that has been an absolute blinder. You've drawn attention to Facebook.
Yep.
Others we should be bearing in mind in the mix. What else?
Well, basically everything online typically works better than everything offline. So I'd firstly stay away from offline. We've done out-of-home TV, didn't work at all.
Okay.
Press ads, I've done a lot in my past, wouldn't do those either. So everything online typically works. If you can measure it, you can optimize it.
Okay.
Twitter has not got the best optimization tool, so it's not a great one for us. Instagram's second best, really, after Facebook.
Yep.
But we also do smaller platforms like Reddit as well, so something like that you can actually target down to different things. But in general, the reason Facebook's so good is that their algorithm's just better.
Okay, interesting.
And
Mark,
hopefully Twitter could could get better if they had a better algorithm in there to actually target.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying the platform's bad. I think it's just their
Mechanics behind it.
Exactly, and I think that will come, and I think this is the same for lots of other channels. We've tried about 13 different channels online, and typically they're all worse than Facebook, but I think they will get better. There's no reason why you can't reverse engineer what Facebook do in terms of their optimization and just apply it to different platforms. It's just a lot of these companies are too slow and lazy to do it.
Yeah, I mean, 4 or 5 people up here who are experts are saying the same thing. Yeah. I think it's pretty important to note. The biggest thing I've ever wasted money on in business is the wrong employees, not marketing. I've spent a fortune on people who are wrong for my company, and if I had to pick anything where I've kicked money up the Swanee, that would be it.
Yeah. Well, give us on that then. The number one thing that you could have done that would have saved you the heartache?
Spend more money on getting the right people rather than being cheap and hiring the wrong people to save money. When I started out, I would hire someone for £18,000 to £25,000, thinking I could get the most out of them as the same as a £40,000 salary. It didn't work, and I ended up causing reputational damage, having to put time and energy and training into a person who, in the end, we had to fire anyway, or they quit and it was wrong for their career. So marketing, you can never make a mistake on, because you spend money, even if it doesn't work, you've learnt a lesson for what doesn't work.
It's a challenge, isn't it, Jenny? Because, you know, a lot of people in the room will be growing their businesses very quickly, and I've noticed with Nutcracker, you've taken such care, not that the fast growth businesses don't take care, but you know, it is one person at a time. Yeah. They love working in the business. So how do we tread this line between the care we take in hiring the right person and the speed to deliver on the targets we've set?
I think it depends on your aspiration and what you really want to achieve, because for me, turnover is vanity, and it's not about chasing numbers. For me, it's about what is your heart of your business. I mean, just to draw back just quickly on the marketing side of things, I think we're really focusing here on consumer marketing rather than B2B, which would obviously be a completely different kettle of fish to what we've discussed. So for you B2B audiences, I would look at it slightly differently. But getting back to talent, for me, I was the other end of the scale to Mark. My 2 biggest mistakes were people who I employed who I thought were very experienced, they were expensive, and they nearly toppled my business in both instances. So for me, I've now got a team which I'm really proud of. They're ambitious, they're hungry. In fact, my account manager is probably the most talented person I've worked with, and she's 23. No doubt she'll be managing director by the time she's 28. So for me, it's not about the age or the salary. For me, it's about, do they have the right mindset? You can train skills, you can't train attitudes.
Right. So on this then, even if it makes your current marketing director go, can't believe he just said that, or she just said that, single biggest challenge today to growth?
Yeah, I think partly recruiting the right people. But I think ultimately it's the position of the market. If you can't communicate your product correctly, that's going to stop your growth. So for a product like Cure, it's quite confusing for some people. Some people don't get it. And that's the biggest thing that can stop our growth if we can't communicate that properly. So we go into different countries and we have to land that message in different countries. Yep. Each country's got its own culture as well. So the fastest growing country we've had so far has been the UK, so our heart's here. And so trying to replicate that in other countries has been trickier. And some countries just explode and other countries don't. And you have to try and work out what the differences are. So that's probably the biggest challenge that we face.
And Andrea was hinting about this when she spoke about international markets. Biggest opportunity globally?
Well, China's the biggest opportunity, I suppose. It's very problematic to do business there. We looked into it heavily, and it's extremely tricky. I mean, we're based on Shopify. Shopify's not in China. We're very reliant on paid social. Yep. Facebook's not in China. Yep. Google's not in China, I don't think. So it's very difficult to replicate our business model out there, direct to consumer, without doing completely new platforms.
I would have thought, Julian, attracting talent would be easy. You're a very attractive brand, you're a consumer brand, but why are you struggling? Where are you struggling?
Well, because talent is, we want the best of the best. So, of course, we could recruit very quickly if we wanted to, but we've got a very high bar to get into the business. Instead of paying the highest salary, I think some of our best employees have been people straight out of university that were they're good salaries, but they're not high. And experience, I think, quite often is overrated. I think you can have bad experience. You come from another company, you're sort of you do it their way. We want it our way. So when people come in with no experience,
okay. So let's go quite quick fire. Then we'll get some questions from you. Single biggest thing getting in the way of your growth right now. How would you be as pithy as you could on that, Andrea?
It is talent. I can't hire fast enough.
What type of talent?
Tech talent. just really, really hard. At the rate that we need to go to keep up at the pace, it's about survival, because the world is really changing in the finance system, and if you want to keep up, you have to keep developing.
Right.
So for us, it's tech talent.
If I was joining Swoop, I'd love to have a few shares. Is that all?
That's how you
And that's
attract
on the table?
them in.
That's
Yeah.
happening?
Yes, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
One of the problems we're facing here in London is finding the right talent, because on the same street as us, you've got Google, Microsoft, Amazon. They've got free lunches 4 times a day. You can bring your dog to work. You've got a creche for a sleep. You've got a gym in here. You do your own. You don't do your own washing, and then you come in to work for me. Bring your own bloody lunch. You've got to be in on time, and you sit at your desk and work all day. It's now not an attractive proposition.
Yeah. What have you got against dogs, Mark?
Well, I have a 3-rule policy. Well, I've just released one of the rules. Long story. No babies, no dogs, no plants. And it is fun to work for me. But I've just allowed plants in. The dogs and babies are still banned. But one of my mentors once told me, if you're watching the plants, you're not watching your business, and it stuck in my head like crazy. So, but I've learnt my lesson on that one. But I feel that we're going in this world now where Google has this unbelievable product that basically runs itself. They can be in the gym all day and making souffles in the kitchen. I need people doing work, and the problem is when you're coming up across that, and someone's being paid 150 grand to sit there and pat their dog, it's very hard to compete against that.
But what about the well-being? I mean, Jenny, I can feel you twitching as Mark is setting down his rules number 1 and 2. He might be missing quite an opportunity here. Wait for it, Mark.
Yes. No. I can't wait.
Well, I think we come at things from slightly different perspectives. I get teased about not being a dog lover, which is completely unfounded.
About not being a
dog lover.
A dog lover.
And I've had 2 dogs in the office, so yeah.
Well, I love dogs, just not in my place.
Well, I
of
don't,
work.
and I still accept them. So what's that say about you? I think the thing for me with nurturing is that I think it's really important that we see people and we see their ambition, what they want to achieve, and how you really get them there. So yes, I want people to work hard, and one of my biggest growth challenges is helping the team realise that actually it's not about the here and now, it's actually the short to long-term vision. If you take your eye off the ball there, you haven't really got a success story. So for me, that's the biggest business challenge rather than talent.
Interesting. We'll bring Mark back in on the biggest challenge. What?
Do you like cats?
I love animals, but just not in the workplace.
Let's be 100% clear. So what's holding you back then? You've got these amazing clients, it's growing like...
We've had a challenging market here in the UK. We've had more elections in the space of 5 years than ever. We've had the B word. And
hang on. Why elections? Why does that affect a digital agency? Tell us.
So our research has showed whenever we call it uncertainty in the market, our biggest advertisers reduce their budgets or their spend, particularly in international markets. So right now I do the marketing for the biggest cruise ship provider in the world. How many cruise ship bookings do you think he's provided in the last couple of weeks? Not many. So little things like that really affect us. So the biggest thing holding me back, unfortunately, is some outside market conditions. We don't use that as an excuse. We just look for businesses that aren't facing market conditions. So you've always got to find someone to sell to. I don't let that become an excuse, but that is the biggest thing.
Yeah, no, I understand. And
Andrea, in terms of elections, that's how I found my digital agency. So I stayed up all night watching the election result, and here I am seeing the Labour heartland going to the Conservatives. So I just Googled digital agency for Conservatives, and I found it was 2 Kiwis who had just won the election in Australia as well for the Liberal government. And I was thinking, who are these guys? And literally just kept up all night, found them, 2 24-year-olds who have now joined my team as my digital agency.
Oh, you poached them?
I just thought, well, if you can do it there, then during these difficult times, surely you can do it.
This is it. This is how we win most of our business off work that we've done. Like TikTok has just become one of the biggest social media platforms in the world, and we do all their advertising, have done for quite some time, but now we're winning a lot of business off it because it's become so big. So doing good work and creating case studies around that, like you've done with your election guys, is the greatest way and easiest way to get work.
Love it. Cracking client. Questions, observations. I won't force you to say who you are, but what's this panel making you think? What's it making you want to ask? Who's got a question for me? Let's have a look.
Ask anything. Come on, make it a tough one.
Yeah, well, I'll go second row, and then I'm looking around. Yes, and I'll go right to the back in the red dress after that. As quick as we can. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Hi, Phil Ball from Action Coach. It's a question for the chap on the end. Sorry, I
Mark.
forgot your name. Mark, yeah. How do you compete then with Google that are just up the road? What do you say?
In terms of the service provided or for talent?
No,
or
for talent. You
Right,
obviously
okay,
said
good
that
question.
you-
Hold that thought. Wait a second, Mark.
excellent
Can we
question.
raise the mic just back there? Because then we'll gather that up. And Mark, do begin.
Yes.
Actually, why not? Crack on.
My name's very easy to remember. It's Mark Wright, like the guys from The Only Way is Essex, but just not the same guy. It's a very tough challenge, and it comes back to really understanding the individual in front of you and painting the opportunity for them. So you need to make sure you're finding the right person it's right for their career and they're right for your business, and show them what's possible for their career. What you don't realize is if you work at Google and you're 6,000th down the line to making a decision, whatever you work on, you're very going to rarely see it come into the light of day. When you work in our companies, if you come up with a good idea and you're hardworking, you're going to see that into production really, really quickly. And people like seeing the results of their ideas and their hard work.
I interviewed a co-founder of Skyscanner on this.
That is exactly true. That is how I got my 2 Google guys. And they literally said, it's so depressing. If you're not in Mountain View, nothing sees the light of day. It gets binned. So just think about that. They go in there with this great expectation of, wow, like, you know, in Google, the average time a person stays there is 18 months. And actually, Google, the senior guys are like, how come you're not moving on yet? So I wouldn't be intimidated by the Google angle at all.
I've got another suggestion. Don't be based on the same street of them. You know, so we're based outside of London, which you don't have to be in London. There is a lot more competition. So if you're based in London, you've got so much more places.
Remind us where you are, Julian.
We're out in Tring, out in Hertfordshire.
Yeah, Tring.
So we find it very easy to recruit talent because there's not many places to work at. There's not a lot of the people who live in that area will commute into London, so they might be going to Google. If you say to them, "I can save you an hour and a half, 2 hours a day commuting," you can recruit very easily.
Yeah. And it was something you hated about your previous role.
Well, that's why we're based there, because it's 10 minutes from my house.
Yeah. There you go. By the way, co-founder of Skyscanner told me the other day, the second top question they get when people are applying for jobs is, how likely is it that my code will appear on the live site?
There you go.
Really want it close to their heart. Question at the back, please.
Hi there, my name's Elle Moss. I run a creative agency called Drew London. Thanks, amazing panel, by the way, absolutely fantastically interesting. I just wondered, I've heard from Action Coach over there, because that's my mentor, but who's mentored you guys? Who advises you guys?
Right, so that is a brilliant question, and I'm going to ask you to be quick fire and pithy with your answers as we close in on the final few minutes. Andrea, do you mind?
Simon, I mentioned earlier.
Simon Devonshire at Tall Man Business. Good man, thank you. Julian?
Podcast, I just listen to probably an hour a day, and I get loads and loads and loads of advice.
Give us your top tip.
Top tip?
Of a podcast you love.
This Week in Startups is probably the best podcast I've listened to. I think they're on about 1,000 episodes. I've listened to virtually every single one.
Isn't that amazing? You're running a £100 million business and you listen to a podcast for an hour a day. That's brilliant.
Well, I usually walk the dog. That's my little free time. So I listen to a podcast. I take it because I've got nothing else to do.
Well, you say that. It could
Can't
be
come to my
but
office.
You're making... It's not...
Come to mine.
Yeah, Mark, what do you do when you're walking your dog? No, who's mentored you?
I mean, I've been very lucky. I've been mentored by Alan Sugar for 6 years, and that's been unbelievable. Very similar to Alana. He's all about the numbers, focusing on the numbers and having a toughness. And Grant Cardone, a famous American entrepreneur, and I try to read 1 book a week.
Wow. Give us the top tip from your bookshelf, something you've read this year that you think actually
I
everyone
just
should
finished
read
a book yesterday called Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins, and it's the best book I've ever read.
Wow.
The Alchemist by Pablo Coelho and Can't Hurt Me.
Can't hurt me. Well, we will try and get on the EBL 2020 hashtag. We'll try and get that sharing. Jenny, who mentors you, may I ask?
So I've kind of outgrown a couple of mentors, so I need to find a fresh one because my business is at a different stage to where it's been before. A book I've read recently I thought was excellent was a book by Jamie Waller called Unsexy Business.
Brilliant book. Love Jamie. Sold a debt collection business, didn't he?
Yeah, very, very interesting guy with some really solid foundation advice from all different types of businesses. We've focused quite heavily on consumers, and really I think it's important to look at the B2B businesses, and that's an excellent book.
Right.
And just one more, because usually when you read these books, it's all perfect. Ben Horowitz, The Hard Thing About Hard Things, it's about when things go disastrously.
Okay, big Silicon Valley VC, Andreessen Horowitz, Ben Horowitz.
Yeah, Ben Horowitz.
Very good. Right, now final 2 minutes. A piece of advice on scaling your business that you just wish someone had said earlier and more clearly and said, you've got to listen to this. You've got to pick one piece of advice. Mark, you're nodding. You're going to pick one for me as we go in.
Your success in business is limited by the owner's belief of where the company can go. You have to have ambitious targets. Don't think spend money on this channel and if it's successful we'll keep it there. Set a goal to spend the most in your sector. That's a real goal. If you're only limiting yourself up here, and just be audacious with your targets, and when you see something work, 10x it, honestly.
Love it. Great. Julian, what would you say?
Very, very simple. Just make customers happy. That if you do that, they'll come back, they'll tell their friends. If you do the opposite and don't make them happy, you've lost the customer and they won't come back. It's very simple.
Love it. Great advice. By the way, so many good interviews with Julian on YouTube as well, if you want to dig into his philosophy as well. So I'm very grateful for the time you shared already on this sort of stuff. Jenny, what would you say?
So I think two things. I think the first thing is to really, really understand your proposition. Don't assume you know what people think about it. Actually really understand it. And the second thing is slightly negative, but I wish I'd listened to, is the second you have doubt about someone, get them out of your business, because toxic people can destroy your business, and the sooner they're gone, the better, and you'll see your business grow.
Would you extend that to toxic clients, Jenny?
Absolutely, we've had both. And as soon as they're both gone, the happier and the more successful. In fact, we got rid of a very difficult employee last summer, and the business is a completely different business a short time later.
Brilliant, brilliant, brutal advice. Love it. Now, finally, let's hear it. Andrea, please.
So mine was, once you know that your product is right, don't write the script too small for yourself. So think globally. It was very, very similar, but first get the product right, and then think globally.
So get that product market fit, and then think big. The magic of thinking big.
Yeah.
Love it. Ladies and gents, would you agree this has been a good panel? Really helpful. Please join me in thanking all of the four guests. Thank you very much indeed. To Mark, to Jenny, to Julian, and of course to Andrea. Thank you so much. We're going to have a well-earned coffee break here in London, a chance to meet each other. There's so many interesting people in the room, and if you're at home, please do tune back in. Hashtag EBL2020. We're going to take a coffee break, but let me tell you this before we do. There's going to be a keynote on digital transformation in the main conference area. That's where we're coming right back to after this coffee break. It's very topical because it involves the events and live entertainment business, one that is, as you know, in the teeth of some pretty big challenges right now, and that's going to be Jenny Young, Chief Marketing Officer at Tapit. She's going to be here at 5 to 11, so pretty snappily after a coffee break, but please do meet each other. That's half the reason we're here today. Thank you very much. See you after the break. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to Elite Business Live. Backstage, I'm here with the guys from the panel, and I'm just going to ask them a few more questions. I've got some of your questions here that you guys have sent in from social media. So, guys, thank you so much. That was such an interesting talk. I really enjoyed it, and especially Andrea, I really loved hearing your whole journey. So, I've got some questions from the audience, and one that spoke to me was risk. How much risk do you think is the right amount of risk to be taking? Shall I?
So for me, I think it's quite personal. I think that risk has to be something people are comfortable with and make informed decisions on. I think a lot of people don't listen to their instincts, and if your instinct is telling you it's too high risk, it probably is. But equally, I don't think you should not push yourself. So it's a real fine balance.
Yeah.
I hate taking risk. I'm very risk adverse, so I try and think things through as much as I possibly can.
Yeah.
And then I'm pretty. Once I'm convinced myself that it's the right thing, it doesn't feel that risky to do.
Yeah.
So I do my research. I spend time thinking things through, and then once I know, it doesn't feel that risky. But you've got to put your money where your mouth is sometimes.
Yeah.
So we typically will put some money down, try it, learn, either double up or cut it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't feel that risky.
What's everyone's support network like? So for me, with stuff like risk, I will speak to everyone around me. I think I ask every single person I know before I make a decision. Andrea, do you go straight in there with your own decision, or do you tend to sort of put the feelers out there with other people?
I listen to other people. I do have mentors, etc. But I think just crunch the numbers and work out what can you afford to lose and what can you learn from that lesson. So I think we talked about it earlier. There's no such thing as a failure here. It's just about, okay, I've learned something, now I know what to do the next time. So start with a smaller version of what your bigger idea is and learn to fail fast, fix it, and then move on. But just do the numbers, yeah. And then as we've just said here, it's not that risky when you do that.
Mark, I have a question for you. This is the most bizarre thing interviewing Mark. So Mark and I were both on The Apprentice, different years, we both won. Mark calls himself the most successful Apprentice winner ever, which we all just let him have, apart from Ricky, who questions you on it. Oh, yeah. Did you introduce yourself as that?
I don't need to anymore.
People just know.
So people can hear me. As people know, I don't need to introduce myself as the most successful. No. They already know that. Yeah. But you're doing a great job and it is bizarre being here. But look, to come back to your answer about risk is, everyone's one decision in their business away from a totally different life or different business, and it is about being calculated and understanding what is the worst case. And if you're okay with the worst case, just go for it. Don't ask too many people, because you'll be asking people less successful than you, and they're going to tell you it's too risky. Yeah. Ask people more successful than you; they'll tell you to go for it. It's about who you're asking, and if you're okay with the worst side, go for it.
Yeah. So, Mark, I come to you at the very start of my journey.
Yes.
Literally, just the start. I've got an idea. I've got £1,000. Where would you put that £1,000?
On Facebook, right? Now, well, if you're a B2B company, I'd put it on LinkedIn. God's answer for B2B businesses right now is LinkedIn. God's answer for B2C companies is Facebook, using video, creatives, having a great messaging, and depending on what sector you're in, but Facebook and LinkedIn right now are the two markets where I'm seeing the most success.
Mm-hmm. So you don't do anything on Twitter at all with businesses?
I only tweet rubbish about politics on Twitter. I don't believe their advertising platform works at all, and I do believe it will die on the vine like MySpace did, like Bebo did, and Facebook will die, but right now it's hot. What won't die is YouTube. Any videos you're creating for your social media, upload to YouTube as well. But other than that, it's never been an easier time to be an entrepreneur with all these fantastic platforms.
Andrew, you're saying you're finding it, or your big challenge at the moment is finding good people. I think all businesses will find that. It's hard as you grow. You want the right people beside you. What would be your top tips? Obviously, you said you're finding it challenging, but you must have found some things along the way that help. So, yes. Yeah, your top tips.
Learn to fire fast. Yes, absolutely. Especially being a female founder, we like to be more empathetic and maybe try and work around things. But you know in your gut when it's wrong and it's costing your business. So learn how to fire fast. You can hire fast and fire fast. So that's my top tip. I also agree, I've had really good success with amazing graduates. But what we learned was we needed to create a really diligent training program around those graduates. And we had the issue of, where somebody had come from a senior position at a business where it just wasn't working out. So that's my top tips. On the £1,000, I would say before you spend the £1,000, make sure that you get it matched. So when you've got the cash in your bank account, you go look for more cash. So what you're going to try and do is match that to a grant, where then you've got 2,000, because grants are all about matched funding. So then you've got the 2K to spend with Mark.
There's so many grants out there. I think obviously you can help with that, but I don't think people realise how much help there is out there. For me living in Wales, we just accessed some funding, which is really exciting. So yeah, people go out there and find it. Yes. It was International Women's Day yesterday. I have to ask the question, being a female in business, any different from being a man in business?
No. I have never ever experienced it being a disadvantage being a woman in business, and I had lunch the other day to celebrate International Women's Day with a very senior person in the Bank of England who's from Atlanta, and she said in her whole entire career never experienced it. I think if you go into a room thinking you're all equal, then you will never experience what others. I think sometimes women actually self-limit themselves. So I'd say just be confident. Don't think about male, female. Just get on with the job at hand.
And over, same question to you.
Yeah, no, I don't agree. I think that I haven't personally found it any different, but that's because I'm a very confident, self-assured person. I mean, I've founded my own business. But I think certainly I mentor a lot of women, and they do have noticed a difference because they aren't as confident. So I do think it is still very much a topical debate. And I think that until we can get women to stop opting out when they have children, you're still going to have problems attracting senior management who are female.
Yeah. And the future for you all, Julian, I'll start with you. The future of Huel.
It's a big question. We're just going to continue to do what we're doing. So make customers happy. We're going to expand overseas. We've gone into retail. Went to Sainsbury's last October. So retail is going to get bigger for us. But just continue do what we're doing.
I have a quick question just on the retail thing. I don't know how long I've got, but purely for a personal reason, retailers. Top tip for dealing with the retailers. I'm finding it interesting getting into that world, and you're obviously into it already. So yeah, your top tip.
Top tip: get a brand first. So we 4 years before we went to retailers. So we had hundreds of thousands, millions of customers. So when you walk into a retailer, you've got something to, you've got some leverage. You can sort of say, look, we've got all these customers already. They want to come and buy from you. So if you went cold to a retailer with a brand new product, it's going to be super hard. I used to work for Tesco's, Waitrose. I know they're very difficult to work for, to deal with. And that's tough if you've got a brand new brand. So I would go D2C to start with, and then go to retailers at a later date.
Great, thank you. I'm going to take that advice. Mark, future of Climb Online?
The future is unlimited. I think right now, like I said, it's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur. I think for all of us in business, it's about experimenting things. It's about flexing your business with the changes that happen in the market and online. But for me, it's to go as big as possible.
Same question.
Going global. Being at the heart of every business who's looking to maximize their finance decisions globally.
Amazing.
For me, I think it's about continuing to do what we do best, and when we scale, not losing what makes us special. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you guys, the panel, for answering my questions. And we're going to take a little break now, and then we're going to go back to the main stage where there's going to be some more speakers.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. Off. So, good coffee break. And I can already tell that, welcome back if you're tuning in online. We've had over 10,000 people tuning in online. In fact, much more than 10,000 uniques, which is fantastic. But if you're here in London in the audience, an extra warm welcome back. But please be upstanding, just briefly. I'm going to do that thing again. He's doing that thing again. Because, no, please, come on, here we go. Look, this doesn't normally happen. Here we go. Be upstanding. I'm not going to get you to sing or dance or turn to, I will ask you to turn to someone you have never met before and just say good morning. Just say good morning. We're just on the midday mark. We're just getting there. Oh, no, 11 o'clock, we're fine. We've got plenty of time. Someone you haven't met before. Come on, here we go. What about behind you? Oh, you met them. Right, okay. Good. That's another 150 new connectors. Good. All right, and please have a seat. Thank you. Okay, I've got a warning. Here's the warning. Somebody's going to say something in this next session that you're not going to agree with. Okay? And that's fine. That's absolutely fine because you can't really talk about tech and digital transformation without dividing opinion, can you? So I'm just going to say that as we start. Okay? We've got some fantastic food for thought. It's all around this theme of tech and digital transformation, but it's designed to get us thinking. Because actually, over the last week, for reasons I don't need to remind you of, lots of us have been asking ourselves, why do we even need an office? Who's been wondering that over the last week? Why do I even need an office? A few people, okay? Some of us have been wondering, why do we come to an event? What is it? And from my personal experience, whether it's gigs, festivals, business events have been where I've had the most life-changing experiences of my life. And certainly my business life. It's where I've met my business partners, my investors, my mentors, my coaches. One of the best events in the world is hosted by Drew Ellis on the front row, like Minds. It's world class. And it's where I met Minter Dial sitting next to him, and Derry, who's going to speak on this next panel. So for me, face-to-face gatherings matter more than ever. And that will come into our discussion now, when we probably touch on flexible working. There's a company, it's called Tappit, T-A-P-P-I-T, and it is changing the way events organizers do their thing, but it also gives them a lot more information on who's coming to those events, who's being targeted, how they interact at that event. So I want to say that about Jenny Young, who's the Chief Marketing Officer of Tappit. Not that she's going to talk in detail about Tappit today, but because she's going to talk more broadly around digital transformation. So please, let's open our minds. Let's reflect on the bigger picture, but also on our own personal story as well. Please welcome up to the Elite Business Live stage from Tappit, Jenny Young.
Wow, that's a long walk. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, Ollie. As I said, as Ollie introduced me, I'm Jenny Young. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer for Tappit. Tappit is cashless technology products for events, venues and stadium, and it enables people to get a really unique insight into their customers, what they do, what they buy, when they get there, to enable them to drill down and really make the most of the event for their fans, but also for the business. So there's a lot of talk about Industry 4.0. And as you can see from here, there's a lot of different technologies involved. Now, it would take me, well, probably about 2 years to talk about all these technologies, and I'm uniquely unqualified to talk about most of them. So this slide is basically a nod to defining what Industry 4.0 is. Thank you, BCG. And I'm going to be going more into what you need to do and what you need to consider to get to successful transformation and scaling for your organization. So when I was asked to do this talk, I did a lot of thinking about what factors are involved. And essentially, I boiled it down into 3 key areas. I think the very, very most important starting point is data. Everyone needs data. Whether you are a business that is just testing websites, A/B testing, that is data. Whether you're in the business of articulating and defining, getting to the granular detail of data, that is another type. Then on top of that, once you have the data, you need to look at which technologies are going to work for you, which technology is going to really power that growth. But ultimately, regardless of what technology and what data you have, it comes down to people. So you put those three things together and you think about all the potential possibilities and ways that this could work, and that's where you're going to find the real success for your organization. I wish that there was one simple technology that you could apply everywhere, but it doesn't work like that. There's so many different ways of working with technology these days that you have to look at these simple pillars and distill it down for your organization. So I promise you I am not going to break into song, but as Julie Andrews once said, I'm going to start at the very beginning and talk a bit about data. So when I looked at this, last time I looked at how much data is sloshing around the world was about 2 or 3 years ago, and it is incredibly different now. The volume of emails, the volume of tweets, I mean, there's words there that I didn't even know a couple of years ago. So despite what it looks like, I promise you I was not involved in any of the tweets sent around Love Island, although my husband would probably say otherwise. This is another really interesting slide that talks about how much data is sloshing around just in one internet minute. And I think you may have been aware recently there's a lot of noise starting up about the carbon footprint of the internet, which I think will become a particularly important discussion point going forward for businesses. Now, if any of you are particularly interested in striking up conversations with your CIOs or CTOs when you get back, have a look at these new phrases from petabytes, exabytes, yottabytes, zettabytes. They're all there, and they are all going to be part of common parlance going forward. Some of these stats are quite breathtaking. 212 million DVDs equivalent will be created each day globally by 2025. And 40 times more bytes than there are stars in the observable universe this year. But raw data is great. Everyone goes, yeah, we've got the data. But the most common challenge we have as an organization is when we go into businesses and they go, yeah, we've got all this data. And it's like, well, what do you actually do with it? And I think Clive Humby said something really interesting around the fact that, you know, if data is the new oil, then before it can be useful, it has to be refined, it has to be processed, it has to be combined to make useful tools. And that's exactly what everyone needs to do. And it comes that so what moment. You have all these stats, and yes, they might impress the board for a minute, but you have to be able to ask the next question and interrogate your data, and that's where important tools come in. And one of the biggest tips is don't let it drown you. There is a pressure to collect as much as you can and hoard it. But actually, there comes a point where it's not that valuable if you're not using the right tools to make sense out of it. A data moat that you're building, people talk about, yeah, I've got this data moat, we've got all this is going to protect our business. Actually, it could exclude you from further business if you get lost in those numbers. So you have to keep a really cool head and make sure that, yes, you've got the data, yes, you know the facts, but you're able to interpret it in the right way. So looking at technologies for growth. You've got the data, and you've got a rough idea of what you want to buy, what you need to do, but you have to look at it really clearly around what's in it for you. You've got to focus on your pain points. And to get the right pain points and unlock the right value from picking your technologies, you need to ask your team. And you need to be really clear about it. And there's lots of ways that you can ask your team that could cause fear of downsizing. You need to ask them about their pain points. What is making their working day not so good? Is it too much email that they're handling? Is it that the Wi-Fi, the internet connection, is not as good as it can be when you're scaling at a rapid rate? Is there not an effective communication tool for your business that means that people are missing out on news? What are the things that are stopping your team from doing the right job? But please be careful about how you ask those questions. The next thing you need to look at is your financial model. You know, are you a Tesco or are you a Tesla? With Tesco, you're looking at reaching as many people as possible. You're looking at huge volumes of data. With Tesla, it's a much more focused business model. So look at that. Look at what you're aiming to do. And as a result of that, you should be able to refine down what technologies you need versus what technologies you want. The next piece after that is what skills you have and what skills you need. So if you think about it, you're looking at a piece of technology. Who have you got in the business who can work that well? What gaps, what new needs is it going to create when you pick that technology to help your business grow? Are you going to need to outsource? Does that have an impact on your financial model so that actually it prices out the technology? And keep an eye on the future. You need to look at what you need now, but if you're looking at that fast scaling trajectory, you need to also look at what you're going to be going for in the next year, 6 months even, at some of the fast growth scale-ups. And what can you do right now? What is it that you need that's going to take you from A to B to C on that special hockey stick that everyone talks about in startup land? So I'm going to talk about a couple of technologies here that are becoming quite hot, becoming quite common, and they're not just about big businesses, they're also usable for small businesses. And the first is robotic process automation, or RPA, if you want to use a catchy acronym. Robotic process automation is different from AI in that it's about doing the basic grunt work, that miserable stuff that people have to do, whereas AI is about machines thinking like humans, RPA is like doing like humans. There's some incredible statistics here, and they expect that by 2022, 52% of all tasks will be done by machines. There's 3 essential types of RPA: probots, bots that do processes, that grim sort of data processing, clicking buttons, connecting things, chatbots, which I'm sure you know about, and no-bots, which is about scraping information from different places and garnering it into one area. But one of the things I would really say about RPAs, one of the biggest pitfalls, is that often RPA comes from a different section of the business than tech. Often it comes from people like me who want to put chatbot on a website, or it might come from chief operating officers looking at how to streamline processes. But ultimately, if there's a disconnect between your tech team and what you're putting in, that's where some of the biggest failures happen around RPA. And also, don't forget about people with this. People may not understand exactly why you're doing it, or they may feel the risk and put some blockers up towards this progress. I read a very interesting article in The Guardian the other day about how this woman helped a robot make her obsolete. It's a darkly amusing read, very well written if you've got time today or tomorrow. And the next one I want to talk about is AI. There's some huge leaders in AI, and there were some stats that actually made my jaw drop when I started to look into it. For example, Baidu, which is the equivalent of Google in China, they can replicate a whole human voice from 3.7 seconds of audio. So you can imagine there's quite a few voiceovers and celebrities that must either be delighted they don't have to do the work reading an audiobook, or very terrified that they're going to be made obsolete. Facebook's photo deepface can actually spot human faces in photos better than humans can, which is quite bad if there's an incriminating photo with you in the background, I would suggest. And Tencent, again, they put AI in the very center of everything they do. I think we're all fully aware of what Apple and Amazon do. We're probably all sitting there with Siri on our arms or in our pockets, and Alexa sitting at home listening into everything we do. But what they're building in terms of recommendations and helping ease your day in terms of AI is quite incredible. I read a very interesting description of what AI was, and that was that you don't tell a child when they're learning to ride a bike to push one left foot down, do it in a circle, and then bring it back up again. You kind of push them off, they fall over a couple of times, and then they succeed. And that's very much how AI works. It's about learning, failing, and finding the best possible outcome through machine learning. But there's loads of different ways that smaller businesses can use it. At the moment, Salesforce is looking at AI in its CRM systems. Chatbot customer calls, we must have all been on the receiving end of them at some point, and they're getting quite clever. The thing that darkly amuses me at the moment is that HR seems to be the unwilling recipient, human resources, of a lot of both AI and RPA in terms of the logistics and the legwork, sifting through CVs, through to sending out automatic newsletters or updates, or connecting payroll with employees' histories, etc. But also competitive analysis is incredibly interesting around AI, and that understanding sentiment. I also read recently that Grammarly, I don't know know if any of you use Grammarly, but they can actually now spot the tone of your email. I don't know if they do Scottish passive-aggressive, but I'm sure I'll find out quite soon. But then that moves on to the most important the most important bit in this whole thing, which is people. And it's especially the case that by 2025, half the work will be done by robots. And that's incredibly important that we take people on this journey because they're going to make technology succeed, but also they can make it fail if they want. Now, recently, Harvard Business Review outlined in one of their big pieces that it takes a team to succeed when it's implementing technology for growth. And there's 4 key personas. Now, it may be that a couple of people are playing, there's 2 roles at the time, depending on how big your organization is. But it's an incredibly important thing to bear in mind that when you're implementing technology, just have a think about who you've got on your team and who is doing what. So, of course, the sponsor needs to be high profile, needs to be a leader in the business, needs to be able to make sure that they've got sufficient resources and sufficient manpower and backing for the project to ensure that it succeeds. The champion is the person leading the actual specific project. And that's somebody who can deal with the diplomacy needed to implement it, can troubleshoot it, and can make sure that the team is cohesive and the vision is set and the communication is happening. The project manager, guess what? They're there to actually manage the administrative tasks, make sure it's on track, and sort of sort out any hiccups. And then the integrator is the person who is there to make sure that other departments and other people are feeling absolutely comfortable with it and that it's getting used in the right way. But there's a lot of barriers to successful implementation. And I think, fear of new technologies and machines has been around. So there's a lot of movies in my presentation today, I suddenly realized. But I was thinking about Metropolis, through to Space Odyssey, through to all the different horror stories about tech. There's a lot of that out there. I think Terminator is probably the best. And I think that's going to continue. And so you need to be very mindful of how you are communicating the use of technology, what's in it for people, what's in it for you. It may be that there's no benefit to the people who are actually implementing the technology. They cannot see it. It's seen further up in the organization. So you need to make sure that people are being recognized, rewarded, and communicated effectively with to make sure that the technology is successfully implemented. Now, there's 2 different types of people here, and both of them require really clever skills to sort out. I think the first ones are quite clear. It's the assassins. Nah, it's never going to work, never going to do this, never going to do that. And you can use fairly blunt instruments to get them back on board, from carrot, stick, recognition, reward. All those kind of things can help stop the assassins from doing what they do best. But the hedgers, they require special Jedi mindset. Those people, and you've probably all seen them in your organization, will sit on the fence, ready to jump down and go, yes, if it's going well, or knew it was going to fail. And you need to make sure that your team and your leadership team are aware of that and are sending very clear messages to your organization about the vision, the expectations of it, and making sure that that is frequently followed up. To sort of neutralize hedger behavior, you have to make sure that people are totally aligned and that people are rewarded and recognized for the same thing. So, for example, if you're putting a technology out that is all about improving the quality of your product, it's not about quantity anymore, then you need to look at making sure that's coming through in everything you say and do in your business. You need to make sure that in job appraisals or in praise or recognition or rewards, it's the quality that is being reflected. It's about changing culture and messaging right the way through the organization to help stop hedging behavior. And again, cultural support. How can you make sure that the successful implementation of the technology is suitably rewarded? Maybe not a bonus, but it could be just having someone spotted out for fantastic performance, behaviors, praise, whatever is going to help ensure that your business can successfully implement technology. Because let's face it, technology is never going to go away. You're going to need it, but you need to make it work. So, again, successful implementation. This is kind of where I end up. It's the marketing perspective. You are basically selling a new product to your team and your workforce. So the first thing is co-creation. You've listened to their pain points, you've reassured them, but you also need them to help in the actual crafting of it, giving feedback, feeling they're part of the journey. Because let's face it, it's so much easier if you've got buy-in from the very beginning with your team, rather than just going, ta-da, here we've got a new product that's going to make your life better. If you don't take them with that journey and they feel they've had an input, it's just human nature to shut down. Second, input and user insight. Make sure that people are trialing it. Make sure that people, when they feed back and they're using it, that you're learning and you're adopting, or you're at least feeding back while you're not changing things. It's making sure there's that continual improvement that's going to be so important. And identifying the right stakeholders. It might not just be about making sure the board's happy, making sure your boss is happy. What about the people on the ground? What about the operations managers? Who do you need to make sure is really buying into your technology project to make sure that the business can grow successfully? And manage expectations. Technology is not a silver bullet. It really isn't. So often projects fail because people are expecting it's just going to like sort everything and it's going to be absolutely perfect from day one. These kind of things mean projects often fail from the outset, or scope creep. That's the other thing. People fall down a rabbit hole and go, oh, there's so much data, what can we do with it? Actually, you've got to sort the first part out, get it working right, then we can start looking into other possibilities for it. And I think this is one of the most important things. I love this quote. Technology, just because it's great, does not mean you can use it absolutely everywhere. You have to make sure that you've got what you need to succeed, not what you want. I mean, I would love a Bentley, but I'm stuck with my battered old car. You've got to make sure that you don't just use it everywhere because you have it. Make sure that you're using it because you are responding to a particular need from your business and that you can really make it work. Then you can move on to the next project. So hopefully I've given you a whistle-stop tour of the kind of things you need to bear in mind when you're applying technology for growth. It's about data. It's about using that cleverly. It's about technology, picking the right technology, something that's really going to work for you based on your needs, your budget, and where you want your business to be. But also, finally, having a look at some of the easy fixes, for example, RPA, which doesn't require any technological build into your actual systems. It can just be put on top, versus AI, which can be the really clever stuff, which can help make your business much more intuitive. So there we go. I'm finished now, and I'm going to hand over to Ollie for the talk. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Come and have a seat. Thank you very much. That was great. If you go at the end for me. There you go. So, question. Individually, as guests today, single biggest tech question facing your organization right now. It could be a tiny thing, fiddly thing, could be a massive thing. If you turn to your neighbor, think about it if you're watching from the office or from home. Think about what this answer is for you. Tell them what it is, confess all, and we will try and clear up some of these in the next few minutes. I'll ask the panel to come up as you turn to your neighbor and express your challenge. What's it going to be? Here we go. Come on then. Here we go. We'll send them up, Scott. Thank you, Jenny. That was fab. Thank you. We'll get Chris and Devika. If you go, just this one here.
This one?
Yeah, and then Chris, Derry at the end. Yeah. Chris, chair number 2.
Hi, I'm Devika. Nice to meet you.
There we go. Chair number 2. Thank you. Brilliant. Derry, you go here. Yeah, fab. Right, Jenny, can you see me there? Is that all right? Well, you can go next door to Chris. Why don't you go there? You come here, Dev. No. Go on. There you go. There you go. Oh, yeah. I didn't want to isolate you there. Right. All right, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you. And thank you, by the way, for sharing what we've had so far this morning on Twitter and other platforms, EBL 2020. Can we have a round of applause for Jenny Young for that brilliant keynote? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Very good food for thought. Let me tell you who else is here. Next to Jenny is Chris Southworth from the ICC UK, the International Chambers of Commerce. We're counting at least 45 million companies, 1 billion employees, 130 countries. So, Chris, thank you for taking the time to be with us today. I've got questions for you. Thank you. It's lovely to see Devika Wood sitting next to me, a serial entrepreneur. I want to hear more about Health Hub, but you're also the founder of Vida, which was a care business and is a care business. And I've seen how you've scaled that brilliantly. And also, I Am Arla. What's I Am Arla? What is that? You're allowed to say?
Yeah, it's a little thing I'll tell you about later.
Oh, all right. Okay, keep us waiting. It's good. All right. But also, Health Hub is part
Health
of the
Hub
main
from
focus?
Wire It, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. So this is the Global Accelerator from Telefonica, which we'll also touch on. But welcome, Devika, a serial entrepreneur who's been there and not afraid to talk about the bumps on the way.
No.
As well. It's going to be all killer, no filler on this panel. Derry, you will possibly recognise already. Delhi Llewellyn-Davies is, well, he's an absolute legend when it comes to extreme performance. He's built and sold several multi-million-pound companies. You've advised over 300 boards. And in his spare time, he's climbed 6 of the world's highest mountains. He completes our panel. Let's give him all a round of applause. I feel exhausted already. Right. The exam question, digital transformation. So here we go. Technology to support growth. Now then, if this was only a 2-minute panel and you only had 30 seconds on this subject, what's top of your list? What's the one thing, Derry, I'm coming to you, on this subject that you just think, I've got to get this off the top of my head, or off my chest, because otherwise we'll never get back round to it. Give us it.
For me, I think it's intelligence, not data. So, and it's joining up the dots in the company. I see from the number of boards I've advised now and from the data that we've sourced, people are still incredibly siloed in their data.
Yeah.
And you've got great data in marketing, in sales, in operations, in cash, and in talent, or less so in the talent space, which is sad.
Yeah.
But the next revolution for me is joining that intelligence up so that the MD, CEO, founder can actually truly get dashboarding in the right way. But it's not AI yet.
Okay.
It needs a person to translate the intelligence. Computers
so
have their
joining
job.
the dots, that sounds like.
But actually, the AI is you. That's the key. Is you need to be able to translate the intelligence, and that job is never going to be taken from you, and neither should it be. And so for me,
hang on. This is the trailer, Derry. Hang on. We're going to come back to this. I get it. All right, Chris. What would you put out there as a thought starter?
Well, I think it's two points. First of all, it's happening. At global level, I mean, you made a comment earlier on that digitalization is divisive. I find that amazing. In all the environments I'm in, and that's the sort of intergovernmental space, G20, WTO, UN, there's absolutely no question whatsoever whether this is happening or not. Digitization is happening at a real pace, and there's lots of work going on, which I'll explain a little bit later. So that's the first point, is if you're not already getting ready, you need to start getting ready in this space. And the second thing is you've got a huge advantage in the UK, the number 3 e-commerce market, digital trade market. There are loads of places around the world that aren't even doing a fraction of what was being described earlier on. You've got a huge competitive advantage. So if you're not already thinking about it, you should be thinking about how to capitalize your advantages elsewhere around the world, particularly in the Commonwealth.
E-commerce. Am I putting you on the spot if I ask you who's number 1 and 2, Chris?
Well, the obvious ones are US, but when we say e-commerce, I should say it's not e-commerce as in B2C retail trade, which we often relate to in the UK. E-commerce in international terms is digital trade. It's everything from finances to everything else. Does that
mean you don't know who number 2 is?
I can't remember who number 2 is.
Okay, all right. well, who's number 2? I need to know.
China.
Is it?
Probably.
Guessing.
Usually.
Come on. Come on. We're a billion employees here, Chris. We need to know this stuff.
I should know.
Devika.
I think mine would be to make sure that you don't replace humans, but you're augmenting processes and operations with technology, especially when it comes to healthcare, which is what I have been in, social care. Yeah, it is a firm believer that people try to come up with tech solutions and get rid of humans because they think it's going to make things so much better and make them more money. But actually, it's the humans at the core of health, especially, and social care that create the true value that we need.
Right, and on this, Jenny, that was a cracking presentation. If you had to distill it, lots of decisions facing our guests today in terms of how they're going to scale using tech. What's the one thought you would put out there?
You put me on the spot now. I think it's about making sure you're bearing in mind, it's like balance, isn't it? You look at the data, you look at the tech, and you look at the people. You need all those 3 things in balance to make things succeed. And I think that's incredibly important to make sure you've got that right.
Because I guess one of the challenges is, Chris, you can see this as something that's happening over there. It's good to know what the latest tech is. It's good to know how the laws are changing, but it doesn't really affect me, does it? So let's get your sense of the big picture, and particularly what bubbles up in terms of something that we can't afford not to be aware of.
Well, we have what's called the ICC Digital Trade Roadmap. If you haven't already seen that, I would highly recommend you do. It's a very simple slide deck, really. But what there is 3 pillars of work. We know that the 2 biggest barriers to digital trade are scalability, the inability to kind of scale your business into other markets. You're dealing with 200 different sets of laws. Interoperability, there are no global standards for digital trade. Hence, you get all these little blockchain islands and technology islands. And then the 3rd pillar, which is really is getting fit for purpose for this new digital environment that we're all going to be operating in, or already are operating in. You know, our space is to work with governments primarily to change the law and modernize the law, which is why there's a huge digital trade e-commerce negotiation going on at the WTO. There's 80-plus countries around the table, so that gives you a sense of the appetite. But I can tell you now that when you sit in the room, as I have, there's a hell of a lot more than 80. There's 300 people sitting in that room. So there's a lot of governments watching the space who aren't necessarily at the table, but very clearly willing and wanting to improve that digital environment. So that's a space to watch. The ICC has just launched a new initiative last week, actually, called the Digital Standards Initiative, where we're going to start setting the standards to link up all the digital islands across shippers, insurers, financiers, traders, the whole lot over the course of the next few years. And then I think that the 3rd pillar is really important. I can't stress this enough, and this message is to everyone globally, not just UK businesses, is get ready, because the challenges you're facing here are the same challenges often that people face overseas. But obviously, it's first mover advantage. Those who are fitter and ready and can use data properly and have all the systems and processes available for it will have that competitive advantage globally.
So in terms of getting ready, you know, it's knowing what's possible. But actually, if we get on the wrong side of this, and Derry, you must have seen this, this can spell some pretty big fines, some pretty limiting, punishments for the companies that don't know what's going on. I mean, how aware of this should we be? Or do we go, I'll wait for the equivalent of a brown letter, it'll be all right?
You need to be aware, but also you don't need to be scared. And I think that's an important balance here. The awareness, I think you said in your speech earlier, you were talking about your CIO or your CTO. You know, most businesses don't have one. They don't have this luxury. Certainly up to about £10 million mark, we very rarely see it, unless you're a tech-led company, okay? But then you need, if you don't have the advice, or so if you don't have the knowledge and you don't know this space, get the advice. And it's as simple as having a trusted person on your board, which you've already heard about this morning, a trusted person who's in this space who knows this stuff. I don't know this stuff. This is why I have the board members around me that I go to and go, can you tell me what I need to do here? And just do it. Yeah. Meanwhile, then, don't be scared, because we've just got to move forward. And I think we can get paralyzed with this decision. And for most of the mid-space scale-ups, you just need to get back to work, get back to business, and do the basics incredibly well, and not capitalizing on opportunities along the way, but not being scared of this data thing.
Right. So Devika, take us back. How did you approach this as a founder? You would have had some really early decisions. Am I going to build something? Am I going to ask someone else to build it? What were the decisions you made? And what, with hindsight, do you wish someone had told you as you started out?
Oh, so many things. Is this like a...
Yeah, it's slightly therapeutic, I hope.
Here we go. I think because obviously it was social care, and I came from being a young carer, so I'd experienced all of the different pains, trials and tribulations of actually caring for someone, and kind of looking at all of the lack of digital data and tech to aid my care journey with my grandmother. So when I came into it, my first and foremost thoughts were, okay, how can we connect the dots where it seemed to be just paper-based with simple technology solutions? So when we first came in, it was sort of like, okay, we'll create an app, which is pretty much just basically telling us when the care is going to arrive. So similar to what the Ubers were doing at the time. And this was 4 years ago, coming up to 4.5 years ago now, so things have got much better. But what we came up against, and this is something around, I guess, scalability and regulations, is that in health and social care, you're governed by CQC, which is the governing body for all of the healthcare providers. And they had a very archaic and centralized stipulation of how data could be used and how technology could be used. And we came up with a solution which we said, this is what we're going to create, and this is how we're going to monitor the care and the data. And our first obstacle, which was the thing that shocked me the most, was the CQC. So we were coming in and saying, we're going to change and transform the way that you can deliver care. We're going to make your life easier. We're going to make sure that data is more accessible. We're going to have better healthcare, informed decisions being made, and safer care being delivered. Yeah. And they were so against it.
Right.
In a really, really bad way, in the sense that myself and some of our competitors who are now doing really well had to really steer back and reduce the amount of tech that we were going to be doing.
So what's your lesson though? Is it, because this is the Care Quality Commission?
Yeah, the Care Quality Commission.
But they've said about a new invention, they've said, no, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
So what, I mean crass, but do you think you should have done more homework? Could you have avoided this?
They first and foremost, when we went into our first inspection, they basically almost failed us because we weren't adhering to their rules, even though we were doing it in a different way. We did all of our homework and we went to them and said, we're going to do it this way and we really think this is going to help you, and if you could just listen to us and we work with you, it would be great. And it didn't happen, unfortunately. My lessons, I think, from that was maybe before you come up with an idea, engage with the regulators and those that are potentially more legacy, archaic systems to get them involved in the solution that you're trying to create. Because when we did and we got them more on board and we became kind of closer with our inspector, even though they weren't making the decisions, they were in line with us and understanding what we were trying to achieve.
Right, and we see now, don't we, Jenny, in terms of, I've seen some pictures even in the last year around facial recognition at events, saying how exciting this will be. That seems completely against the climate of fear we have around these technologies. So how do you keep one eye on the business, but one eye on the regulatory environment? It sounds exhausting.
It is a challenge, isn't it?
So how what are some practical tips of how you do it? Do you hire someone to do it? Are you getting into the weeds to understand what's legal, what's not?
I think it's a mix, really. I think you have to make sure that it's not just one person that's responsible for it across the business, because regulations impact every single different bit of the business. And I think you need to make people feel responsible and empowered to bring things forward. But yeah, you just have to make sure that you've got every alert kicking about, you're reading up and you're coming out to events and you're meeting people and you're absorbing as much as you can. But, you know, there's always a risk you're going to get caught out, really.
So is there the equivalent, Chris, of a hotline we can call if we want to understand what's possible? Because budgets for lawyers and accountants will be limited.
Well, I think there's a really important lesson to learn here. I mean, we're looking at a range of 12 countries at the moment, some developed, some less developed, and what sort of challenges businesses are finding. And actually what they are is pretty much the same across all the countries. Because digital trade is cross-cutting, you know, you're dealing with often multiple departments, 4 or 5, 6 in the UK's case, most of whom don't really understand what you do. And I think one of the lessons to learn, you know, if you're dealing with care is a massive area of opportunity around health for digital. But, you know, they're health professionals. You've got to think of it like that. They're not business people. They don't understand your day-to-day operations. This is the kind of thing that we do at the WTO. We take business people to government. But don't underestimate the power of a case study. It may seem like a pain to you to sit down and write 200 words about what you do because you're doing it all day, every day. For government, that's the difference between changing policy or not changing policy. But I think in this space, it's really, really important that you explain what you're doing to the people making the policy so the environment is conducive for you.
Here's the other school of thought, Chris, right? Derry and Devika on this. You could, as a business leader, go, do you know, I'm going to see all of the legislation and the regulation like a sailor sees the wind. I can't control it. I'll just adjust my sails accordingly. Or you could get stuck in and try and change something. So what's the right answer?
I had a really funny story on this, just on that point, because the one thing we did to overcome the CQC thing is when we had our inspection and we had created this tech platform. For inspectors, they like to come into a room with paper-based documents, which is all the care records, and they need to see it all clearly laid out because it helps them ease their way into the inspection because they have a lot to look through. So we printed out screenshots of our tech platform into paper forms, so it helped them to go through the same process that they would have done. So I think that was, and it was literally they had.
Did it work?
Yeah, but I was like, this doesn't. I can't get my head around this. I literally printed out like basically the Amazon rainforest version of trees to help them look through the data that was all online, just because they didn't want to go online to do it. It was crazy.
But it can be, I mean, it's a serious question, though, because you can be easily seduced by the policymakers, by, you know, if you're trying to, or you could just go, do you know what, head down, build my business.
I mean, I basically wanted to do what was right for the business, and I had to try and kind of meet them halfway. After that, it changed drastically, but I think it was getting them onto our side initially to show that we were on the same page as them was really important.
So I've got loads to get on, but quick thought on this, Derry, and then we're going to move.
I think in your space it's very different. You have to have an eye on that. So that's important. And it depends on the space you're in. But 95% of the businesses I work with, it's irrelevant in that. In fact, what we're trying to do is break against it. So if I was sitting here and I'd spent my career going to policy and following the government, I wouldn't have built the business that I have, and I wouldn't have had the success we've had. So I think as entrepreneurs, we have to break the norm. We have to be challenging what's out there. And if we're being led by government, we're being led by the wrong place. However, in certain cases, and certainly in the Care Commission, we have to have an eye on it. That's all. But radical change will come through breaking the norm. Radical change will be coming through doing things differently and thinking things differently. So if my personal view is balls out, go for it, and to keep an eye on the government, but actually have somebody else. If you're driving your own business and you're scaling your own business, you've probably not got the right eye. I don't, as you can probably tell by my answer. All right, but then I've got wise people around me that can sense check me and steer me in and make sure I'm not going completely wild and rogue to the left.
So what about then? And this is a question for all of you. An organisation that says, do you know, we haven't got that tech talent internally at this point, and that's why we rely on agencies, consultants, advisors around the company. To what extent is that a wise decision? What have you seen firsthand, Jenny?
I must admit, I'm quite a fan of spread betting, I suppose. Being able to make sure that you've kind of got some backup, but in different areas, so that if one thing goes wrong, you've got the backup elsewhere. When I set up my previous business, I did make sure we outsourced the software build, which had its challenges, but also it felt like it was more in control because it was a partnership between ourselves and the actual builders.
Tapit, who built Tapit?
Tapit, that was internal.
Okay, so you've done that internally,
Yeah.
okay. Devika, your decisions and maybe something you learned the hard way about who does the build, and of course, any maintenance upgrades?
If I was to do it again, I mean, the cost is better when you outsource it, but when it comes to actually creating a platform and building it in-house, considering we had all the regulations, we needed our CTO to work very closely with our care team, who were governing all of what we then saw as a hindrance, which was the regulations, to actually build the tech in line with what we were trying to do for CQC. Yeah. So it actually helped to bring it in-house, so we could have our data officer and our GDPR officer all sitting together inside the team meetings to build the tech around what we had to do to adhere.
And how important has it been to you, as a founder, to understand all of the tech and implications, or are you more of a delegate and trust philosophy?
I think I learnt the hard way that I had to actually learn it all, because when I did delegate and trust, I thought I was delegating and I thought we all understood what was the issues, but actually none of us did. And that's a problem when you're a founder and you are going into a space that's brand new. You are definitely not to know everything. So I think you all have to kind of tap in and have your eye open on things that are really important.
Well, on that, Derry, if you were to, I'm going to ask you to generalize about the biggest mistakes you see scale-up companies make when it comes to their tech investments. What comes to the top of your list?
It is this choice. This is one of the most pivotal choices you're going to make. But this isn't a new choice. I think people are putting it in a new camp. It's a supply chain choice. The choice has been around for decades. You have to choose your supply chain, and this is part of it. So it's not a new thinking. And where is your core competence, and should it be internal? So that's a different question. So if we think about my core competence needs to be internal for me to be able to drive it, then you should be building it internally. Yeah. If it's not your core competence and it's not where your drive is, if you're a marketing-led company, and the operations could be outsourced. But the biggest mistakes, I think, is people are running into that decision, not thinking it through. Also from valuation, which I'll be speaking on later, this drives the value of your company, this decision. Because if you outsource everything, if you've got an over-reliance, one of the things you'll see, one of the main drivers of business value is making sure you haven't got an over-reliance on customer, over-reliance on supplier, over-reliance on employee. So if you then outsource, that's a very dangerous game to one player. That's why I love your term spread betting, right? Is if you're going to outsource, you've got to control that supply chain. You've got to know the implications of getting that wrong. I know a number of my clients made the choice to outsource to China, which is now having big implications right now. You didn't see that one coming, right? We're going to talk about that later. But I think the key is it's a supply chain decision, and it's got to be thought through.
Right, so let's momentarily, I'm going to come out to you for your questions, your thoughts. Maybe you're facing a challenge right now. Maybe you've got a specific question. But let me just ask the panel on hype. Some of these technologies, and Jenny talked about AI, but some can seem a little overhyped. In terms of your members, Chris, is there a particular technology that you think, frankly, is going to change everything and What are you seeing from your members?
Well, I mean, I can tell you the ones that you know, the ones everyone's talking about, like blockchain and so on. But I mean, we're technology neutral for that specific reason, because technology will come and go. What we're interested in is creating the growth environment, whatever your technology. That's the most important priority. But there's no question that these technologies like blockchain are happening. And they're not necessarily happening here, by the way. They're happening overseas. So whether it's happening here in a way isn't necessarily that relevant if you're trying to trade overseas.
Right, so has anyone got for me on the panel an example of where blockchain has actually made a difference to a single customer in the whole world on anything? What would an example bubbling up be? Jenny, Derry, Dev, Chris?
Yeah, I've got quite a lot, but
I
haven't got a list here. But I mean,
just the one.
There's trades going on. I mean, where it's really happening, I suppose, is not so much the startup space; it's more the big commodity space. So when you get the likes of HSBC, Shell, BP, the big energy companies shifting big commodities, I mean, really what they're doing is they're testing the technology for everyone else. Actually, in many ways, that's the space to watch. So it's not particularly relevant. It's a bit like what you were saying earlier. Keep an eye on it. Whether that's going to come to your way eventually, I suspect it probably will. But trying to just ignore it and say it's not happening,
when you talk about that, isn't that part of Jenny's spread betting, hedging? Isn't that like the CMO getting an Alexa for the bathroom just to see what it's like?
Yeah, like I say, I wouldn't say go blockchain. I think you've got it. Sometimes it's not right. You've got to make sure that you've got the right technology. That's exactly why we're technology neutral. But in areas, it's not necessarily where you think it's happening either. Health, there's quite a lot going on in Africa as well. So just take the technologies. Don't get drawn into the red herrings of specific technologies. The most important thing is digitization.
Red herrings. Give us another.
Is happening.
Okay, give us another red herring, Devika. You have perhaps wasted some time on a red herring. Mind you, you've got to be across it because through Wire you're advising a lot of businesses. What's a waste? What's a waste? What's overhyped?
Overhyped. I think. Okay, so recently there was a whole thing about AI with Babylon. There was huge BBC.
So this is the health tech company bought by Google, based in King's Cross.
So basically allowing GPs to look through the phone and then.
Oh, I'm talking about DeepMind. Forgive me. Babylon Health.
Babylon
yeah, right.
Health, yeah.
Doctor on your phone. Yeah, got it. Sorry.
I was like, really?
Ali Parser, founder. Sorry, forgive me.
So, I mean, a great concept when you think about it, alleviating the pressures off the GPs, using basically FaceTime to connect you with a GP, and then prescribing, allowing you to get the prescription straight away from the pharmacy. When it first set up, that was literally what it was. There was loads of things around the fact that they were taking the doctors away from the NHS, therefore were you actually doing anything of value rather than adding to the problem? The big thing that's come out now is the actual AI solution around it. So there was a consultant that was anonymous on Twitter that was basically testing this product over the last 2 years, found out that when he was putting in symptoms, it was coming out with completely the wrong advice. So people that should have been presenting themselves with potential heart attacks, they were saying you had cystic fibrosis or just gastro problems or heart problems. And it meant that it was deterrent to people's actual health and well-being. So things like that, they claim to be better than junior doctors and that their AI could essentially make it better than a junior doctor. I think that's where the big red herrings lie, and that, which is what I said before, you can never replace human beings. You can augment it with technology, but you can never replace it. And things like AI, it relies on that human putting in information at the moment to give you the best decisions. We are not beyond the computer yet. Therefore, we cannot rely solely, especially on things like healthcare, to make such huge decisions.
There's a healthy skepticism there. And Derry, when you're advising boards and you hear that they've gone down a certain alley, what gets you just shaking your head saying, why are we investing time and resource in this?
I think there's a number of times in the last couple of years blockchain's come up for a number, and I can tell you now, flat out, 100% of my clients and zero impact yet. Again, I'm keeping an eye on it. Okay. So I have lunch every 6 months. I have lunch with an expert in that space, right? Global expert. And every time I finish that lunch, I go, thanks very much. I need to do nothing for the next 6 months with my client base. So, and it's worth the lunch. And then I just pass that down the chain to all of our clients, right? Because it's not relevant yet.
Yes.
Now, to the big boys, remember, we're advising in the 2 million to 50 million scale up. Yeah. So that's a very different space. If I was back in corporate, if I was back at European board level again, I'd be all over that right now, because I have to be, right? But even then, I think a lot of it's a distraction.
I like the keep in touch. I like that. Also, it's a good way to end a lunch, isn't it? Thank you. This is
fascinating.
Thanks very much.
Useless. Useless. And I'm going to move on.
I'll give you another example. 5G. I mean, if you want to see 5G technology, I would recommend you go to Shenzhen in China, then you'll see 5G technology. It is unbelievable.
Not right now, though.
Well, not right now. Give it a couple of months. But, I mean, the quality of information coming in is extraordinary. And I wouldn't believe all the media kind of rubbish around it. It's amazing what you can do with that data when you really want to. And
like what?
Well, like health. If you look at a health crisis like the coronavirus, and actually Shenzhen is a perfect example where they're almost testing the technology actually on it, is you know exactly every single case within a city, exactly where it is, exactly where all your resources are, and exactly how to solve those solutions as and where they are.
But isn't that speed of computing and processing nothing to do with the 5G?
Oh, no, it's absolutely about 5G. It's the enabling technology to allow the data to get into the computer in the first place. Otherwise, you don't have it. Otherwise, it's all lots of pockets of computers. That's all it is.
I had a glass of something with Minter Dial in Beijing last year, and we should have known about this. What are your questions? Who's got an observation? Who's already disagreed with something that's been said? Or what has not been said? That's the question. What's bubbling up? What's bubbling up? Okay. Yes, we'll come to you. And I'm looking around as well. Here we are.
Hi there. Thanks. Great panel. My name is Charlie. I'm from a company called Engage. We actually do customer service AI. So going all the way back to the start of the panel where you were talking about AI. A lot of the time we're finding that actually the AI isn't reducing jobs at all. It's obviously augmenting, as you've already said, augmenting the roles, informing them so that actually there's a more efficient process and much more informed. But actually we're finding that it's generating more jobs as a result because of neural network maintenance, where essentially you have to hire someone to look after the AI to make sure that it is sticking to the model that you want it to be staying at. So I guess the recommendation would be to look at AI as a way of not only expanding what you're doing, improving efficiencies, but also looking at compliance and all the other areas where you can drive efficiencies for the business.
Okay, but the creating more jobs, Charlie, if I'm the Chancellor, that sounds wonderful. But as a business owner, does that mean I have to employ more people if I'm going to do AI?
Not necessarily. Obviously, as you're driving more efficiency in the business, it might be that
is it creating jobs or not for my company?
So it will, if you're looking to generate further improvements from the AI, you want to provide that. But then also you can look at redistributing resources in the business. Yep. So taking some individuals that are utilizing those models to do that neural network maintenance.
Okay. Hands up, if you've got an AI chatbot, hands up who thinks that chatbot should admit that it's not a human, really, should admit that. Hands up.
Absolutely.
Okay. Hands up if it's all right for AI chatbots to sort of pretend they're human. It's fine, come on, it's only customer service. No one's put their hand up, right. We'll talk about it over coffee. All right. Other questions and observations? Maybe it's something much closer to home, something that's challenging you right now you want to answer on, or some more insight. Questions? Yes, we'll go just there. Thank you. Feel free to say where you're from, and you don't have to. I won't be rude to you like I was to Charlie there. Sorry about that, Charlie.
That's okay. I'm Harry Hooker. I'm from a creative agency called Three Colours Rule. I was just wondering, going back to that point about, in Jenny's, when she was speaking, about employees sitting on the fence and kind of having people sitting on the fence, what do you define as that? Because a lot of what we've been saying about, keeping an eye on that and, spread betting and all of that, it could be considered as sitting on the fence itself. So I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, lovely.
I think when I talk about spread betting, I think there's inherent risk of putting your eggs all in one basket in terms of be it agencies, tech build, whatever. And I totally agree in terms of when you're building your tech, if it's totally core to your business, then it has to be internal. But hedgers, I think, are very unique people in a business. And they say often when you're going through transformation in a business, any kind of cultural transformation, you've got 20% of your team, they're automatically on board. You've got 40% that sit in the middle and 40% who are kind of laggards that will come through when they see everyone else. So it's that 40% in the middle you really have to focus on. And for them, they are waiting to see which way it's going to fall. But I think it is about really embedding culturally exactly what success is and rewarding the right people. And I think that is different from spread betting. Spread betting is minimizing business risk, whereas hedging is about making sure that your team is following the right trajectory for the business culturally.
And it's not scattergun, is it? It is very deliberate. Devika, who have been your most trusted advisors, mentors on these tech questions? Who have you had a hotline to when you've had a fork in the road? What have you learned?
I've actually not had that, and I think that's where I probably went wrong. I needed one of those. I think from what I've learned, and my biggest mistake was that I didn't have somebody that was the kind of ownership of data and understanding my industry that I could kind of tap into when there was stuff going wrong. So my advice would be for any person starting something in an area that is quite heavy regulations or heavy on data and tech, is to get that person that you can tap into for advice as and when you need it.
Right, and without being too personal, is it with hindsight that you didn't have that person in your network, or that they were there, you just didn't call them? Do you see what I mean?
Interesting. They might have been there and I didn't call them because I guess as a young founder, as you're learning, you don't really think to ask for advice until it all goes a little bit wrong. We were talking about that earlier. Because you think that you know, because it's your baby and it's what you've created. And it's only when you come out of it, you go, oh my God, if I'd asked advice on that, I probably would have saved a lot of heartache.
So on that, Derry, not to undermine your amazingly worth, value for money fees, top tip for scaling businesses who want to get a main line of advice on tech, but frankly might, go misty-eyed at the sight of the Big Four or whatever it might be. Top tip for knowing where to find that advice, but not breaking the bank.
The top tip for me is, so who have I been for advice? I could name 100 people. That's the truth. And I think that's the difference in the last 40 years for me. In that, when I was in my 20s and my first scale, I had my first startup and my first scale-up in 1998 in the dot-coms. And I didn't look for advice. My ego was the size of a small house, and I thought I knew all the answers. Now, 20 years on, I know a lot more now, but I know I don't know. Yeah. And that's the difference in 40 years. The primary advice I give any of you for seeking any form of advice, or certainly it's not just technology, let's just widen that to any form of advice, is know the question. Mm-hmm. Know the question incredibly deeply of what you want answered. And then go to find the most respectable person who's actually proven the results to get the answer. And that's why there's not one person for me on a tech. I will literally, every time I'm going, I need the answer to that. Who can answer that question for me with the most precision and has got the most results?
It's a better image, isn't it, of a whole range of people we can come to. I'm definitely going to go to the ICC website after this because I think there's a real treasure trove up there. I wish we had a bit longer. Jenny, Chris, Devika, and Derry. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Here we go now, please. And why don't we, what we're going to do is we're sort of going to do a sort of segue to talk about talent, but please be upstanding. Don't worry, no dancing, no anything like that, but please turn to your neighbour as you stand up and please share what you made of that last conversation with the panel. Please, thank you very much. Let's just do that in 1 minute. Here we go. Thank you, Minter. Yeah. 7, 10. Thank you, Jenny. Good to see you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Now then, Scott. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Please have a seat. I'll just tell you, hot off the press, you have a choice. Actually, I was due to be joined at this exact moment by the MD of CV Library, born in 2000. I'm a big fan of them. But sadly, he's not able to be with me. So you have a choice, ladies and gents. It is just after midday. Nutcracker, the brilliant agency, are running a breakout session as we speak, which is on the in that breakout room on transformation. And in particular, let me just tell you, digital transformation standing out from the crowd, the power of sales and marketing aligns. So those two, not Mars and Venus after all, but if you want to do the breakout. Otherwise, we're going to have a short break, about 20, 25-minute break, and we're going to be back here with this marketing panel. Let me tell you about the marketing panel. You've got co-founders of Moneypenny, Gusto. Timo's here from Gusto. All you need to cook your lunch and your dinner in a box. You've got the founder of Koru Kids coming up just before 12:30. You've got co-founder of Talentful, and you've not got Matthew from CV Library, but we're going to be talking talent. But this 25 minutes is his CV's in the post. We've got a chance for you to meet each other. So sorry about that. There's going to be a short break, unless you want to go to the breakout, which I assure you will be first class. So we'll be back just before 12:30 with our next talent panel. Thank you.
Hey, we are backstage at Elite Business Live, and I'm joined here with the speaker and the panel that have just come off stage. Before I ask them some questions, just to let you know, if you have got questions that you want to ask, tweet them in with hashtag EPL2020, and they will get sent over to me, and it makes my job a whole lot easier. So yeah, send them in. Hi guys. Thank you so much for that wonderful talk and chat. It's really interesting. Technology, I will be honest, is a world of which I am not too familiar. I am a business owner, and so I probably should be more familiar. So actually hearing your talk was great for me. I've got some questions that have been sent in from the audience that were watching at home. So Jenny.
Is this from my dad? Before you ask.
Well, I don't know. Has your dad got a small business? What advice would you give to small businesses in the tech world that want to get in a world that's ever changing, that maybe don't have the biggest budget or too much manpower? So your one bit of advice for that?
It's not rocket science, and don't get dazzled. You know, you got to look at what your problem is and what can solve that problem. Mm-hmm. It's as simple as that. Mm-hmm. Anything else is just, people marketing stuff to you, people like me, probably.
Yeah. And have any of you guys got any input on that? Because I think that's quite...
I just think my message is you're the luckiest time in human history to be starting a business right now for low budget. 20 years ago when we were beginning, you'd have to spend hundreds of thousands to get technology to just do some basic stuff, whereas you can get all the systems, all the CRM systems, marketing systems, finance systems for fractions of pennies every month. Don't overcomplicate it in the early days. In fact, don't overinvest. But as soon as you're starting to punch towards £1 million turnover, that's when you've got to really start to invest in technology properly. But you can get up and started free in a lot of cases, like never before. For £20 a month, you got your finance system like never before. I used to have to pay £1,000 for Sage 20 years ago just to get started, right? So it's the best time to be able to do this. Don't be dazzled, but get the basics in place. And there's no excuses anymore not to put basic technology in place right from the beginning, because it's not actually, a lot of people think it's a financial hurdle, and it really isn't. It's actually a mental hurdle.
I feel like I've been told. What was the first bit of technology that you inputted in your business?
I think the first bit that I inputted was a HR system. Weirdly, we used a Charlie HR because we had a big number of carers to monitor all around the UK, and a team that was growing quite fast to manage them. And I realised that we needed to have something that was going to manage all these people. So a HR system was our thing, which was a bit strange.
It's usually the last thing people
put in
place.
I know. It's crazy, yeah.
2020. What are the biggest challenges in technology at the moment, would you say? This was a question that's been sent in.
Well, globally, the big challenges are scalable environment. When you're going overseas, lots of different rules and laws telling you lots of different things. And then interoperability, having the systems that talk to each other. So we're still, in the trading environment, we're still operating on a really old system. We have governance that goes back to 1998, before a lot of the technology existed. We're dealing with paper a lot of the time. There's sort of 8 billion documents flying around the system all the time, still paper. And so, that leaves massive opportunities, I think, for companies, anyone who's in that environment, to try and help digitize some of it. But I mean, the big message from me, I think, especially to startups, is don't be frightened of it. This is happening, and it's happening on a global scale, not a UK scale. So don't think this is happening here. It's not. This is everywhere around the world going digital. And just pace yourself in it. Pick the right things that make the most sense to you at the right level you're at. But don't shy away from it, because all will happen is you'll lose that advantage that you may have some really good solution to a problem, and then you may be knocked out of the market just because somebody else has thought about it first, and that's a great shame.
Anyone else? Challenges 2020 technology?
It's generally around scaling. and as you said about international growth, and I think often these days you're sort of trying to connect lots of different small offices rather than actually that big organisation. So how can you do that smoothest with the net level of technology you need, but without overcompensating?
Yeah, we actually, we have our main office and then we have a few different people and we just use WhatsApp for everything. I think just that small, tiny bit of technology is amazing for our business. I sensed a little bit of scepticalness around the technology from you, Devika. So I sense that you're someone that likes to do business with people. So how do you balance that? How do you balance the technology and the people side of it?
I think the thing that I was coming from was actually that I think you can kind of over push on tech. I think tech is an amazing thing and I'm an avid believer in it, especially in the healthcare world. But I think for us there's a lot of pressure nowadays to build something that's really advanced when actually you can solve a lot of problems in your business and a lot of worldwide global issues with human-driven operations. And I think the tech is an augmenter, and I think that there's a lot of pressure now on founders to raise funds and build something in 2 to 3 years that's going to solve world hunger. That's not the case at all, and I think that pressure makes people fail fast and hard. And I think if you step back and look at your processes and think, okay, how can the tech make a small incremental change and improve my business in a small way without raising millions and millions of funds and putting myself at debt of shareholders and VCs and private equity firms, you're actually going to be so much better off as a business to actually build something of value.
Have you got something to add on that? No? Oh, I thought you were.
I'll go with you on that one.
Are you sure? We like a bit of controversy here if you want to have an argument.
I think it depends on the business, and this is where I think in your context, absolutely, when we were talking earlier, in the context of especially healthcare, right? If you're in the care system, trying to remove humans from that is a ridiculous idea. In fact, we need more humans in that, don't we? That's the whole point. So the technology is there, should be there, to enable greater efficiencies so the humans can spend more time doing what they should be doing. That's what technology at its best does, I think. But in a lot of businesses, this just isn't so relevant. But it depends. If your core is technology and that you're a technology business, of course this is stupid relevant. But actually, 95% of businesses are not technology. Most of the businesses out there are normal business. You're a normal business, right? A really great one. Technology's got a part to play, but shouldn't be the tail wagging the dog. Because at the end of the day, those beautiful cakes that you're making, right? If we've got a robot making those cakes, we've just missed the point slightly because we've missed the magic point of your business. And I think every business has got to understand their business and the point that technology plays. And no one can answer that question but you. And I think this is important. Don't listen to any of us. Listen to yourself and understand, where does technology play in my business model? And where do humans play? Because humans are more important for me.
Yeah, I think that, I agree with a lot of this. This whole AI debate is it's a big red herring in many ways, but don't forget it's been driven by big companies and countries who are very manual but will go automated. Big countries like Bangladesh, classic example, massive retail industry, a lot of that will be automated at some stage or other, but for them it's got huge implications. Most of the population is still doing low-skill manual labor. So for them, it's about the transition. How do we do this in a way to skill people up and transition them into other types of roles? I wouldn't get distracted by that versus your day-to-day business. Technology is just an enabler. That's all it is. You've got to pick the right technology for the right task and let it do some of the work for you. But companies, people will always adapt. If you look at shipping or phones, all these technologies, railways, transport, they all came in, and then people just adapted to other parts of the system, and that's all that's going on. It'll be no different with the latest technologies. It's the same process.
You say about my cakes, actually, when we first outsourced, we went to a production site that was very automated, and that took away from the recipes and everything. So we've had to go back to hands-on, small mixes, melting things in small batches, cooking things in small batches. So for us, our challenge is going to be as we grow, we keep that. So yeah, that's the challenge. And if you've got any solutions,
that's the big challenge. Everyone's seeking growth, right? Sorry, everyone's seeking growth, but why? Why? If the essence to what you are those magical cakes with your name on them and all the wonder that goes with that, why scale? We don't have to, and this is a choice in the mid-space. Like I'm here, I help businesses scale, right? So you think we all need scale, but no, actually, scaling can kill you. Scaling can actually kill the very essence of who you are. So we need to choose really carefully, and maybe that part of the business you don't scale.
but maybe there's another part of the business you can. And this is the choice that we've got to make, because a lot of people actually kill the very thing they love by trying to scale too fast.
Yeah, I think that's the point I made, because I think that's where I was coming from. I think if you have a very bespoke and great business that's doing really well, and the whole side of it is this human essence that you've developed, there's no need to go for what I said, which is this pressure on everyone to be this global multi-billion-pound company, because that's what VCs love and that's what entrepreneurs believe they should achieve. No, if you've created something of value that people love and you love doing it, then don't put that pressure on you. 2 million revenue is great. VCs don't see it as that because they've got a whole other set of KPIs they need to hit, but that doesn't mean you're a bad business, because 2 million revenues is phenomenal, right? So I think that's what you have to keep your head on.
Amazing. Well, thank you all so much. I'm going to let you guys go, and I'm sure you've got very busy lives to get to. But thank you so much for talking to me. I'm actually going to do a little walk around now and chat to a few other people and see what they've got to say about the event. So come with me if anyone will actually talk to me. Thanks so much, guys. Okay. Guys, I'm just going to squeeze on in. You don't mind being on camera for a moment, do you? Are you having a good time at the event?
Yeah, we are. Fantastic, yes.
Anyone you're looking forward to seeing more than anyone else?
I'm not too sure, really.
I've really put you on the spot.
Haven't you? But I really enjoyed the first lady that was on this morning. Really, really good, yeah.
Are you a business owner yourself?
I work for Elite Business.
Oh,
yes, so you've really put me on the spot.
That's awkward. So sorry. Well, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And well done for putting on such an amazing event. I think it's really beneficial to business owners.
He really deserves a big pat on the back.
Yeah.
He's very, very proud of himself.
Oh, thanks so much. Okay, guys, so we're going to have a half an hour break now, and then when we come back, we will have a panel conversation. So come back in half an hour.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back in the room, and welcome back if you're tuning in, as thousands of people have been doing. This is Elite Business Live. Thank you for your attention throughout this morning. We've had all sorts, haven't we? We've had the founder of Huel getting us thinking about how he scaled that business. So I guess we've gone from probiotics to probots on the tech front, haven't we? Can you keep up? I mean, it's exhausting for me, I have to say. My mind has been absolutely bombarded with all these things. I'm going to introduce some people to the stage, and it's a great honor, actually, because I've known about all of these businesses since really early in their growth and in their existence. And what is genuinely inspirational for me is that they've just gone on and on and on to do amazing things. So we're going to be talking about talent. I'll tell you who's there, but welcome back, everybody. Why don't we give our next four guests a huge round of applause as they come to the stage to talk about talent. Welcome up, come on. Welcome up, here we go. Kate and Timo, I'm going to sit in the middle. Come on down, Kate, welcome back. Hello, Rachel Cruz. Timo, welcome. Right, now what I'm also going to do is, because I mean this is Entrepreneur Central as well here, so I'm going to get you in your own words as well about your businesses. But let me just tell you who's here. Kate Cox is the Chief Marketing Officer of Moneypenny. Hands up if you've heard of Moneypenny. Of course you have 007, but also handling calls and making life a bit easier for many, many people around the world. So Moneypenny, smashing it as a business. Timo, well, Timo Bolt, what can I say? Founder of Gusto. Hands up if we've heard of Gusto. It's not a competition, don't worry, Timo. Yes, of course we have. Your food boxes are genuinely making life easier for many people, and I bet are going through the roof. But what a brilliant journey. Timo Bolt is, of course, the CEO and the founder of Gusto. So welcome, Timo. Rachel Carell is the founder of Koru Kids. I'm going to say hands up if you've heard of Koru Kids. It's a brilliant platform, childcare central. Yeah, we've got some work to do, but it's no. But it is going from strength to strength. Amazing funding, very, very happy customers, and I'm delighted to welcome Rachel up to the Elite Business stage about her journey. And again, I've dished out a number of awards to this organization. Talentful, the co-founders here, Chris Abbas. You've got some amazing clients. You look after TransferWise, you look after all sorts. I think Google DeepMind might be a client. Are we allowed to say that?
Yeah.
Okay, just about. All right, get shot
so.
afterwards. All right. But there you have it. There you have it. Kate and Timo and Rachel and Chris, please give them a warm welcome. Here they are. Thank you. In your own words, just remind us about the essence of the business, but because we are a business audience, if you don't mind, just a quick reflection on where the business is today. And you might describe that in any terms you feel comfortable with, whether it's people, some numbers, whatever you like. But Timo, can I start with you? Gusto.
Sure. Thanks a lot for having me. We are on a mission to be the most loved way to eat dinner. For the last 7 years, since I founded the company, we've tried really, really hard to make lives better, easier, and more healthy across all of the UK. Our core customers are female, 35 to 55 years old, living all across the UK. And you go on to the website, choose whatever you like to eat, and we send you all the ingredients in exact portions. We build the most choice in this market, the most convenience, the lowest price point. So we're trying really hard to be mass market. We're 500 people now.
Okay.
We're going to 1,200 people really rapidly. So we're hiring 300 people this year alone, and then another 400 in the next 2.5 years. So it's really good fun. And
Amazing.
It's a roller coaster.
It is a roller coaster. So, and just so I get a sense on the 500, the picking and packing of your ingredients, you count that in-house? Those are amongst the 500?
To a large extent, yeah.
To a large extent, fantastic, great. Okay.
But tech is now the biggest function with 60% of people in technology.
How interesting. I would not have predicted that. There you go. Thank you, Timo. Kate, just remind us, Moneypenny, the essence of the service and also where you are as a business.
Sure. Moneypenny was founded 20 years ago. We look after other companies' calls and chats and social media messages, and we want other businesses to see us as their second home. So we source PAs and receptionists for them, and we trust those employees to really deliver on behalf of other businesses. So that's why we invest a lot of money in our employee happiness and their engagement. We're getting on towards 1,000 people. We're in the UK and the US, and yes, we're growing at about 30% a year.
And when you say you're in the UK and the US, does that mean you can have customers beyond those shores? Or are your customers also UK, US?
English language only at the moment. We do take people who want to speak to anyone in English.
Fantastic. Yeah. Speaking of English language, Rachel, an adopted Brit?
Yes.
Just remind us of the Koru story.
Yeah, so I set up Koru Kids.
Can we hear Rachel? Are you happy? Not quite. Forgive me. Here we go. Just give us another.
Okay.
Here we are. Here we go. Thank you. Forgive me. That's all right.
Thanks very much. I set up Koru Kids about 3 years ago, and our mission is to rebuild a much better childcare system. I was working as a CEO of a healthcare company when I had my first baby and realized how exhausting, expensive, terribly constructed the childcare system was, and looked around, tried to figure out who was working on making it better, thought I would join them, couldn't find anyone, and realized I had to quit and found it myself. So that's what we do. We focus on 2 things right now. One of them, our first service, is after-school nannies. Today, around well over 1,000 of our nannies in London will pick up children from school at about 3:30, take them home to their houses and look after them there. And our second service, which just launched, is for younger kids, for the babies and toddlers. And we've created a free online tool to help families share nannies, which is a beautiful way of doing childcare.
Nice, and quite a social aspect to it.
Yeah, very much. And our team is roughly about 60, 70 people.
Okay, got it. Headquartered
in London.
Excellent, very good to know. Thank you very much, Rachel. Chris, just remind us, Talentful, you serve some amazing companies.
Yeah, so we're essentially trying to transform the recruitment industry, and we do that by placing teams of talent experts on site with some of the world's most ambitious brands. So that includes the Google DeepMinds, TransferWise, Starling Banks. So on a daily basis, we advise these companies on their talent challenges. But I guess I've also had the pleasure of seeing my own company grow to 150 people over the last 4 years, which has brought quite a lot of challenges as well. And we've recently launched in Berlin. I've recently moved to San Francisco to set that office up too. So, yeah.
And why Berlin?
So Berlin is our kind of natural next European step in terms of being a tech hub, and I guess our overall ambition is to be in all the major tech hubs globally. So that was the next step in Europe, and then we moved to the West Coast.
Very cool. So watch this space. That's Talentful. Let me ask you a very topical question, which will be on our minds this week. Not just who we work with, but where people work. I'd like your latest thoughts, because you would have been thinking about this, on what we might think of as flexible working, which I realise doesn't just mean working from home, but it does pertain to where people work. Timo, this has been on your mind, and let's get everyone's sort of thought starters on this, about how you make the choices you make.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's really simple. We hire the very best talent that's out there. We try really, really hard to build the greatest culture that's possible. I think that's the killer app we've kind of created, and it's creating the moat around the castle. The business, we have amazing talent. Ultimately, they're all grown up. I couldn't care less where they sit and how they work, and some might have kids, others might look after their parents or do whatever. And I think in today's world, it's all about results. It's not about FaceTime. Okay. So as long as you build a meritocracy where everyone's ideas and results matter, it shouldn't really matter where they sit.
Fascinating. So that's a very, if I may say, quite an extreme position, whereas other companies might value the face-to-face of HQ. Let's give us a quick sense of it from Moneypenny's perspective. You thrive off people being anywhere they want, I suppose. But
yeah.
Does that rule translate to HQ?
So we do have 700 people in our North Wales office in Wrexham, and we have people in Atlanta and Charleston in the US. At the moment, mostly are office-based, but we've just invested in some very good cloud technology to manage voice calls, so we can manage remote working as well.
Okay, so can you see it going into the Timo Bolt vision of the future, where they're wherever they choose to be?
Yes, I think there is a benefit of all being together and working together as a team. So there are some real benefits about face-to-face.
Right, like what?
Building culture, team support, all that good stuff.
Well, hang on. Timo's nodding because culture matters to you, Timo. So can you build culture without face-to-face?
I think it's challenging. I agree with her point. I think some kind of critical mass of time together is extremely important. I mean, leaders in today's world are predominantly coaches, and in order to coach someone, you have to deeply understand what your issues are and what your topics are. And I think, especially if you're in your early 20s, there's a huge benefit of like seeing some role modeling, coaching, mentoring. So to me, it makes sense to have some days.
Interesting. Rachel, your thoughts on this?
We've adapted a lot of our processes to try and be remote first, to quite an extreme degree, so that even when, in some cases, even when a meeting involves people who are only in the same building, we still do it remote first.
So hang on, say that again for my benefit, sorry.
Well, it's quite an extreme version.
Okay.
We think it's so important to be able to build up our remote muscle. I think that we all should be building anti-fragile businesses, so businesses that are resilient. And for me, being able to recruit from the world and work remotely is a really important part of that. And so we are trying to very deliberately build our remote muscle. I see it as a key strategic pillar of our talent. And in order to force ourselves to do that, not every single meeting, we do have many that are not like this, but for some of our meetings where there's a remote person usually in the meeting, but even if they're not working today, we have the meeting remotely anyway. So what that looks like is, for example, our product demos, we do all them remotely, literally even when everyone's there.
Interesting.
And what that looks like, if you were to walk into our office, what would you see? You'd see everyone sitting at their desk with their headphones on, watching a screen share, and there'd be someone in a phone booth who would be screen sharing and who would be talking, doing a broadcast.
Even though they're just
10
minutes away.
Exactly. And to the point about culture, we've tried some tactical things which I think work quite well. So we implemented fika, which is apparently a Swedish tea and coffee thing, or coffee anyway. It basically just means having a cup of tea. But what we do is we do that at 4 o'clock, and if you're working remote, we've got a guy who's working remotely from Bristol. He will stop what he's doing, and at 4 o'clock, he'll open up the Hangout, and he'll have his cup of tea. And the key thing is there is no agenda. It's not a meeting.
Oh, I love it.
It's just a cup of tea time.
These rituals and rhythms are very interesting for me around developing culture. Briefly, Chris, on this flexibility, we can work anywhere, can't we?
Yeah, I agree with the principle. I think firstly you've got to be assessing the right talent to work in that way. People that are used to working autonomously, people who can report up, use data to show the work they're doing. I think that's like the first step. But I also think a lot of companies think they can just flick a switch and become remote if they're used to working in a different way. And I think technology has to play a really big part in that, mainly for engagement of your employees. I think if you've got a satellite office somewhere, people working remotely, if you've got poor VC technology or you're not communicating well with those employees, they can become disengaged very quickly.
Yeah, Chris, I can see an elephant trap coming up here, because how do we personalize the rules and treat everyone equally? Those are on a collision course, aren't they? You say, John, I can't trust you to work at home. You know what you like.
Well, I think there has to be an overall policy for the whole company that's relatively uniform.
Well, then how does that tally with personalizing it in your first comment? I don't understand.
The personalization isn't about each individual. It's about finding the people coming into your business in the first place.
I see. Okay.
So it's about assessing the right talent at scale, essentially.
So when you're fighting for talent, that's the old cliche, isn't it? Who are you up against? Because the old wisdom goes, you're fighting against all these tech companies. So Timo, how are you persuading somebody to join Gusto and turn down which, in your view, isn't an inferior offer, but seen through a certain lens might be? What's the secret?
I mean, I see it as a huge privilege that people are joining Gusto. At the end of the day, everyone here is hugely intelligent and could join any company out there. So I agree with the premise. I do think that in today's world, it's all about employee customer satisfaction, right? Like NPS scores, and deeply understanding what talent wants from the company, and then almost entering into a different contract that's beyond here's your salary.
So this is an internal measurement that you're using and tracking. Very interesting.
Absolutely.
So what, I mean, let's do something that your investor was like, Tim, I can't believe you told them that technique we use. How do you get the best people to say yes to you and not to the competitor or to anyone else?
I mean, I do think at the end of the day, it's understanding deeply what matters to people. Is it learning? Is it promotions that happen faster? Is it whatever it is? Is it the pension? And I think personalizing the journey and really kind of creating something that's special for them. So we've always tried to build a place where people get promoted faster than anywhere, where people really, really are measured on results, not FaceTime or hierarchy, and making it fun on the way. Because I think, personal life and work is converging really fast, so you have to kind of make it fun to some extent.
Okay, so on that then, in terms of, Rachel, on this same question though, around attraction, particularly when there are competing forces for an employee's decision, what do you do?
Yeah, so for us, it almost always comes down to our mission. So I would say about 75% of my team joined specifically because they feel very passionate about the idea of supporting parents and particularly women. And they feel very much that our society would be better if there were more women in leadership positions. And I would say that's about 75%. Then there's probably about 20% who joined because of the child development part of our mission. So part of what we want to do is rebuild a better curriculum for early years, and a lot of people feel very passionate about that. And then the remaining 5%, I think they just really like the problem solving that we have. So that's kind of the thing. And then just on your question about any tactics, I do have one story that I'm really proud of that I can share because I think it's kind of funny. We had this one guy who we absolutely loved, and we knew that he was going to have to take a big pay cut to come and join us. And it was on a bit of a knife edge whether or not he would do it. And we did everything we could think of to kind of sell the opportunity, but it was one of those moments of like, we really want to throw everything we've got at this. And so in the end, what we decided to do was make him a video. It was about 3 minutes long, and we've got roughly about 60 people, let's say, in the company. And it was every single person in the company telling him why they thought that he should, but very quickly with like 10 seconds or something, And
what happened?
And he took the job. And I genuinely think our video pushed him over.
I'm sure it did. It would have been the biggest ever guilt trip if it had said, no. That's amazing. So Chris, I mean, I'm conscious of Moneypenny's techniques as well, but what would your advice be to Rachel and Timo as they build in competition in some cases with these amazing global tech companies?
So I think the candidate experience, if you're looking at like the talent attraction part, is really important. I think having someone like fully dedicated to that part is really important because it's a full-time job. But I think there's 3 things that we like to focus on with clients, and that's speed, transparency, and personalization. So speed of process is quite important. You've got competitors that will move quickly on offers, and if you're waiting, a week to give feedback to a candidate, that's not good. Transparency about what the process will look like, so not adding extra stages last minute to candidates, that really throws people off. And then personalization, so how you're reaching out and engaging to candidates, that being personalized, but then the journey, exactly like you've just done, being highly personalized.
And on that final point, how proactive are the other 3 of you on talent acquisition? Because we can't just wait for people to apply.
Can I add, may I add one more? I think ultimately Facebook and Google, the perception in the world today is that those companies are morphing towards oil and gas and tobacco. We're not there yet fully, right? But I think that the perspective globally has shifted quite dramatically. So I think if you're a purpose-led company, so our purpose has always been every meal makes the planet better off. And technology guys are particularly sensitive to this. So if you're all of a sudden working on taking 50% of plastic out of the boxes, it's a really powerful motivation to join, as long as you kind of roughly match on compensation.
Yeah. And to what extent are you waiting for the best people to apply, Timo, or do you have to be on the front foot?
Yes. We go after the best people. We have an internal recruitment team. We go to universities. I personally give guest lectures at a couple of universities. We do lots of events every year. I think being out there is hugely important. We're building our own kind of grad scheme, intern scheme, an academy internally. We have the Gusto Talent Academy where we train people. We hired our first learning and development leader to really double down on learning. So I think this stuff is powerful.
Really interesting, Teddy. Kate, what does Moneypenny do to secure the very best?
Well, we're fortunate in that we have to hire 15 people every 2 weeks over the year over this year because of the amount we're growing. But we're fortunate because we get 4,500 CVs in through the door.
Sorry, over that same period?
Over a year.
Over a year, right.
Over a year. So we're recruiting about 200 to 300 this year. Yeah. And what we do is really focus on trusting our people. So we want our people to have the trust of the businesses that they take the calls of. So we give them ultimate trust, no scripting, nothing. We want them to make a real relationship with the business owner that they're working through. And that really helps get people in, because the people who are really good at the job that we want them to be are people. They love talking on the phone. They love answering calls. They love helping. And it's really building that into our culture. So we've invested quite heavily in the Sunday Times Best Company to Work For.
Yes.
So we've been there for the last decade, and that's really important because that gives us feedback on what other companies are doing and where we can improve.
Can I just, and it's not to pick you up on it, it's just to notice that phrase, people.
Yeah.
Because clearly in your business, when you're handling calls for clients, it matters enormously. I'm just going to notice that some of the greatest talent in the world don't rank their communication skills at the top of the list. And in other words, I worry that they might be overlooked in traditional recruitment processes, which can seem from a distance like taking someone out for a series of coffees. So how do you ensure that you don't overlook, or how should we ensure that we don't overlook some of the most talented and neurodiverse people in the world? Rachel, how do you do it?
Yeah, I think about this a lot. I think there's a very strong bias towards extroverts that's very well known, and also we are all as humans biased towards people who are like us. And in my case, that's further biased towards extroverts. So I think something we try to be very aware of, and we've designed our processes to try and mitigate that as much as we can. So our product manager process, for example, we go through very intense short interviews, which are highly structured.
How short is short?
Like 20 minutes, but there's 4 questions, 4 or 5 questions, and we'll say, we're going to spend about 4 minutes on this question, we're going to spend about 5 minutes on this question. And I've really come on a journey regarding that. I got to say, I started off thinking, oh, you know what, you talk to the person, you kind of follow the questions wherever it goes, and you have an interesting conversation. And I am now such a convert to the more structured the process, the better, because I can see myself getting more and more highly calibrated as we go through. And I can see the ratio of data to time that we get from that interview is incredibly different.
Yeah, and could I just ask you, before I pass to Chris, Chris makes the point about having a dedicated people person. Presumably that's very challenging at the early stages, or have I missed the hint that it could be the founder? I mean, what do you make of all this?
Yeah, so I think it has to be the founder initially, and then in my case, I have a COO who is incredible on this stuff as well. So that allowed us to put off having a dedicated people person for quite a long time. And then what we did, we went over the last 6 months, we've had a huge kind of step change in hiring, which now we've got to a good plateau before our next step. So
what do you mean a big step in
we
terms
went
of numbers?
We went from roughly around about 30 to around about 60 very quickly. And so I got someone in on about a 4-month contract who was extremely talented, extremely experienced, extremely expensive, but I think worth it. And he kind of took us from here to here. And then because that was a contract, he's now gone off to do the same thing in other places. And we're kind of good for a while now, I think.
Okay. Chris, just briefly on the neurodiversity question, but also when a scale-up ought to be thinking about a dedicated resource.
Yeah, I think removing any objectivity from the process, or as much as possible, is a really positive thing to do. Having structure in that process is a way to do that. But I think having representatives of each kind of person or group of people in the interview process is also really important. If you're going to an interview and everyone in there is kind of white, male, extrovert, then they're obviously going to judge people in a certain way in that interview. So you want to have like a representational group of people in those interviews. I feel like you need someone owning recruitment when you're, I just think like 10 roles or more. I feel like recruitment is a full-time job, especially if you're looking for very hard-to-fill talent. You're having to proactively source those people, coordinate interviews, give feedback to candidates, build the employer brand. And I think to do that effectively at scale, you need someone owning it.
Right, interesting. So I'm looking out for questions in 1 minute from our guests. It might be about something someone said. It might be something that's on your mind on this whole talent question. So I'm looking out for questions. I'm going to ask you as panelists to get rid of every perk in your whole company, but keep one. What's the perk you're going to keep? And then we're going to go to the gentleman 2 rows from the back. Come on, Kate. What perk do you refuse to let go of? It could be for personal reasons, or because you know it lifts people up.
It's trust, actually. So it's not a thing. It's just trusting people. That's
okay, okay. So I get that as a takeaway from the panel. But there must be certain things you offer to employees. Gym membership, bring in your dog, all those things. But actually, what's top of the tree? That is
food. Food.
Is it?
Yeah, giving free breakfasts, making sure the space is social so people can interact. That sort of thing. It's always do it over food.
All right, okay. Top perk, Chris?
So we have something called Talent Day. So one day a month, we spend a whole day bringing in external trainers, guest speakers, management consultants who kind of take our people through this journey of learning in a day. And that's been really great.
What a brilliant idea.
Retention.
You do it once a month?
Once a month, yeah.
Brilliant. Rachel, top perk.
Right now, it's sanitizer in the office. Just kidding. I did buy loads of it about 3 weeks ago, though, so we have a lot. So I would say our parties when we hit milestones.
Right, okay, celebrate together. Like it. Very interesting. What did you do?
It's always different, but the last one was really fun. We did it in the office because we're very frugal, and we got loads of alcohol in the office and soft drinks and pizzas, and we got a lot of art supplies, and we all sat around an enormous big table, and people literally just painted, and then we put the paintings on the walls. And I got to say, I was completely blown away by the talent that was displayed.
I love it.
I never dreamed that they were so good.
I love it. It sounds messy, but I love it. That's great. I love it. Great celebration. Timo, top perk.
We, once a quarter, we have what we call Super Day, which lasts for 2 days, in which I and the leadership team spend 2 full days with meeting every single person, sitting down with them. We symbolically break bread afterwards. We have a town hall when we give updates. We all go out and have fun. I think that's really, really magical because it's a big team now, and still doing this really gets everyone together.
You continue to honor it. I love it. I hope there's still that question. There you go. So feel free to say where you're from. You don't have to.
Yeah, my name's Jody Downs. I work for Matty Woods, and we actually advise companies on employee benefit structures.
Yes.
So, Ollie, you've slightly stolen my thunder, actually.
Uh-oh.
Only on the basis that we find that employees look for more than just salary. They're looking for talent days, they're looking for charity days, etc. So it's slightly repeating what you've already done, but what other things do you see your employees looking for over and above pensions and general pay?
Good question. So let's riff a bit on that. And is there another question sitting in the room? Oh, good. We've got 2 there. So I see you just about 5 rows, 6 rows back. Thank you. In the dark top. There you go. And then we'll jump forward to the white shirt. Thank you, sir. Great. Please.
Hi, I'm Jackie Sanders from Connective Coaching. I'd like to ask, as you're all leaders of people yourself, what are the biggest pain points you find as a leader of people?
Great question. Right, biggest pain points. And just second row here, if we whiz that microphone down, I'll ask you to riff a little bit on those perks, or you can choose whichever 3 of the questions you find most attractive. Go on. Thank you, sir.
Andrew Shear from Office Athlete. To what extent are you seeing the introduction of corporate and dynamic corporate well-being? I'm not talking about tick boxes. I'm talking about actually corporate well-being, caring and nurturing the team, becoming a more and more important part of what you do as leaders within businesses.
Might be good to look across the people you work with as well on that. Rachel, will you have a crack at any of those?
Yeah, I think this well-being one is really interesting, and I think this is a generational change that I see very strongly. The younger, broadly, the younger the staff member, the more they think and care about that. And it's definitely my younger ones that are driving all the chat about that. I think it's something that we've done some lots and lots on. So one example is Headspace giving a like meditation app, corporate account to everyone. We've also looked at getting mental health coaches to come into the office as well. I think it's kind of related to the benefits one. The perhaps unusual benefit that we give is around childcare. And so we give very, very significant discounts. If those of you who are parents will know how much you spend on childcare. UK working parents now spend more on childcare than they spend on their mortgage. So you're talking very, very, very big pound sums. One of the things we slightly struggle with as a business is you should always, as a business, have lots of people who are using your own product. I mean, it's pretty bad if they're not using your own product. But actually, only about 25% of our team are parents, so 75% of us can't use the product. And so we're kind of mixing this two, giving an incredibly substantial benefit, but also making sure that our team actually has an experience of our product. And one of the things we're going to be thinking about in the next couple of months is how can we make that benefit more available and start allowing other companies to basically offer our childcare to their workers too.
Good, love it. So this is a good range of questions. Kate, please have a crack into those.
Just picking up that point, it's really important to make the perks tailored. So yes, if you don't have kids, it's so we have a set amount of money for each employee, and they can choose where they want it.
That's interesting.
Extra pension top-ups, childcare vouchers, fitness, healthcare. So it's really just making it super tailored for our employees so it really fits their lifestyle.
great. And Timo, you talked about well-being being so important internally, even mentioning it. But what do you make of this array of questions?
Yeah, I mean, in a similar way, 50% of our employees are buying Gusto boxes every week, and obviously for a very low price. We also give similar perks to people; they get to choose. But if I may, I'll just jump to the leadership pain point. Yeah. I do think what's fascinating is you start your business, and you are the founder, and then one day you wake up and you are the CEO of the company, and the jobs are very, very different. And I think my biggest learning personally has been that managing yourself before you lead other people is absolutely crucial. So like lifelong learning, I've done an executive MBA on weekends. I'm currently becoming a certified coach. I'm doing a 1-year diploma.
Wow.
But this whole like understanding your own demons and your shortcomings, and how do you hire, for strengths, not for lack of weakness. How do you build a sounding board, your personal board around you? I think is super, super powerful.
So Timo, before you did that MBA, an advisor could have said, Timo, you've got what you need. We don't need to go off and do this MBA. Knowing what you know now, why were they wrong?
Well, I think the nature of the challenges change rapidly. We're a company that has, close to 200 million pounds in revenues. We're pretty much in the FTSE 250 now, and the behaviors you display change, and you're all of a sudden being pushed into communication and proper leadership, away from managing and doing everything yourself, running through the door with your head. And no one prepares you for this, so I think it's your job to really be ahead of the curve and then lead by example and help others on that journey.
So that is walking the walk in terms of lifelong learning. Okay, Chris, where are you on these? Well, in terms of, I'm asking you to distill an amazing client base on pain points, but just give us a sense.
Yeah, I think one of the pain points for us as we've gone through any business, I think that goes through scale relatively quickly, is that at one point your business was very much like a family. You were small, everyone had access to you as a founder, and then you go through this transition where there's more layers between you and those people. And that can become quite uncomfortable for those people. So I think it's very important that you delegate and create a really good leadership team underneath you who can kind of carry that mission, keep people engaged and bought in, but also keep an avenue for people to have a voice and to listen to them, allow them to make recommendations and changes in the business. So that's been really important for us as well.
Love it. So there was a question, and it was closer to the front. If it's still there, might it still be there? Yeah, do you mind? And then we must get into lunch where we will chat more informally. But please. Here we go. We just do it for the live stream. Forgive me, Fiona. Thank you.
Yeah, here it is. I'm Fiona Gillis from Smash, and I just wanted to ask, in the very early days when you were setting up your businesses, what were the mistakes that you made in terms of recruiting and bringing in talent? Or, to phrase it better, what would you wish you had done slightly differently?
Okay, and that's a great question. I'm going to ask our panel to be extra pithy. Rachel, if one of the... And by the way, Rachel, follow Rachel on Twitter. You are refreshingly candid around the roller coaster of being a founder. I really appreciate that. But what would you choose?
I think, I have to be candid now, don't I? I would have hired quite differently in the early days. I come from a very commercial, operational background, and I made the mistake that I referred to earlier of hiring people who were, I thought I was over it, hiring people who were like me, but I still hired very operational, commercial people, and I left it way too late to hire product and tech people. So if I were to do this again, I would hire them literally 6 months to a year earlier.
Okay, now Chris, super pithy if you would, just on this, and then we'll go Kate.
Yeah, I think hindsight is 20/20, but not allowing yourself to make emotional decisions and maybe using data to inform how you would like to do stuff. I think very early on it's easy to get too wrapped up into things and make assumptions.
Isn't hiring quite emotional? Do we need to like the people we work with? Is that a bias?
Yes, potentially, but I think you should be bringing other people into the process, not just up to you to like them.
Yeah, okay. Kate, something you've seen, something you've been through yourself?
Yeah, I'm not the founder of Moneypenny, but I know when they answer this question, I think they're at the back, is give up your best people to launch new countries, geographies, new product lines. Don't keep the best people to yourself, because you can always backfill in a company, but actually you need real talent, your absolute best to go out and drive new stuff.
Yeah, good. And I'm happy that we are going to be joined by Ed Reeves, co-founder of Moneypenny, today in the building. So thank you, Kate. Timo, something you have learned the hard way?
Yeah, you got to codify your culture. What do you personally really care about, and what does the business really care about? And then writing it down, and then finding translation mechanisms so we still give people extra holidays for epitomizing our ownership principles. We have a set of 9 behaviors. And being really, really specific about this, because as the company scales, they can't all understand what you care about. So 50% of your pay and performance is pretty much linked to you living the values of the company.
Well, our 4 guests are going to be sort of swept to one side briefly by Alana Spencer to be interviewed for our online audience. And then after that, we'd love to sort of quiz you a bit more. But there are so many more. Ladies and gentlemen, would you agree this has been a good panel? Really, really full of gold nuggets. So thank you so much for sharing so openly. And here's to your ongoing success. Thank you, Kate, Timo, to Rachel, and of course to Chris. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Here at Elite Business Live is lunchtime now, but I draw your attention to 2 things, if I may. Firstly, there is a very, very interesting breakout that's going to happen, sponsored by Vistage, which is all about empowerment within your leadership teams, about that being a tipping point. That's at 2:05. Vistage, mastermind circles, real talent getting together to share peer-to-peer around the world. So that is at 2:05. We're going to be back on this main stage with Derry Llewellyn Davies, who is going to be taking us through our next keynote at 2:05. But for now, it's lunchtime. Thank you. The best bit about Elite Business Live is meeting each other, so please let's do that over something to eat and drink. Thank you very much to all our panel and to everyone this morning. Thank you.
So I am backstage at Elite Business Live. Thanks, Ollie. That was a really interesting discussion, and now I'm going to just pick their brains a little bit more. So follow me. I'm just joined with the guys over here. Hi, everyone. Hi, thank you so much for that really interesting talk. Sorry, I'm totally interrupting you guys. How did you all think that went? Well, good discussion?
Yeah, really good discussion.
Great. So I have got the questions from the online audience. So I will ask you some of them, mainly about recruitment, but also just in general about your businesses. I have a business quite early on in my business journey, and actually I'm fascinated by your business. My business is cakes, and part of the business is a subscription service. And so I think I'm meant to be sticking to recruitment, but maybe afterwards I can ask you some questions.
Very similar to hiring customers.
Yeah. So recruitment in general, who wants to kick off? Who's the hardest experience you've had in recruitment?
Volume. So it's actually hiring the amount of people we need to hire and getting really good people. So we do a lot of work. We do coffee mornings in our local area, lots of outreach. We do Facebook advertising to get people to recruit. So ours is getting enough CVs in and a high volume of people quickly, because we're recruiting 15 people every 2 weeks at the moment.
Wow. I mean, you can count my employees on 2 hands, so we're very small, but we are looking to grow our team, and it's hard. It's hard to find the right people. How do you find the best people for your industry?
I think for me the hardest thing has been trying to recruit for a discipline where we don't really understand the discipline well enough, and that's why we need them. So if it's a specialist where you know you need this person but you don't actually know enough to be able to be a good recruiter of that person, and then in that case you also find it very hard to judge what is a good person and to find that person. You're just generally incompetent at recruiting for that thing, and that's why you need the thing. So for us, the only way we've kind of managed to get around that is by going out and meeting as many great people who are doing that job and assuring their bosses or their companies that we are not trying to poach them, being very upfront about it and saying, can I just come and have a coffee with you? I just want to learn as much as possible about what a good version of you looks like. And then once you've done that a few times and you talk to them about what makes them so great at their job, then you get a clearer idea. And then usually what also happens from those conversations is you also say, and do you know anyone looking? But you do have to also honour your promise not to poach that person.
Yeah. And do you find people are quite receptive to that, to have you to come in and speak to them?
Yeah, I found that. It's one of the reasons that I think it's incredibly important for founders to build up a really good network and community, because that's one of the times you're asking for a favour, and many other times you'll be the one giving the favour, but I found in general people are pretty happy to do it.
And question to Timo, do you find that it's now you've got a brand that people know the name, that people come to you more? Has it got easier?
It certainly has. So to give you one example, we just advertised for a couple of data scientists, and we're now getting 150 job applications per open data scientist role. And that's clearly changed compared to 7 years ago, when we really had to convince people the hard way. So I think the mission, the positive brand, kind of does usually create a halo when it comes to hiring.
And do you go through every single one of those CVs and applications? Not you personally, but does every single one of them get looked at?
We absolutely do.
It must be quite exciting to see people wanting to be part of your journey.
Yeah, it's the most rewarding thing in the world. Super smart, driven, talented people joining your company. It's amazing. It's the most fun part of my job.
And recruiting people, has that been something you've done from the very early stages of your career? Is this what you've always been in?
Yeah. And I think it's, when you speak to founders and CEOs, the number one challenge is hiring, typically. So I think there's a lot of attention that needs to be spent on that. One of the things that I find really interesting is if you ask those founders and CEOs how much time they're spending on recruitment, it's normally not that much. So it's getting them to prioritise that and actually understanding how difficult and how much energy and resource needs to go into scaling.
So for someone with a small company like me, what would you recommend that I did to create a good culture? So we are, like as I said, a very small team. We're all based from the bakery, and we've got a small bakery team, and then we've got the sort of the more officey parts that's not actually, they're not quite together. So what would be your one bit of advice for, I mean, you're a big business, so but when it started, what would be your advice?
Regular check-ins, like there's some great ideas here about parties, regular lunches, so it's meeting people and really understanding and really listening, and food helps.
Yeah, I mean that's great because we've got an abundance of cake, so it's fine. Leadership, so that's one thing that I think you have to be authentic, right? And I do very much that. I'm authentically myself, but I think that sometimes you are faced with this is how you should be a leader. What would you say your leadership style is?
Very realistic, we use the word humble a lot, and I try to model that myself, but also surround myself with people who are very humble and always learning and like insatiable learning.
Same question.
Yeah, I just really try to maintain this idea of the mission and driving everyone towards that mission. I think it's really important, especially as you grow, to be very honed in on what that is and communicating that with the whole entire business, but also living that every day, making sure your leadership team and the people you're delegating to are also kind of focused on that mission. And I think that's what really keeps people. I think you touched upon that in the panel. People will stay in a company if they believe in it and they buy into it, even if they're offered more money.
Are you now finding yourselves, you're actually going out there and poaching people, and you're actually at a point now where you can go, no, we are now at the point where we say who we want. Are you getting to that point?
Yes, definitely, yeah. No, we're at a stage where we really obsess about culture. What do we stand for? We care about dream, deliver, care, roughly. So like thinking really big, doing stuff fast as a startup has to, but doing it as one team. So really embedding this into the hiring is crucial when you get flooded with CVs, which is a nice position to be in.
So another question on a purely selfish note is, as you're growing, how do you juggle your time? So it's really hard. I find it very difficult because I want to be in the bakery because that's what I love. I love baking the cakes, but also I've got to be out there winning the business. How and when did you start going, right, I can't do that anymore?
Yeah, so I think at the beginning I have a co-founder. I'm lucky in that aspect. I believe it would be impossible for me to have done it alone. But we did everything together at the beginning, and then as you grow naturally, you look at what maybe you're good at, what you're enjoying more, and list out the responsibilities that you have in the business, and I think take ownership of those. I think one of the hardest things as a company scales is to really say, this is my job, and avoid yourself getting dragged into other things and being hands-on in areas that you shouldn't really be in. So for me, it's having clear responsibilities and sticking to those.
Yeah. I'm really passionate about making sure the team feel like I am not going to take the bins out and stuff, but sometimes I think there has to become a point, doesn't there, where you go, okay, that's not my job anymore. I need, if I'm taking that up, I'm not winning deals. So yeah, have you got any advice on that?
Yeah, I think I read somewhere some advice saying first you delegate the things that other people are better than you, and that's pretty easy. And then you run out of those things, and then the really hard bit is when you have to delegate the bits that you are actually better than it's hard to say the sentence, but you know what I'm getting at. And that's when that's the bit where you kind of have to just swallow and go, we are not going to scale unless I can make myself do that. And that's when you start thinking about what you can train and coach and systematize to try and replicate yourself as much as you can.
Yeah. And the future, is it all looking very exciting for all of your businesses? Or we'll go down the line.
Yes, we're looking at sort of officeless offices and remote working, so virtual receptionist is a good, healthy, growing business to be in.
Yeah, amazingly so. We've got a new service for babies and toddlers, which I'm very excited about to complement our existing after-school nanny service, and the demand for that is just huge.
Amazing.
Yeah, I think obviously talent is on everyone's mind. It's one of the world's biggest challenges in terms of high growth tech, and we're solving that challenge. So hopefully, yeah, we can keep doing that.
Yeah, we're on a mission to be the most loved way to eat dinner. So we're still doubling the company every single year, and it's all about people today are competitively busy and they're very health conscious. So for the last 100 years, you've been popping pills. That was considered preventive healthcare. Now it's actually food and fitness. So we're seeing huge growth.
Well, I wish you all the best of luck. It's really exciting, and I'll continue to follow your journeys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Don't forget to use EBL 2020 to send me your questions. As I said, it saves me some work, so thanks. Enjoy. We're going to go for a break now, and then we'll come back in about an hour's time.
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Please have a seat. Nice to see you, Nick. It's good. God, I love the serial founders in the room today. Very cool. Excellent. Welcome back. This is Elite Business Live, second half of first day. I've been getting some lovely messages over lunch from friends and colleagues saying, great, you're getting to meet Koru Kids and Huel and all these amazing companies. So thank you to all of those who have been sharing EBL 2020. Do you have a good lunch break? Yes? Yeah, we met some good people. I've had some amazing conversations, I must say. One of our guests today is about to launch a clean tech jobs company. So if you want a business with a bit of meaning, it's going to save the planet. I've met somebody who's behind the UK Property Awards. I've met someone who's designing a whole new way to teach young people what they need to know to tackle the world around them. So just looking around at some of the guests in the room has just been genuinely inspiring for me. So thank you. And thank you to those who've been tweeting as well. I liked a point earlier made by Timo from Gusto, being proactive about how we find talent. And so we're going to go through the rest of this afternoon, but just to sow a seed now, when I started my first business about 20 years ago, I wrote, and in fact I put in a phone call to an entrepreneur who was just really motoring already then with his conveyor belt sushi bars. Any ideas? Simon Woodroffe, Yo Sushi. And I put in this mad call to him, just asking for a little bit of his time. And the next day he called me back. And that meeting led to a complete uplift for me at a tough time, but also to meeting my next business partner. And Simon introduced me to my next business partner. So the sowing the seed today, who could you meet over the next couple of hours here at Elite Business Live? Is it your next investor, your next client, your next comrade, your next friend? Who knows what could be bubbling away? So thank you for showing up today, and particularly if you're tuning in online as well. Now, this next session, I'd really love to be driven by some of your questions as well. Very proud to welcome up Derry to the stage for the second time, but Derry Llewellyn-Davies, for those of you who don't know, if you Google Derry, not only does it complete afterwards, when you type in Derry Llewellyn-Davies, it says net worth, which is always interesting, isn't it? Sometimes it just says married. Question mark. We don't know what it means. He's known as the strategy man, and rightly so, because he's walked the walk. He's built and sold multi-million-pound businesses, but he's also advised over 300 boards, as I mentioned earlier. I'm always interested in his take on what for some of us can be quite a challenging subject on the finances, when we're growing, how we're growing, who we go to when we grow. So really get us thinking about financial decisions that fit our business plan. So this is a thought starter after lunch, who better? But in his spare time, when he's not climbing some of the world's highest mountains, he's here face-to-face with us today. Please give it up for, well, he's the founder of the BGI Group. To me, he will always be the strategy man. Please welcome Derry Llewellyn-Davies.
Welcome, and welcome those at home as well. This is the new world we live in, doesn't it? When actually there's more people watching through that than there are in the room. Now, for me, I'm going to be talking about, you're in the assets and investment class, okay? Don't panic. When Scott asked me to speak on that, I said, well, can we spin that to what really matters, please? Which is value. Value of your business. Is anyone interested in that? Is that a good topic to have a proper conversation around? And what is the true assets that you really want to build? And more importantly, how do you measure them? How do you know? So what we've actually built around, what I have learned in the last 25 years of business, is there's one word that drives an emotion at boardroom level. And it's one word we all want, and one word we have very little of. That's certainty. So if we're going to be talking about building assets, let's not build mythical ones. Let's not build smoke. There's a lot of that there. My first business was in 1998. I was in the dot-com startups when I built Simply Business. Anyone around from those years? Who built businesses in the dot-com? Drew, I know. Wild days, huh? Now, I was worth a fortune, apparently, back in those days, on paper. And now I know, 25 years later, I know that that was missed. I know my ego was too big for myself. I thought I knew what I was talking about, and I did not seek help. Those were wild days, and it was mythical. So I think I've got a little bit more knowledge now after all those businesses I built and the boards I've advised. But what I actually will talk about a little bit more today is the data behind it. So you don't have to believe me. I'm a Welshman, so most of the English people in the world won't trust me anyway. So let's just get some data behind what we're talking about. But before I do that, let's talk about what certainty means. What does it mean to you? Right? The first question is are you certain in your business right now? How certain are you? And what are you certain of? Because that's what we've got to address today. So I should take you back for a moment. 11:56 a.m., on that date in 2015, I found myself here. That's the north face of Everest. It's the Rongbuk Valley. It's the highest valley in the world, and it's the final stretch before you hit the North Ridge. That's a big day. 10,000 hours had gone in previous to that day. I'd already climbed 5 of the highest mountains in the world as I build up to that. If you're not putting business in terms of mountains at the moment, please do so. When I'm building mountains, I'm building businesses. It's the same thing. So use this as a metaphor in your mind. I built multiple mountains at this point before I step onto the big one. It was a blue sky day. If you can look at that valley is stunning. I was sitting there, I was taking an infamous selfie. Little did I know what was coming next. And you could see my pack is still on my back at that point. That's 6,500 meters high. North face. That will become very relevant in a minute. I took my pack off my back. I went to put it on the floor, and the world moved. I hit the deck. I held onto the rock with my bare hands until I drew blood, and I rode a bucking bronco. And the bucking bronco was Everest itself. Now, some of you might remember what happened then. It was a while back, and the news blew over. But I found myself in the epicenter of the worst earthquake the Himalaya had ever seen. And we were the highest men in the world at that point. That's a bad day to be the highest men in the world. And on that day, that was the deadliest day on the mountain of Everest, which is a pretty big statistic. And just to put that in context of numbers, 9,000 people died in Nepal that day. So, what happened next is the real story. But in that moment, what came next was all guided by how much certainty I had. And I'll tell you what happened at the end. But the question is the certainty in that moment didn't come in that moment. We don't just get certain. You build certainty. You learn certainty. You evolve into certainty. So in order to do what I did next, it took the 10,000 hours before that point to be as certain as we were. Okay? So if you're not certain in your business right now, it's okay, but you've got to go to work. And that means we've got to go to work on what actually matters. So let's talk hope. Hope in context, we all know the failure rates of business. It's bonkers, right? Now, we particularly specialize in the kind of 1 million. I'll argue with my CEO on this one. He says 2 million to 20 million. I'm kind of 1 million to 50. But that's arbitrary, right? It's the scale-up journey. Now, the growth rates and the failure marks below the £1 million mark are crazy. Hands up in the room who's above 1 million, who's actually punched above the £1 million mark. And by the way, be proud. Don't go, be proud. Right? Now look around. It's not as many as you think, is it? Because it's a hard journey. I honor all of you who's broken that barrier. But the skill set that takes you to that point is not the skill set that takes you to the 10. And the skill set that takes you to the 10 is not the skill set that will take you to the 50. And therefore, we've got to have a couple of truths in the room today. So if you don't mind, yes, I won't fluff you. We'll get straight to the data and we'll work out what works, right? So I'm interested in, particularly, we're talking about the 0.4% and the 3%, which is that just as soon as you punch above 1 million, what happens next? All of those in the room below 1 million, good news, you're going to get the heads up early. Just fix this stuff early, all right? Now, the interesting question I've got from statistics is why do people fail? Because if we can fix that, you can't just build value. You must fix the failure points in order to build value. And global studies have shown now that 46% came through incompetence. I can relate to that in my early businesses. I thought I was competent. It turns out I wasn't so much. Competence, by the way, let's just understand that. If we look at the main pillars of business, marketing, sales, operations, cash, talent, you've got all the subsidiaries as well. You're really competent in 1, 2, or 3 of those, typically. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting in the room. It's the ones you're not competent on that's going to kill you. Note talent, by the way. That's the big one. We'll see that one again later, and you heard about it just now. The other big stat here is unbalanced experience. It's the same thing dressed up in a different way. A CEO, MD, especially in the scale-up, is trying to be everything. and it's an impossible feat. Psychological testing's proven that. You can't be everything to everyone. And that's the very thing that's going to trap you. So that's what's failure. So we've got to deal with that point. If we deal with that and we fit the gap for you, and every single person in this room's got a different gap. So there's not one answer. So when you're listening to the panels, and the panels are saying you should do this, no, you shouldn't. You should think really wise about what matters to you, how it's relevant to your business, where you are right now, and also getting the data to prove some of it. Because a lot of this stuff, I have views, but I'm not going to share those with you today. I'm going to share with you data and fact, because that's a lot more helpful, all right? Now, because you're all legends in the room, you've all run businesses, I love this quote from Buckminster Fuller. I'm not going to teach you anything today, right? I'm going to give you tools. Tools that will help you in a new way of thinking. If I give you a tool, you can use it. Should I teach you something, you could just choose to ignore it, which most people do. So I'm not going to give you one tool, I'm going to give you 3. Now, bearing in mind the keynote length, that means we're going to be rapid fire, so just strap in for the next 20 minutes and we're going to go, okay? Now, 3 tools we use when we're building values in companies, and they're all interrelated, which is key. First one in building true value is we've got to look at strategy. That's obvious. If you haven't got a really core underpinning business model, which, by the way, does that change? That's the problem right now, is the pivots most people need to make. We must have underpinning strategy in everything we do, otherwise we could be building the wrong thing. When we are choosing businesses and when we work within companies, the results we get are pretty epic, and it's backed up by data. Now, but here's the thing. The reason we get such great results, and sorry to my CEO in the front of the room here, is because we cheat. Now, this isn't going live stream to thousands, is it? So we're all safe in this room. The reason we cheat is because we select the businesses we work with based on that. That's the cheat. Because I won't work with businesses without it. So me sitting here talking about building value, driving EBITDA, driving profitability and numbers, I'm not interested in that. That's a byproduct of building a great business. You've heard it earlier. That's why I love coming to these conferences and these forums with greats who've been there before us. You've heard it, haven't you? I built a business. The guy from Huel, is he still in the room? At the back there. So did you hear what he said earlier for those who missed that? He said, I built the first business. I made loads of money, but it didn't really float my boat. That's what happens, by the way. If you build the wrong thing, you're left flat. If you build the wrong business, so helping you just build value in something you're miserable at is a really pointless exercise. For me, life is too short. So if we're going to build value, let's build the right thing. And by the way, if you are already building a crappy business, that's fine. Let's get you out, right? So you can go off and do the right thing next. But if we don't address that bit, we've got a real problem. And its value starts right there. By the way, you start to see talent is attracted to that now. The whole world has changed. And by the way, that has shifted in the last decade massively. You cannot lead without this anymore. It's not a fluffy byproduct. It's statistically proven. Now, let's talk about why just briefly. If you're going to do crazy stuff like I do, like climbing the highest mountains in the world and running across deserts, that's the Marathon des Sables in 2007. If you're going to do stuff like that, you need to know your why really clearly. Okay? Because otherwise you're going to have a bad day in the middle of the desert. So we did global statistics again. We pulled from about 16 different data points of why do people set up business in the first place and why do they stay. Now, just a quickly on that, what's your why? Here's yours going to be one of these 6, or possibly all 6, or you can choose 3, your choice. People build business for passion, freedom, more money, more time, serve the world, or less stress. I'll explain that one. That's what the stats showed, in that order of priority, globally. I would bet on the top 2 all day long. As you go down the list, my bets are coming off, my odds are going higher. Passion leads the show. Now, the big question is for the startups in the room, you might still be in that delusional land, right? Sorry about that. Now, the veterans in the room, you'll see them chuckling around the room as we now reveal the big reveal of how businesses actually work, because you come in for those reasons, and what happens is you lose your mojo, you do everything, you pay yourself last, time, blah, can't serve myself, and poof, right? Does anyone relate to that? Yeah. So let's just be honest about things, because if that's the reality, something's gone wrong, hasn't it? Something's broken. And if we don't fix the brake, then we've got bigger issues coming. Guys, tech guys, I've got no timing up here, by the way. So I'll go all day long, so it's up to you. So this is a sign that you're in the trap. If those things are starting to kick in and you're having a chuckle to yourself, you're in the trap, right? And there's one key thing of the traps, particularly in the 1 to 10 million pound mark. It's the bounce. It's the flat line. You do 3 million, you do 2.5 million, you do 3.5, you bounce. And it happens for years, and it's incredibly frustrating. Don't worry, if that's you, it's normal, and it's the sign that you're in the owner's trap and you haven't broken through the value barrier. It's just and it's frustrating. Anyone felt that before when you're bouncing and you're in flatlining? It's normal, and it's a part of the value build, okay? Now, our stats have shown us now where are the 2 biggest failure points in in strategy. Now, we run the certainty scorecard. You'll see it. You can go online. You can check out how certain you are in your business. It'll show you you're 62% certain right now, and it'll tell you why, right? That's why I like numbers. By running that scorecard hundreds of times across hundreds of businesses, we also now know for sure, which I could have told you before anyway, but we are for sure where the weak points are in business. And the 2 weak points in building business, certainty, is strategic execution in the 90 days and the measurement. That's the weakness. Businesses, and by the way, here's the kicker, for the businesses who actually score them, now we will drive certainty up, that's the whole point of what we do. But the businesses who scored themselves highly, and there's one business we work with at the moment who scored himself 100% certain on the numbers, the indicators, that was working with us within 3 months, their certainty was down to 21. Why? Because they thought they knew the numbers until they got really shown what numbers they should be looking at. Back to the bias. If you're financially if you've got financial background, operations background, you'll be great on those numbers, but you'll be rubbish at sales and marketing. Does that make sense? We must have numbers across the whole business, bringing in the whole data, otherwise we can be really miss the point. Now, value number 2, the value builder system. Now, this is something we've imported from America. We've got hundreds of data points, thousands now, in strategy, in certainty. Value Builder has 45,000 data points. So we've brought them in from the US. We're partnered with them over here, just so it actually backs up our data and gives even more depth to our data. Now, what Value Builder tells us, and it's a system, it shows you the value of your business and how it will drive up if you do certain things, right? And there's 8 key drivers to this. I'm just going to share 2 with you, but here's why it's relevant. If you can drive the value index up beyond 80%, you will sell your business for more. Don't think, if you're sitting there going, I don't want to sell, that's fine. You'll be exit ready. Anyone in the room thinking, I'm never going to sell, so therefore I don't need to prepare for selling, you're going to sell when you die. And it's coming. Right now with coronavirus, who knows? Probably faster. I don't think so. I think I'm bulletproof. Balls to coronavirus, that's what I say. But you've got to just focus on, if you get sick, or if anything happens to you, your business will go poof unless you build it well. Now, here's the good news. Building a sellable business gives you choice. And it's just building a great business strategically. But here's the 2 killer. I'm going to pick out 2 points of the Value Builder score for you. The first indicator, which is relevant, is the hub and spoke, which is you. The biggest detractor of value in your business, for a lot of you in the room, is you. Sorry about that. Because if it's called hub and spoke in America, Americans have got a few. Any Americans in the room? Can I speak openly? So the Americans, they used to call it hub and spoke. If you are the middle of the hub, and everything relies on you, the value of your business will be less. That's pretty obvious, isn't it? Not so obvious for most business owners, because when you go in, that's the truth, is they're still the hub. Right? We've got to fix that. If you just ignore that, you can build as much as you like EBITDA-wise and everything else. When it comes to, you're still smack bang in the middle of business. And by the way, when you sell your business, which you won't, they'll buy you with it. So now you have a job. That's the worst exit strategy ever. We must deal with you first before we deal with anything else, right? Second thing, and the only thing is called what Switzerland structure. For those who saw me on the panel earlier, I started to allude to this. The Switzerland structure is about percentage, and I measure the right things. Could you be increasing your revenues, increasing your profitability, increasing your EBITDA, growing like monster trucks out there, and yet be completely reliant on one customer? 2 customers, 3 customers, could 62% of your revenue. I walked into a business, they were 120 million, and they were 82% reliant on 2 clients. Ooh, that's painful. Now, we fixed the reliance by massive acquisitions. We drove them to 300 million over a 3-year period, but we had to acquire because they've been stupid in the first 10 years of their growth, okay? You must look at the percentage reliance on your employees, percentage reliance on your customers, and percentage reliance on your suppliers if we're going to balance value within your business. If you're not monitoring those things, you're measuring the wrong things again. Now, if anyone right now, I've got one client, and it's only one, and I warned them last year, they had a 62% reliance on their Chinese supply chain. And I warned them, we measured it, it was there. They chose not to do anything with it. Now, if you choose not to do something with the information, that's on you. Not having the information and the data intelligence in the first place, that's still on you. Okay? Does this make sense? Must measure the right things if we're going to build true value. And then the final part, you start to see that interreliance, actually, if you're executing great strategy, you're building value, is data-driven insight. Now, for us, data is everything we believe in. It's everything. Everything, for me, is data. Because numbers don't lie, entrepreneurs do. All day long, to themselves mostly. The data is not going to lie to you, okay? Because actually a lot of you are kidding yourselves half the time. Let's just face it, you've got the hope, right? With the hope comes delusion and kidding yourselves on the numbers. So this is why you must back yourself up with some state data to give you some form of sanity. But what we are measuring out there is revenue and profit and EBIT and EBITDA and all this kind of stuff. They're all outputs. Wrong measures can't influence. You must measure what you can influence. You must measure the inputs that you can change it, make a difference to the outputs. And this is where we're seeing the gap. You can start to see digital transformation. Is the gap is not measuring the true inputs properly to be able to impact at the right point, not just expecting more profit. And the bigger up the tree you go, the more people are like, I just wanted this EBIT. Well, what are you doing? What is the input that you're changing to drive that output? Now, that's complicated because there's a lot of inputs. We've got about 125 indicators, but there's about 20 that matter. But always look at the quick fix on that is look at marketing, sales, operations, cash, and talent. What are you measuring in each one of those, and how do they flow? Because the inputs start at that end of the chain. You talked a lot about marketing earlier. Marketing's a lot more data-led now. Thank goodness for that, right? However, most people in this room don't understand the data enough, and they're getting fluffed by marketing speak and marketing metrics. Get to the truth quickly. Now, I'm only going to give you one input because this has surprised me. Again, data doesn't lie, and Value Builder proved this, and it surprised me, is one of the data points you should be looking at in your business regularly is Net Promoter Score. Now, I missed this completely because I saw Net Promoter Score doing really badly in corporates. Whereas actually all the big brands in the world has proven this. There's data behind this. And actually in the Value Builder, it is proven if your Net Promoter Score is above 50%, you will have more value in your business. And there's a multiple on it, which people are missing, right? Sounds obvious, but most people aren't doing it. And if you don't know that, just Google that. There's plenty of stuff on the internet for it. So you've got to bring value from all points of your business. Does this make sense? Now, if we're going to build true value, remember that slide. Let's start coming back around full circle now. Based on what I've said, have you kind of worked out what the two gaps are in business? What are the two driving strategies? Now, what are we talking about this morning? Marketing and sales, right? Important, critical inputs. Must be measured, data must flow through. But actually, why do you end up losing your mojo? Because you haven't got the right talent around you. Why do you end up doing everything? Because you don't have the right talent around you. It's talent strategy. Why you pay yourself last? Well, that's cash flow. And as soon as you're up to the £10 million mark, that goes away. That's more of a startup issue, by the way. Time. If you haven't got time, like I've got 4 children. I just the 3 then. I've got a baby boy now as well. So I keep on forgetting I've got him. So 4 children now, and 50% of my time is spent with my family. That's why I built the businesses. Duh. So if that's not time for me is what drives me. Time and freedom. And loving what I do all day long. But that means we must architect that wisely. Now, if you're Elon Musk, you've got more money than anyone out there, and you can hire as many as you want, you can build what you like and put people on Mars, apparently. We'll see soon if that's true, right? And what's the 2 biggest stresses for the small business? Mid-sized business, any business. Cash and talent. It's always those 2 strategies. Now, as you start, that transitions quite nicely, because we're about to talk about raising investment. But that's why I didn't want to talk about raising investment, because what are we raising investment for? Getting the talent. being precise in the value you're building, bringing the right people in at the right time, well ahead of advance, and having enough cash to make sure that we can underpin that always. That's what we're raising the investment for. That's where you get your certainty for. You get your certainty from your talent. So if we understand that talent is our competitive advantage out there, one mentor of mine said 777 to me once. Thankfully, it wasn't 666, because that would have been weird, right? And that would have been really bad branding. But he says we're all talking about tech, right? Tech. The reason I don't rate tech's an enabler, is because it'll take you 7 days to copy IP. It'll take you 7 months to copy an entire business model, but it'll take you 7 years to copy a culture. That's why I'll back talent every day of the year. And that's where value comes from. Your biggest value, your biggest asset for most of you is going to be your people. We've got to put them back in the right place. Now, just before we forget, do you remember that? We go back onto Everest. Earthquake had hit. We knew we were the highest men in the world. There's no helicopter rescue up there because helicopters can't get that high. So what do? When coronavirus hits, when Brexit hits, when any shitstorm comes your way, because guess what, as a business, is it coming? Let's not sit here and fluff it and go, everything's going to be amazing and you're just going to grow a business with no problems. They're coming. And it's going to be the problems you don't expect. That's the curveballs. And as the strategy man started as a bit of tongue-in-cheek 10 years ago, and it stuck somehow, I don't know why. But it's always the strategy you don't see that hurts you the most. You can be the smartest people on the planet, but you've got to work out what you can't see, where your blind spots are. The reason we stood there on that mountain, that was the day before. And I show you that slide because that's the greatest team in the world. I had the best talent in the world to climb that mountain. Neil Lawton up the front there, he's one of the greatest adventurers on the planet. He guided Bear Grylls up Everest. You've got the greatest high-altitude doctor in the world there. If you're going to go for Everest, you may as well just go for the highest black tie dinner party in the world whilst you're there, world record attempt, and bring Sat Baines, Michelin star chef, with you. Top talent. And that man at the front is Pemba Sherpa. He's the most important man on the mountain. He's the greatest Sherpa alive. If you're going to climb the highest mountain in the world, wouldn't you bring the best talent and invest in the best talent in the world? Because that was an investment. Yes? We should be treating our companies exactly the same way. Every single person matters. Every piece of talent matters through the whole organization. That's how you build true value. And that's how you get certainty. It's going to be certainty in the dark times through the talent around you, knowing that that is solid. I had the best team in the world around you. That's why when we were in the biggest disaster, all of us were strong and all of us carried on, which is what you need to be able to do. So on that note, I think we're up for Q&A. Are we, Ollie? Right.
Thank you very much, Derry. Okay. Now, Derry, actually, I've got more questions for you, Derry, but I'm actually, unless anyone's got one off the top of their head for Derry, a question, because we have got time to ask more questions in the Q&A. Yes, Drew.
Not from him, not from him.
Yeah, exactly. You can't filter your questions.
Just so we're all clear, I've known him for years, so if he's about to stitch me up, you know where it's coming from, okay?
Andrew Ellis.
Afternoon. Derry, another fantastic speech. Thank you very much, Keynote. I want to talk about luck, because a lot of people say the harder I work, the luckier I get. And you on the mountain were also very lucky, because you were on the right side of the mountain. But can you talk a little bit about the effect of luck on business?
You're 100% right, and it's a great metaphor. So luck does play out in business, 100%. Obviously, I've got a very limited time to keynote today, but there's a big backstory to this, as you can imagine, right? And I've played it out with your beautiful world. But I was climbing the north side of the mountain. In the south side of the mountain that day, that's where the 90 people died. I chose to climb the hard side, by the way. There's an irony to that. The north side's difficult. The north side goes into China. The north side's got more technical. That's why you don't climb the north side. So by choosing the most difficult route, I'm standing in front of you today. Now, that decision peeled back years. And it's interesting. I talk about pivot points in business, right? You make a decision, and it's not until years later that pivot, you see it through. So is it hard work? Yes, absolutely. Is it 10,000 hours? I love the 10,000 hours to mastery. I'm not a get-rich-quick by next Tuesday. I'm not a hack this and hack that. And it's like, no, I'm not that guy. I'm about, do you know what? Building a business, it takes time. And this is why most of you have done it multiple times. Guess what? I got it right on the fourth, right? And now 300 boards later, I kind of know what I'm talking about a little bit. But I didn't in the early days. And how should you and how could you? But there was always luck along the way. However, the more you work, the more certain you become, the more you balance your skill set across multiple areas, the more you get wise people around you, the more certain you become, and the more you're ready when luck strikes. And that's the key. Luck doesn't just strike, you're ready when luck strikes in business. Like right now, I've got a few clients who are absolutely killing it because they're big traders. They've just traded in toilet roll. And I got a phone call Monday, Derry, did you get any broker anyone from toilet roll? I'm like, what? I'm like, yeah, seriously, we've got like a billion in Turkey. We're good to go. We can trade it. We can have ships going. And I'm like, oh, there's always an opportunity in every storm. But they were ready. After years, though, Drew, that's the point, isn't it? After years of experience, 10,000 hours, you're ready for the luck.
Crikey. And finally, they're going to clean up. Right, there you go.
They are.
Now, thank you very much, Derry. Can we have another round of applause for Derry as he takes a seat here? We're going to get one more chair up onto the thing. You're talking about right place, right time. You're in the right place at the right time. Yeah, please, chair number one, please. Can I ask our next panel to join me on stage? I'll introduce you to the audience. They're the ones with the Madonna mics on as they step up, tentatively from the stage. But, after lunch, pre-coffee, why doesn't everyone just stand up? I've got a game for us to play. Don't worry, I haven't. I'm joking. Would you please be upstanding in the room? Thank you very much. Here we go. Turn to your neighbour. Biggest question on your mind, refinances right now. Turn to your neighbour. Let's go. Let's share. Come on, team. Come on, Leah. Here we go. Here we go. Right. Derry, would you go on chair number one? Richard B, here we go. Come on down. Here we go. Thank you, Simon. Hello again. Thank you, Simon. Welcome. Good. Yeah. Would you go penultimate for me? Okay. There you go. Absolutely. Yeah. Paul at the end. Hello, Leah. Thank you for joining us. Great. Okay, I'll go in the middle, but we'll go Derry. Do you mind going on that funny little chair? Thank you very much. I'm going to go here, if that's all right. Okay, there we go. Derry, Richard, Leah, Simon, Paul. There we go. It's all good. In the hood. No, you should be on. You should be on, yeah. Unless you flicked it off. Right. Good job, Derry. Thank you. That's got us going, Richard. Okay, everybody, please have a seat. I tell you, we'll stitch up. I tell you what was good. What was good in the session before lunch, got some very good questions rolling. So thank you in advance for your questions to this esteemed panel. Thank you, Derry, for getting us thinking. Let me tell you who's on the panel, and then I'm going to get a bit more info from each of them about who does what as well. So we're left in no doubt. Well, you've already met the brilliant Derry Llewellyn-Jones. So one round of applause for Derry, actually, for that other keynote. I think that was fantastic. Very good. Richard Bearman. Managing Director, the British Business Bank, sits next to Derry and between Derry and Leah. I met you, Richard, when you were looking after a scary number of people with HSBC back in the day. The British Business Bank. What's the one thing we should remember about the British Business Bank?
Well, it's the UK government's economic development bank. So effectively, it's, without sounding too cheesy, it's trying to use government money to support small businesses.
Right, and have you brought your checkbook today?
Yep, I have. So queue up afterwards.
And actually, Richard, your sweet spot is more of the sort of, I wouldn't say microfinance, but it is at that smaller end of the spectrum?
Yeah, so the main scheme I'm involved with is the Startup Loan Scheme, which is specifically designed to provide funding, but probably very importantly support to people in their first couple of years of business.
Right, so I don't have to be just around my kitchen table just getting going. Just give us the sweet spot.
So it's up to 2 years. Up to 2 years of trading is where we're operating. And so it's the funding, but also the pre-loan support to help the entrepreneur really work out, is the funding right, is it correct, how does it work with them on their business plan, and then also provide mentoring once the funding's been provided.
And just remind us, just quick, because it's very relevant for many of our guests, the sweet spot in terms of how much we can apply for?
So it's up to £25,000.
Yeah, got it. Okay, so that early stage.
Yep.
Great.
Early stage.
Next to you, from Cedars, hands up, who's heard of Cedars? Cedars, here we go, most of us. So Leah Moon is the, first of all, head of the US legal operations, but also the legal director for Cedars. This is crowdfunding, one of our best-known crowdfunding platforms. Just remind us, Leah, you're raising
equity crowdfunding.
That's right, so shares in the business.
Okay, and just give us a sense of who you've helped and where you are as a business journey.
Oh, okay, this is not my best area to talk about because I'm on the legal side. I'm a lawyer there, I'm not on the BD, so I'm not going to sell you. But I mean, we raise for any number of businesses across categories. Some of the bigger names will be Perkbox, Revolut. Early days we did Chapel Down, so anything from food and bev to fintech. Yeah.
Anyone in the room been through a crowdfunding experience? Yeah, we've got a few. Okay, a couple. Okay, a couple.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're. Oh dear! Oh, hopefully not with Cedars. We'll have to come back to it. All right, we will come back. Don't worry. Are you pleased you came?
I don't know.
Question coming your way.
Yeah. Don't you worry. Okay. Okay. Next to me, Simon Cureton is the CEO of Funding Options. I think of you as a sort of navigator, a sat nav. Am I sort of on the money there, Simon?
Pretty much on the money as always.
Just remind us. Can you hear Simon at the back? Tell us what you do, Simon. We'll remind ourselves.
So Funding Options is Europe's leading marketplace for SME lending. Best way to think of us is a matchmaker, if you like, for businesses. So we sit between the businesses.
Can you hear Simon? Are you happy? Ish. All right, we might try and pump you up a bit. I'm not even sure that's on. Okay, sorry, forgive me. Yeah, so you're a platform?
Yep, platform. So we are Europe's leading marketplace for SME lending. So we sit between the businesses and a panel of 200 plus lenders, and we find solutions that fit the requirements of businesses.
And am I going to pay you to do this as a business? Are you going to take a little piece of the action?
The business, generally speaking, does not, but the lender does, which is the way we like it.
Okay, do we find the business bank on the other side of this? Or?
We have spoken, and we will be continuing to speak.
Oh,
so
the magic is happening. Very nice. Okay, thank you very much, Simon. Paul, this is about getting businesses paid, actually, amongst many other things. But bottom line, you're the Director of Channel Sales. Paul Conway, bottom line. What should we know about bottom line? Give us the nitty-gritty.
Okay, so can everybody hear me, by the way? Okay? Yeah, good, okay. Bottom line helps businesses pay and get paid. We want to make sure that that can happen simply, securely. And we have a lot of businesses in the UK. We're listed under NASDAQ as ePay. And really our mission is to make sure that we can remove the complexity from what is at times a complex process, which is getting money in and paying money out.
Right, and just for a growing business in the room, saying, look, we seem to be doing all right as we are. What's the key thing they should bear in mind about your technology that they might be missing if they didn't have it?
Well, I think that people don't realize the complexities of paying money out and receiving it until they scale and grow. Yeah. And as they go through that process, it opens them up to fraud, it opens up to all sorts of problems that they weren't anticipating. And we've got a strong caliber and pedigree with a very dedicated global team that understands that, so we can help people through that process.
So this is bottom line, so we can have a look at this. Okay, so I'm not going to ask every question to everybody because we haven't got enough time and I want to get your questions. But I do want to ask a big question which was lurking at the bottom of my pile. The secret to making better financial decisions. The secret to making better... What would you ask? What would you answer if that was your question, if you were sitting on the panel? What is that secret? Richard Bearman, let me pick on you.
Like all things, there's probably a multitude of answers to it. But I think from the experience I've got of working with businesses of all sizes, it's actually the juxtaposition of seeking advice and seeking support and getting counsel from people around it is very similar to what we were hearing earlier, that actually you won't know all the answers yourself, but juxtaposed with making the decision. Because too often people can swirl around in seeking advice, and get into a sort of a maelstrom of seeking the advice. Actually, sometimes you have to act as well. So I think the secret is knowing when you've got enough information and enough support around you to then strike out and make the actual decision and get on with it.
Yeah, and you talked, Derry, earlier about this sort of almost like 100, you said, different advisors to go to at different times. But businesses might not be able to afford a full-time financial director at a certain stage, certainly with a pedigree. So what was your answer to this question, the secret to making better financial decisions? What does it boil down to for you?
I just don't think you can shortcut the basics, which is in order to make better financial decisions, you need to understand finance. And this is the biggest issue for most business owners. It's not their skill set, unless you're an accounting background, and typically you're not going to be a CEO because you don't have the entrepreneurial drive, right? Now, some of the best business owners and scale-ups have come from accounting backgrounds, and there's clues there. But you need to understand it, but not from don't panic, I'm not saying go to accounting school or anything, because that would bore you to death. But you do need to understand the story the numbers are telling you. And only you as the business owner can truly understand the story. Because the numbers are telling us a story. That's all it is. And actually, the numbers don't lie, the story can.
So what do others make of this? Because I can't get the Timo Bolt story from Gusto out of my head. Do you remember from before lunch? He's put himself through a part-time MBA at the weekend. And there'll be certain leaders in the room who'll say, do you know what? Finance isn't my strong suit, so I'm going to bolster my team. There's another piece of advice that says you need to gen up on this yourself because no one else is more important than you to know those numbers. Where are you on that then, Paul?
Well, I think that, from the business that we speak to, people who are looking for money, they want to fund their business, they don't actually realize that there's different options out there that they could utilize. So, for example, if you, I'll give you a good example, in our SME side, we happen to have a window cleaner. We provide technology all the way up to tier ones, but there's window cleaner, and he's now using direct debit to collect money from his customers. Now that's incredible because now he can predict where his money's coming in.
Yep.
He can absolutely give his customers service. They know exactly how much they're going to be paying out.
Yep.
And actually, if you're then going to look for further funding to go and increase your business, what is a bank or a funding institution going to look for? They're going to look for consistency. They're going to look for, do you know your business? What does your money look like? And that is a great way which you can use payments technology to give you the edge.
Interesting. So I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't say that for the window cleaner there were enough pains in his business already. Now, what about... Actually, Simon, is there a type of finance that actually just gets overlooked? I'm a shareholder in a business that's just been through asset finance. I mean, what do you wish more people were actually aware of on the radar? Because you're Mr. Satnav, aren't you? But
Sure.
Just to help us understand.
So asset-backed lending, I agree with you. I think that isn't as well known as it should be. So we deal across all of market. We deal across all of the products that are out there.
Yeah.
There are some weird and wonderful things such as MCA, so merchant cash advance. So where a business has that turnover, a lender can lock in effectively to the surety of that ongoing turnover and provide finance off the back of that. If you're a business in distress, for example, and you have large expensive machinery, you can again lock into that asset. It's one way if you are struggling. It's one of the only ways actually for you to find finance so that you can actually improve your position. So for me, it's all about a business being as prepared as it can be. There's the old cliche of a businesswoman or a businessman sort of sitting there, and the last thing they think about is finance. So everything they do is at the last minute. And if they don't have the preparation, if they don't have access to the right advice, they can find themselves in quite a perilous position very quickly.
Right, so we might talk about that. Leah, how familiar is the investment community with crowdfunding? Because it's relatively new on the scene. And I mean, what's the sort of response you get from the other pieces of the finance ecosystem?
I think, so I've been at Cedars for over 5 years, and when I first started, equity crowdfunding was very new. Nobody knew anything about what we did. And I think at the time when equity crowdfunding arose, it was really an alternative because businesses genuinely couldn't get loans from the banks. And so it was, more of a last resort type thing. But over the years, people have really recognized the value of crowdfunding, not least because you're getting access to capital, but also because of the valuable marketing opportunity there is. So it is becoming much more widespread. And one of the, the great things about equity crowdfunding is that it doesn't need to be done in and of itself. Like, you can do equity crowdfunding alongside other funding options. So, I think 60% of our campaigns now have equity crowdfunding alongside either angel, syndicate, or VC investment. So it can go together. It doesn't need to be.
So that's a cracking point. What's the big red flag on crowdfunding? Something to watch out for, and others might have views on this, but who shouldn't do it, for example?
it's absolutely essential that you get your network leveraged and supporting your business. So the best example is, compare it to a restaurant. When you walk by a restaurant, are you going to go into one where you don't see anyone sitting in there? Or are you going to go into the one where you see, 7 people, or, the windows filled and people are enjoying their meal? So it's the exact same thing with equity crowdfunding. You need to show that your supporters, whether it's friends, family, angel investors, just dedicated customers really believe in your company and are willing to invest in it, and that will get you on the path to success.
I mean, it does raise a troubling thought in my mind, Richard, which is, this is not about Seedrs, but in general, that it's only the best connected people with rich friends and family that will survive, and that doesn't seem to be the spirit of where we need to be going in entrepreneurship. So what about those who don't, frankly, have those networks, who are able to take a front seat when the restaurant opens? How do we really break those barriers?
Yeah. I'm not sure that's the case, or at least I think it's changing. I think some of the things I've got here. The financial environment, there is a lot of options out there, and a lot of them are effectively almost coming out of the purpose is actually to change that. So funding options and other organisations of a similar type are sort of democratising the whole funding environment. But one of the things that what we try to do, and the purpose behind our organisation, is to provide funding to people from business communities or part of the country that do struggle to get access to finance. But as I say, I think recently there's been a lot of innovation in the industry that has started to move us away from
and Startup Loans does that with cash and support as well.
Absolutely.
So you've got a bolt-on of some of the mentoring. Let's seed some questions momentarily. Derry, one way of hearing this is there's plenty of money, there's sat-nav over here. What seems to be the problem? Well, what is the problem? Where are the gaps? What do you see? And then we'll hear firsthand in the room. Where are the gaps in terms of getting Britain's best businesses the cash they need?
The gaps is back into the individual owners understanding themselves where their current business is and where it plays, because this is the beautiful thing. There's never been a more exciting time in human history to raise capital for business. There's never been more accessible. That's fact. The problem with that is there's so much choice. A lot of people, don't know the choice. And by the way, I think we're sitting in an audience in London here where it's a lot more known. I'm a Welshman, and I'm a passionate Welshman. As soon as you go out into the regions, it becomes even more diluted, and that's a global phenomenon. I think we've just got to get better education out there so they understand, because you're 100% right, which is what I've seen in business is people come to me, we're on the scale up, so they'll come, okay, we want to raise £1 million, Derry, we want to raise £500,000. I've spent my whole career raising capital across multiple businesses. And I'm going, no, you don't. The first thing is why do you want to raise the money? What are you going to try to do with it? Because a lot of people are trying to raise too much, too quickly, and giving too much away. And they call this, and I don't know if this is an official term, but I was having lunch in the city. So where the city guys are calling it the salami technique now. As soon as it's being done for a while, they'll call it something, right? Which is you need to cut the business up. So if you go, okay, I want to have £2 million, how much? You might only need 200 grand now. You need 50 grand now. Get that from, you might do a Seedrs round. Then you do an angel round. Then you do a bit of slicing a bit of debt on the side. Then do an asset raise. So it's not one place, and I think this is the issue. People still think it's one thing, and it's not.
It does worry me, though, Derry, because it's very distracting.
It is
for these C-suites running the companies. Who's got a question, an observation? If you have never struggled to raise any money, that would also be valued. Give us a bit of hope. Who's on a fundraising journey right now? You might have a conundrum. We can get you a check, but
me, I am again.
We'll see. So I see a question in the third round. I'm also looking around. Welcome. All questions, observations, here we'll come to the front row as well. Why not, sir? There we go. So the third row, here we go. Was that an offer there, sir? Oh, dear, I've sold wine at less than that. There we go. Right, gosh. No, we'll come down here then. Here we go. Here we go. Forgive me. Here we are. Feel free to say where you're from, so you don't have to. Let's go.
Hi, no, I'm Darren Jacobs from a company called Toka Group. We've got a technology group of businesses, and we've grown probably for the last 18 to 24 months by acquisition. I guess the question is, what we've more of an observation is that if you're buying a business that has tangible assets, it's pretty easy to raise finance. If you're buying a business in the service sector, for instance, where assets are very much intangible, you've got to kind of stake your house, your wife, your kids, and your car and everything, your last suit on gaining any kind of finance of any sorts. So the question I guess I have is, do you guys have a better way of approaching that? Have you got any advice, for people like us that are trying to grow by way of acquisition other than trying to get a load of seller notes from wannabe retirees?
Yeah, so quick take from anyone in addition to Richard, because I know you've advised so many small businesses on exactly this sort of conundrum.
Yeah, so the question of sort of the support that's there behind the finance is always a big one, and it's not always relevant for acquisition, but I would put a shout out for the Enterprise Finance Guarantee Scheme, which is a British bank supported scheme, but that's there to provide effective security when there isn't any, or it's not quite the right structure of security. So there is a scheme, and that's through lots of partners, including the high street banks. I think with acquisitions, it is always a challenge. It is always a challenge to raise the finance, and it can be a default position to go back looking for sort of personal assets of some sort. I think that the underlying sort of methodology, though, it should come back to the cash creation of the future enterprise. So it comes down to fundamentally, can you go in and prove the cash generation, and ultimately the simple question that I think from a funding perspective that all bankers have in the back of their mind: how am I going to get repaid? And I think it's such a simple question, and I'm not saying yourself, but too often you see an approach will come in, and actually what gets lost is the answer to that simple question. And then it's very easy to default to, well, have you got any security? Have you got anything to put behind it? But to my mind, it's always coming back to this amount of money needs to be borrowed. In acquisition, it can be complicated, and what gets lost is, as the banker, am I going to get repaid? Can I see how I'm going to get repaid? And I know I'm oversimplifying. It might sound patronising, but from the smallest funding, particularly for a bank, to the largest, that's what the bank manager sat in front of you is thinking about. And acquisitions, it can be complicated, that gets lost.
Thank you, Richard. I wonder, Leah, if I can tempt you to comment on the UK at the moment as a funding environment. Now, I don't know where to describe Brexit. Is it behind us, in front of us? Are we in the middle of it? We just don't know. Do you think a door has opened? Do you think we're going to find it a lot tougher for British businesses to raise money? Do you mind if I ask you that?
No, it's fine. I mean, I'll give you my kind of crowdfunding perspective on that, just because at the moment there's a crowdfunding regulation, a pan-European crowdfunding regulation that's currently being finalized that we're looking to come out this year, which would really, open up the options for UK businesses. We do allow European investment to come in, but it's a very exciting year for crowdfunding because of that. Literally, we can open up to Europe. So.
And is coming out of the European Union denting our chances of taking part in that sort of opening?
No, it will be fine.
Okay.
Without getting into the
So this is upbeat. This is upbeat.
It's fine,
okay.
everyone.
Okay, but we don't have to have, this sunshine, rainbows all around. Where are we on this?
Definitely sunshine and rainbows. So from my perspective, I think the UK has the best selection of I'm going to say funding options. I didn't mean the tagline there.
I get you.
But ultimately, we are seeing a very progressive group of lenders, particularly the alternative financiers, some of whom are actually addressing the kind of challenge the gentleman there articulated, where they want you to mortgage off your wife, your kids, and everything else. But some lenders out there will lend unsecured without a PG, for example. So they're starting. Correct. They're starting to think much more progressively, and some lenders are really differentiating themselves with these new propositions. We're not talking lower quality lenders. This is top tier alternative lenders who have a very, very compelling.
Right. Well, any minute now, Paul, you're going to start buying stock in UK PLC. Anything you notice as a US listed company? It's good times for us?
Yeah, good. There's change, but with change is opportunity, and with opportunity is change. I think the only thing I would say is that if you are a company, talking about this gentleman who's acquired a few, that's a very common thing that we hear. If you've got multiple systems and multiple points of reference, consolidate them, get your data right, understand your customer, get them in if you can, if that's the model, we'll support it. Recurring business is great business because people like the consistency and they like to know that it's coming. You can borrow better if they know where it's coming from.
Okay, well, I'm not used to turning to Derry for a bucket of cold sick, but is there are you going to do anything to dampen my spirits, Derry, or is it sort of, glass half full?
I advise at different levels, so I still think there's a element of caution needed for the big boys. I certainly would be when
Now,
I
what
was.
do you mean?
I rose to European board level in the corporate world, so I know what that feels like. And if I was at European board level, I'd still be cautious. But in the mid-space and the small businesses, which is the majority of this audience, I'm all in.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's the key. Is that
I tell you
opportunity's
what's
there.
appalling when scale-ups don't get paid on time by large corporates. What's a technique you've learned apart from using bottom line? What's a real technique to get cash out of these big corporates? It's a disgrace.
Threaten them.
Oh.
No, I mean, on a serious note, you've got to stand up to them. The reason they're not getting paid is because the small business allows themselves to be bullied. So we've got to give the strength back to the small business because you can't. And actually, if you actually ask for it, which is what you're due for, most corporates will provide it because there's legislation against it now, which again most people don't understand.
I mean, it's a
but
serious
it's wrong,
point.
basically. Don't let it happen.
Please.
I agree that you do have to stand up for yourself, but I also think that part of it is education because a lot of small business don't realise that there are other options out there that make the payment just a simple process. It's something that your recipient will just do. So things like recurring payments and having the technology that can manage that can actually stop that. So reducing those bad debtors is important for every person we speak to. And I think that there's systems out there that people may not be aware of can actually do it.
Mm-hmm. I once asked Lara Morgan that question. She said a small bag of Maltesers to the financial director will see you right every time they pay. That's a good little incentive there, thanks to my friend Lara Morgan. Okay, well, we're going to go into a coffee break, but I'm loath to leave any questions lingering in the room. If you have yes, at the back in that lovely coloured jacket, please feel free to say. I was a butler in Redcoat many years ago myself. I know it when I see it, that's true. Forgive me. Now, forgive me, Michelle, for our friends tuning in from afar, I will get a mic onto you.
Hello, my name's Michelle King. I own a company called Deluxe Holiday Homes based in Sandbanks, Harry Redknapp's home,
Sandbanks,
Dorset. I'm just going back into brokering, and I've met Banking Circle. What I want to know, and I'm sure there's many people out here, is that I never knew about that sort of lending. How come more people aren't promoting it?
So hang on, so you've just encountered Banking Circle. Is that like Funding Circle?
Yes.
Is it peer-to-peer lending, that sort of thing, or a little bit? Well, who wants to give us some more?
A bit more like Bottom Line, isn't it?
It's sort of like they do various things that they do, but one of the things is merchant cash advance and various other things where you can, if there's a predictability around your customers, you can get your money quicker than anywhere else. It's a broad statement of some of the things that they do.
Okay, would invoice factoring come into that sort of bracket?
Yeah, I mean, it's dangerous to go down the invoicing route, but what it means to you as a business is that you can get your money quicker if you understand your customer. And I think that's probably the best way to say it, because Banking Circle wants certainty, and with the right systems and the right data, you can get that money a little bit quicker if you want to.
Right, well, I want more from everybody, but Richard, can I see you leaning into that?
So it's a good question. It's actually the flip side to what we were talking about earlier about the diversification in the industry and how there's so many different options. I would say that one area that does give us concern, hence why we exist, is actually that very early stage startup. Some of the options are more limited, but once the business gets operating and gets some revenue, you've got a myriad of different finance options. And the problem is finding the signpost, the route to it. And to be honest, some of it's just the hard yards. It's getting out there to events such as this and hearing about all the different types that are out there. And just one last thing, because I think the key message that keeps coming through is usually the finance isn't one answer. It's some sort of blend of answers, and there's a lot of options out there at the moment.
Right. And if I push you on this, Richard, can this sort of thing be delegated to brilliant team members? Or does the founder or CEO really have to knuckle down to it to lead it themselves?
I think we might differ on this. I think you can delegate it. I think at least the early stage, the getting out and about and finding out the options. Okay. When it comes down to the decision, of course you want the leader in there. Well, but you can get out there.
Well,
we'll
leave it hanging for our coffee break discussion. Leah, you're not supposed to have favourites, but anyone we should be looking at on Cedars right now?
No, because we can't provide financial advice, so I'll leave it to you all to make your own decisions.
Right. Well, milk and how many sugars? We'll see you in the coffee break. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And by the way, there's so many organisations, and this is no disrespect at all, that I just wish were better known, actually, represented today. Because you just think, I'm asked all the time about where's the sat-nav for these things. Who can help me get ahead? So thank you all very much to Derry, Richard, Leah, Paul, and Simon, of course. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Now, as they
as they come with me into a coffee break. In fact, Alana Spencer's going to collar them momentarily for our online viewers. We'll take a short coffee break, and we're going to talk about going global after the break. Customers everywhere. Where are you now? Where do you wish you would be as soon as possible? We'll discuss that in 20 minutes' time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, and welcome back to Backstage at Elite Business Live. I'm joined with the panel and our speaker, Derry, and it was getting a little bit tense in there. I think there's definitely different ways of finding investment for your business, so I'm going to pick their brains a little bit more for you now. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome backstage. How was that talk for you? All good?
Yeah, really good. Great.
It goes so quick, doesn't it? Yeah. Derry, welcome back. And I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed your talk. It was great. It was really refreshing. I've seen a lot of this sort of talks before, and sometimes you come away feeling like I don't really know what I've actually been told, but I feel like it was good. So thank you very much on a personal note.
30 minutes.
I know, yeah, condensing your whole life into 30 minutes. I've got a question for you. What would you say is the key to increasing the value of your business?
And this is the issue with this is that there is no one key, and I'm not trying to dodge the question. A lot of people are just looking at multipliers out there, so they're looking at a multiple on their bits, and so everyone's focused on this profit bit, and then that's masking massive problems under the business, because then everyone, if you're output focused, right, so you're just focused on profit, and you're not focused on the inputs of profit and all the other stuff. I mentioned two up there today, which was you can have the greatest profit, right, in your business right now, and if it's all still hinged around you, no one's going to buy you. You can have the greatest profit and you can actually remove yourself from the business, but if you're over-reliant on a supplier or two, your value's just being diminished massively. You mentioned recurring revenue. Absolutely. It's one I said there's 8 values, I only managed to touch 2. Recurring revenue, percentage of recurring revenue. Again, certainty. What people want in any value of a business is people want to buy certainty. And certainty comes in many different guises. So we looked at Net Promoter Score. That's another driver of it. This is people are looking at one place. People are looking for the silver bullet. Sorry to dodge your question, but it is the point is, and this is, we use Value Builder particularly because it's got 45,000 data points, and it shows and it's only 7. 7 corners. There's 8 in total. One's a bit of a fudge, I think, which is the U bit, because it's really 7 core drivers of the business. You're the big problem, that's a different number. There's only 8 things to look at there, right? So you go, is there one answer? No, there's 8. But if you miss one of those, you're really missing the point. And this is why I hate the kind of quick hack, build your business, do this. It's like that would be very bad advice for me to give. But bear in mind there's a gazillion things to think about out there. If you could just focus on 8 points of value, I still think that's pretty good.
Thank you very much. Someone in my ear was going, get the mic back, get the mic back. Advice for businesses seeking investment. That's a very, you'll all have a very different bit of advice, I think. So perhaps we just go down and we take advice from everyone. What would your advice be for businesses seeking investment?
Good question. Biggest piece of advice, I think would be, you talked about cash earlier before we got on. I think knowing your cash flow and seeing your runway very clearly is incredibly important, not just for planning, so planning your next fundraise, whether it be loan financing or asset finance or equity crowdfunding, whatever it is, but also being prepared to show potential investors that they're going to look at that, they're going to scrutinize it, so having absolute clarity over what you're doing in terms of your cash is so important.
Always worry about the person on the end. Yeah, there we go. So I think, I sort of mentioned it there, I think it's about getting a blend of finance, matching the purpose for what you need the money for with the right type of investment or funding. Not going for the first most available funding that's given to you. So finding a blend, some working capital, some asset, some sort of structured lending, whatever it might be, but I think one of the often mistakes people make is they grab the first one and just put everything into one form of funding. Get a blend. That would be my advice.
Yep, I'd agree with that. So from my perspective, I think preparation, so knowing what the options are out there. I think Derry made a great point on stage. It may well be that you go for a certain type of funding, in year one, but then you can you can graduate based on, I guess, what you envisage to be the development of the business going forward, and making the right selection at the right time is critical. So many businesses don't get that right, but if you prepare and you know your options in advance, then you stand a much better chance of being successful.
Can I just nick this from you and ask you a different question?
Sure.
Yeah, great.
I was just preparing all of those answers. Sure? Okay, all right. I have actually.
Alongside that, if you could just tell me the most common mistake that SMEs make with their finances, then that would be great.
Yeah, okay. So first one was growth, right? So look, I agree with what everybody said. It'd be remiss of me working for Bottomline Technologies not to say have decent technology in place that will handle your money in and money out. But I think growth is an interesting question, because there's growth as a startup, there's growth as a SME of a certain size, and then there's growth again and each one is different. So I think partner is a good thing, and partner with the right technology partners, partner with the right advice, partner with the right finance companies, and get that right early doors. That will help you with your growth, because you don't know everything and you never will. And that's my honest advice. The second question, I've forgotten it already. What was it?
It was, what's the most common mistake?
Common mistake? And how to fix it. Okay, the number one mistake is that people don't know their books. They don't know their P&L, they don't know the money in, and they don't know the money out. And so cash is the biggest killer of all business. And if you don't have the right processes in place, cash will bite you on the arse really quickly. So my advice to fix it, have good partners, get an accountant, and if you can't afford one because you're really starting off, get a bookkeeper, have decent accounting software and decent technology in place, and make sure that you absolutely every day understand how much cash is in your business, because without it, you have not got a business.
Wonderful, thank you. Everywhere you look, there's advice, but a lot of the time the advice is attached to something being sold to you. So where do you go for advice that is completely independent from something that's trying to be sold to you? Anyone can?
I think I know that one. In terms of people that I've spoken to, the most successful ones I know their competitors. They get to know them really well, and they ask them. And the best advice they can get is from people that have been there. They won't give you away the crown jewels of how they've done their business, but they will give you some really sound advice as to what's really worked for them and the pitfalls on it. Fundamentally, most people want to share, and they want you to be successful.
Wonderful. I think that's about all we've got time for. Thank you all so much, and I know you're very busy people, so you're probably going to go back to work and get on with your normal lives. So thank you so much for speaking to me. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So we're going to go back to the main stage now. We've got one more I keep calling it speak. We've got one more talk. No, we've not. I'm being told we've got a coffee break, and then we'll go back to the main stage. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry we're a few minutes late starting this session. It will be worth it. I know we're going on a global international journey. Fasten your seatbelts as we prepare to think about all things trade and export, or as I think about it, customers everywhere. I was in San Francisco last month, or was it last month? It was in January, with 14 scale-up companies opening investment doors, partnership, seeking out their peers and allies. And it really got me thinking about why more businesses don't go global, what stops them, but also the limited value of having a plan which you have to stick to. Because let's be honest, sometimes opportunities appear and they're just too good to miss. So this is a really interesting time for all British businesses thinking about going global. And so I'm very grateful to our panel for stepping up today, giving some advice. You're going to see on the stage people who advise businesses for a living on their international plans. You'll hear from someone who spent the best part of 20 years at Lego, that global super brand, and what he learnt about that journey. But first, you're going to hear from Arnie Milken, who is the Vice President at the Institute of Export and International Trade. So before I formally introduce Arnie, can I just have a show of hands? Will you raise your hands if you currently have customers outside the UK? Let's have a show of hands. Very good. I'm saying about at least half the room. And if you don't, that's also cool. But hands up if you are looking to target customers overseas in the next 6 to 12 months. Okay, quite a few as well, so we'll quiz you about that. So we might be thinking in this session about whether we need boots on the ground, about where to head first and what risks to be aware of, about some of the unspoken questions around some of the cultural challenges that might sit in our way. So a keynote, some questions to Arnie, then our panel, and then our final session with Simon Woodroffe of All Things Yo to round off our day at Elite Business. We've got speed networking going on next door. They're going to come back through here. Please welcome up to give us some good food for thought, Arnie Milken.
Thank you. That's great. Hello, everyone. How are you? So we're going to talk going global. We're going to talk international trade. I've been here for a couple of hours now, and I've heard the high quality of speakers and how you think about making business work amongst national borders, if you want. So here in the UK, we have a maximum access of about 60 million people. What if we could expand that? What if we could go to, say, 500 million people, or even 1 billion people? Would that make a difference? A significant difference. That could elevate our business to a whole new level. So let's see how we can achieve that, and let's see what might stop us. What are the things that are different in international trade that we take for granted today? So today, I'm going to set you up and get you thinking about international trade, and then you've got a panel to discuss part of the things that I say today. And then tomorrow, you'll be ready to tackle the specific issues, the risks issues, the regulations. So we have 2 days to cover this. I've got some slides, but before I do, go on. Something that struck me, so I have this similar experience. So I was in Singapore last fall, meeting with all these young people and entrepreneurs, and the speed by which they progress is absolutely fascinating. So anybody who has seen how the worlds of Singapore, but also San Francisco, those hubs develop, it's incredible to see. So let's see if we do this, and I'm eager to hear what you think in the UK too. What strikes me is on one side, we're getting the message, hey, let's go abroad, let's go business, let's go global. But yet look at the world events. This is where we say, wait a minute, hold on. Going international is actually quite problematic right now. The impact of Brexit and, you've heard it before, the coronavirus, does that limit our ability to think global and go global? I would argue not, but precautions still need to be made. So why am I all saying this? Because I represent the Institute of Export and International Trade. And this is just a snapshot. We've been around for over 80 years. And the idea was this. Going global enriches our companies. Going abroad makes them stronger, more resilient, and gives markets more choice. We want to enhance the export performance of the UK, but the way to do that is not just to go and say, well, here's the market, go fetch. We need to do it in an insightful way. We need to do it by enhancing the professionalism of the industry. And here it says we need to set professional standards. We need to look into international trade management and best practices and have those delivered to anybody who thinks about going abroad through training, through ongoing education, and through business support. And we've been doing this for over 80 years now. And this way, we help the entrepreneur who thinks about this for the first time to become a global multinational company. And that's what we truly want. So support is there. Now, some of you are already working in international trade. Others may think about, hey, what's in it for me? What do I need to know about this? And really, this keynote is just to give you a bit of a flavor of why international trade is different. So you may know international trade from all of these things. You may know that it has to do, traditionally, you think of international trade as goods moving from A to B, so it could even be the tomato that's brought in from Spain, or it could be the mobile phone. And then it gets already interesting because the mobile phone gets produced in China, designed by someone in California, and then moved around the world in different ways. So this is where it already gets interesting. So we've got goods, but did you know international trade is also about services? So we're going to look at that. So it's good, services, and this you've also discussed before, capital. So it's when it moves across international borders is that with these three things become international trade: goods, services, and capital. And we also know that if we wouldn't have international trade, we'd be severely limited. Just think of our choices in the supermarket. What happens to Waitrose shopping if you take international trade out? How would the supermarket shelf look? And this idea of trading together, of collaborating, has been around for millions of years. And examples are on the slide right now. Just think of the Amber Road. Why was the Amber Road created? It's basically a trade road of the Middle Ages, where once you were on it, could go all the way to the end. Seamless international trade. And what is seamless international trade? Well, that's what we have, for example, well, mostly, between domestic cities. It's like London to Manchester. Apart from the traffic jam, nobody's going to stop us. Now, wouldn't that be nice if we had that across the whole world? Just go. Now, you know this, but just to be sure, you want to enter a new market, you want to make your product available in international markets, there are certain things that we need to be doing. Today, we trade everything, almost everything. There is ridiculous amounts of things we trade. You see some examples here. Even water gets traded. So important. So when I was that was very clear to me when I was in Miami, and I had a dinner, and I was given Italian water. So, well, how did that get here? Is that really needed? Services are also what we trade. And of course, you know that when we bring this out, we'll call it an export. And when we bring it in, we'll call it an import. Now, I don't want to kill you with slides and PowerPoint presentations, but this is noteworthy. All you have to see here is this is how, under traditional circumstances, with no corona outbreak, we have traded in the past. And you see here, the general direction of travel for exports globally, this is taken from the World Trade Organization, is up. It is up for exports, it is up for imports. So this means we do recognize how important these trade opportunities are. And all of the countries have a general direction of up. And if you were wondering, what are the kind of goods that we're trading internationally? Well, take a look at this. Here you've got some ideas. Would you have guessed that cars, I'm German myself, so it's no surprise that there's the slide. Would you have guessed that it is cars that is the #1 traded product around the globe? Followed by, if you think about it, it's not that surprising, given that we all, well, most of us, drive. Up next would be refined petroleum. That explains why the likes of Saudi Arabia are so important when they do international trade. We'll have to see where Lego fits in here, huh? So you see, another thing you see here is the dependency of international trade. As we trade this around the world, what happens if I disrupt this? What are the kind of products that will feel it first? Here's an idea of what's really important. What are the things we export and import the most? And the result of all of this trading is this train. As crazy as it looks. I don't know if you can't see that, but what it does say, it takes every part of the train and it tells you where was this made. And you can see, if you look through this, most of this comes from the UK. Some of it comes from other parts in Europe. And even further, other parts come from further afield. That means to do one train requires the world. And that tells you something about integrated supply chains and the importance of international trade for us as consumers, as people. It means you can't just consider international trade as something abstract. International trade is actually something we live every day. And that means your product has a place in international trade too, because we live it every day. Just this stage is full of international trade. I don't want to even imagine where that water's from. But I'm sure this clicker, Interspace Industries, was manufactured in the UK. Well, it says that. It says that. All right, okay. So, point not made. Guess this. Guess what? Guess what? There's another slide. I love slides when they go up, because it's always good. But what's this? So this is not your trade of goods. That's your trade of services. So if you're in the service industry and you thought, this is not something I can do, I can just switch off. No, you cannot. Banking, finances, consultancy, advice, electronic services, all of this are services, and look at the direction of travel. So if you're in the UK, we all are, and if you are dealing in services, you're in the city of London or elsewhere, congratulations. The demand is out there, and so should you be. Now, some of the people say, well, that's great, let's just go. So how do we do it then? What's the thing that we need to know? And why is international trade different? Well, look, you can argue this is London, this is Manchester, let's just go. And in some cases, that worked. Well, in the case of the EU, that did work, or that does work until the end of the year. But then something else is going to happen, right? We're going to put a border in front of it, and then that seamless travel is going to be interrupted. And what does it do when you put a border in the middle of all this? Well, it creates, guess what? Costs. So costs and friction due to the border are different from traditional national trade. So these costs and these dealings of how to clear a customs border need to be understood. That's clear. And not only once, it might have to be understood several times. So the cost factor needs to be taken into consideration. But there's more. As you look for customers abroad, customers are not the same. If you deal with a German, you know what I mean. You deal with someone from another country, again, there are differences, cultural differences. I always say, and this is not really the right thing to say, but I'll say it anyway, try to call someone in Spain at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, that's a long time ago. They still pick up today. But never mind, you get the point. There are cultural differences. Trying to do business in the Middle East on Friday, maybe not such a good idea. There are also language barriers. Try to explain what you sell in a different language might be a challenge. So all of these things, plus different legal systems, jurisdictions, regulations, need to be understood. Now, you will certainly argue the further you go up north, it's the same. Someone in London can't understand someone from York. Oh, come on. You know what I mean. But it's the similar idea, you know? So there are all of these differences. There is the culture. There are the systems that need to be thought of. And of course, the key feature here that's significantly different, that now, to get to the final product that you want to sell, you have choices. Because not only will you look abroad for someone to sell the goods to or to be your partner, you could even bring production units into different countries. So you can source one bit from there, one bit from there, third bit from there, and a final bit from there, and then bring it all together to create the product. You could also start with the raw material in one country, and then keep producing and adding on and moving it along the chain. That is something that we see, and that, in some cases, in many cases, is more cost effective than producing it at home. Now, we could argue the ethics of this, but it is a fact. And it is like this, it is in this way that we've become so globally interconnected. And some argue, looking at what's going on in the world right now, how did we let that happen? Be it as it may, you've seen the graph, you've seen this has delivered significant values, and it is something that we pursue today. And this is something that's open for you today. I don't know if you can see this. This is supposed to be the world, and it's supposed to show you one differentiator. Logistics and transportation is significantly different. Goods could be ordered here, could then have to move all the way across the world, could be recontainerized, could be moved into different mode of transport, into different boxes, and so on. How am I doing for time? Need to speed up, right? Yes. All right. So you can see that that transportation and logistics is something else you need to think about because it's very different. And here are the key points you want to remember. In trading, just like in business itself, it's about collaboration. Here, someone's export is another person's import. Think of it. You export something, it must go somewhere. What relationships do you have with the person importing this? Can they actually import this? You also know that you're adding another layer of complexity, which is the international trade law. Not only do you deal with the national law in order to comply with the regulations, as you have heard already today and you will hear tomorrow, you also need to deal with the international law on top of it. There is customs fees, entry fees that inflate the price, that reduce potentially profit margin. And there's, of course, national standards you need to consider. Now, you may say, oh, right, Arnie, I'm scared. I don't want to go anymore. That would be a wrong approach. All you need to have is a reality check that that is different. And how do you accommodate that? And there are opportunities, of course. For example, free trade agreements. This is really important in the post-Brexit world. On 2021, new trade agreements for the UK come into force. Who's ready on 1 January 2021 to leverage over 21 free trade agreements? If not, shall we get ready? Let's go. Because if we do, all of that duty, that entry fees drops to zero. Now that's strategic. That makes us get ready for international trade. So first get the reality check, what's different, and then leverage on the opportunities. Because where there is challenge, there is always opportunity. And free trade agreements are the big thing to think about in international trade for us. You don't want this, so you need to be aware that there are certain ways, certain issues, certain things you can't export. And there are rules for this. The US is really hot on this. So you may come across export control violations. Okay, so we will deal with that. We are entrepreneurs in this room. We develop stuff. This is not a hiccup. This is just one element that we deal with, that we take note of, and that we manage. Known, seen, dealt with. So to get to the export, this is the route you will take. You need to, first of all, identify the market. Who's going to buy my stuff? You then need to search for the buyers that will actually get it. You then need to create some kind of international trading agreement, and that comes with pitfalls itself. Incoterms. Oh, God, don't go there. You need to register for exporting. This is just tasks that you do in setting up. Search for 3PLs. That is your logistic and transportation providers. Then arrange for the routing. Decide on which vessel it will go. Will it go by plane? Will it go by vessel? When will it arrive? How many costs? Where's the space? And then you can carry out the proper export. And you can move the stuff. So there's a lot of stuff you've got to do. And you can see, if I compare London to Manchester right now, it's not as complex. So some people step away in fear and say, whoa, no, can't do that. Others say, especially now, I will do it. Because here's the good news. Got over this, then the world is your oyster. Done, got this in place, export to the world is open. And this is what I mean. We're embarking on amazing negotiations with, whether they'll be amazing, we'll see, but never mind. We're embarking on negotiations with the US, opening the market even more. Currently, we trade with the US. If I trust the government, then I will say that this will open even more. Have we looked at the US market under fresh eyes? If this is realized, what will we do? That's strategic too. And if we reach a deal with the European Union, how will we leverage it? Or do we sit back and say, oh, we don't know if it's going to happen. I'm just going to sit here and not do anything and wait for the final results. I don't think we should. I think the demand is there, the people are waiting for us to serve them, and we should leverage that opportunity. And if you're wondering, but Arnie, okay, it's complex, but I can do it. I have a good entrepreneurial spirit, so that's great. How do I do it? There's help. There's us, the Institute of Export. There's also the government. I put you here the Great Gulf UK campaign, where they will actually tell you what the demand is in certain countries, and all you need to do is click and say, I can deliver that. And you can post what you have, and they will broadcast it to the world for you, they being the government. If you're confused and you think, my goodness, what about all these trade agreements? What is a free trade agreement? What happens with Brexit? What about Incoterms and all of these things you said? There's the Open to Export free website. And that is an amazing tool. Not only does it give you free webinars and information that you can access, but what it also does, it allows you to go into a friendly competition with your peers. It allows you about 3 times a year to say, hey, I've got a product to sell. I want to sell this abroad, and here is how I have done it. It'll be assessed by a professional jury, and you can get some cash, some injection to your business, and a stage to show your products to even sell more. Now, with that, guys, this is the end. I just wanted to say thank you. There is training opportunities with the Institute of Export. You can see some of the amazing courses that we do. They're quite geeky, so you've got to be in the kind of geek mode to get into it. But if you are ready, want to be ready for the US, and you want to be ready for the EU, then that's the kind of stuff you want to do. There's consultancy, and there's membership, so you can all join this amazing organization, and then there are qualifications if you don't know what to do on your Friday night. And that is it. So the demand's out there, you go grab it, and the sky is the limit. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnie. Thank you very much indeed. There is a bit of time for questions. Yes, I can see a hand there, and I'm looking around as well. We'll come to you with a microphone. Feel free to say where you're from. You don't have to. Sneak around here.
Hi. It works, right? I run my own fashion brand called Made of Carpet, and my question will be very particular. I'm going to trade exhibition in New York this year, and I know that I need to get attacker net for my exhibits to get out of country without any attacker. But it's not the secret that most of the stuff on this kind of exhibitions are sold out to. So if I do attacker net for, let's say, I don't know, 30 goods, and then I'm coming back, but without those goods, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
So that's an interesting question, right? So you
because
go to
I don't know, will I sell it or not?
So you go to a trade exhibition and you say, hey, here's my samples, right? Look how beautiful it is. And the people say, no, I want this, right? Okay, so then you've made a commercial sale, right? So then the government's going to say, oh, you sold this, give me the money. So then you make a declaration, you pay the duty, and that's it. Right?
Yeah, but where on what stage? Because when I get in, I have to go through the red one and show them my attacker net. They're supposed to stamp it. This is like...
Exactly. So at this point, what they could do, so Yeah, it depends on the officer. The officer can say, oh, you're going to an exhibition and he wants to be strict. What he can do is make you make these samples. So you have samples, but they're actually not samples. Do you get it? They are actually commercial products that you can sell. So he should make you pay for the customs duty upon entry. All of it.
Yeah, but if I have a attacker net?
Then he will say, all right, then make them samples. Samples you can't sell. So take little bits of it. Or I had it in the case of shoes. They stamp the shoes. They hole punch the shoes.
They cannot stamp my stuff. Anyway, I don't know, will I sell it or not? This is the thing, because maybe I sell half of it, maybe I sell all of it, because I went to Japan, I didn't do it. I paid on a entrance, and I sold almost everything except, I do bags, except 2 bags from over 40. Good. But I don't know what's going to happen in America. I've never been to a trade exhibition in America, so I need to cover my bag.
So
anyway.
we can also talk offline, and I can tell you more a bit about it. But
I'm
that's
very
how it
intrigued
generally
by
works.
this. What's the business called?
Made of carpet.
Made of carpet.
Yeah, we do carpet bags like Mary Poppins.
I like it. Right. I like it. So with any carpet business, there will be some underlying issues. As you might know, I don't want to pull the rug from under the questioner, but I do know.
Don't pull
Made
out
of
the
carpet,
rug.
there's a free plug. I think Dr. Arnie's surgery could be quite a hit, actually.
Yes.
Is
yes.
this the sort of thing that we can come to the Institute about?
So that is exactly, the geekier it is, the better it is, right? Or the more complex, because if it would be easy, you wouldn't need us, right?
All right.
So the idea is that there is complex stuff, just like your question, right? Which we need to look at in a bit more detail.
All
but
right,
that's
challenge accepted, Dr. Arnie. Who else has got a geeky question? Or any question? Yes. Here we go, at the back. Eyes down.
Thank you. I work for the Academy of Executive Coaching, and we have 13 overseas presences, global partners that we work with. We're increasingly working with global organizations, and our problem is we can never predict where they're going to want us to show up, because they might say, we want you to be in New York, and we want you to be here and there, and you can put all the thought into being in New York or wherever they say, and then they go, no, actually Manila. And then there's sort of all the kind of tax considerations. And last week I was negotiating some delivery of training in India, and the hardest part of it was just the tax advice, really, and the speed at which all of that happens. And kind of you want to give the same service globally to everybody, but then things get slowed down.
So it's a really good point, right?
Okay,
so
now briefly, Arnie, and then we'll bring the panel in.
So this is where obviously you need to look at the particular country. It's not easy for me to just say do this, but usually yes. So tax matters need to be considered. They are different from country to country, and what you can do is certainly look at how the laws work, and then try to adopt it as flexible as possible. But it is a headache, and it requires a bit of planning prior. So I'll catch you offline. It can't be discussed like in 1 minute or so.
Hashtag, it's complicated. All right, well, Arnie, you deserve a seat. So please, Arnie Milken, thank you very much indeed. Have a sit down on chair number 1. There you go, well, the first black chair. Can I ask the panellists to come up for this next session, and feel free to turn to your neighbour, tell them what you made of that first set of remarks, and then I'll introduce them as soon as they're on the stage. Let's just get them up to the stage. I'm going to stand here. I've got a lot of good things to say about this panel. I'm going to make one observation. It's all men, isn't it? It's not good. You're brilliant, by the way, gents. We'll give you a round of applause just for being on the stage. It's good. That is good. By the way, Marko, let me pronounce your surname correctly. I want to say Ilčić.
It is.
It's
right.
Ilčić.
Well done.
Marko Ilčić sits at the end. He is the group chairman of Vistage, proudly partnered with us today. Phenomenal peer-to-peer strength and a force around the world, but spent at least, I think, 20 years with Lego as a phenomenal corporation. Just remind us, in a nutshell, what Vistage is doing, Marko.
Sure. We really help grow brands and businesses and leaders.
Our only focus is to make leaders of organizations even more successful and grow ever faster.
Fantastic. I'm going to come all the way. Can I get on the podium, Mike? Is that all right? Fantastic. Thank you. Can I come down to the end? Sean, give us a wave. Sean?
Yep.
And then, oh, gosh, you're there. Right. Okay, fine. That's all good. Sean Blakely, you're the CEO of the British Chambers of Commerce. Everybody has heard of them, but what might we not know in the context of international trade? How can you support us?
Well, the first thing I think to note is that we are an official partner of the British government. So sometimes, if you call the Department of International Trade, you may deal directly with the Department of International Trade, but in certain markets, particularly in my market, for example, in Korea, then you will deal directly with my team. So you can consider us as the sort of official trade, international trade arm of the British government. So maybe that's the thing that people may not know.
No, very helpful. And forgive me, can we only benefit from your services if we are formally members, or is there more for everybody if we're not part of the gang?
No, if you want to be a member, you certainly can be. We have overseas members, but that's not essential. So you can just you can benefit just by being a British company.
Great. Now, in the spirit of brief introductions, we'll go one next door, please.
Greg. Yeah.
Thank
So
you,
my
Greg.
name's Greg Such. I'm the chief executive of a company called Intralink, and we're business development consultants specializing in East Asia. So we help businesses that want to enter two of the largest markets in the world, China and Japan, and I think probably the 11th largest in the world, Korea. So we have offices in Tokyo, Shanghai, Seoul, and Taiwan, and we support guys like you that are looking to develop strategies and enter Japan, China, Korea, and Taiwan.
How bloody valuable is that? So you're not just advising, are you helping us find the people as well, or is that not so much?
Yes, so we're end-to-end. So we'll look initially at the market opportunity. We will give you a view on what that opportunity is. We'll develop a strategy, and we'll identify the specific opportunities and help you convert those.
So that's Intralink. Everybody next to you is James, probably of the eponymous James and James Fulfillment, I suspect. Tell us what you're up to,
correct.
James.
So we're an e-commerce fulfillment company. We help brands and online retailers grow internationally and also domestically. We help them fulfill the back-end part of storing, picking, packing, shipping.
Right, so this is the picking and packing itself, and so what does that mean? Is it your storage facilities?
Yes, so we have our own warehouses, UK, one in New Zealand, one in America. We also have the technology platform we developed that helps integrate all the different shopping carts and then choose the right location to ship that product
Okay,
from.
someone you're proud to work with. What's an example? Have we got anyone?
Well, we don't like to talk about a lot of the clients we work with simply because a lot of people don't want to know that competitors are using us.
All right, 007. I see. All right. But suffice to say, if we've got stuff we want to get overseas, you can help us.
Absolutely.
Are your warehouses here or overseas?
So we've got one in the UK, one in America, and one in partnership in New Zealand.
Yeah. Brilliant. Okay, so my first question, particularly now, I'm going to when Arnie talks about geekery, which we warm to, and he said it so engagingly, I think of this as sort of export faff, because there's a lot of important stuff that we need to get our head around. My question is, who's going to do it within the businesses that you support and advise? Is this a founder job? Is it off to HR, finance, legal? Who's actually doing it? What are you seeing, Sean, in your members? Because we've got a lot to get our head around, right?
Right. So, I mean, there's two things to note. If you're dealing with an SME, it's often the founder, it's often the CEO.
Yeah.
So the decisions are invariably made by that person or a senior director. So they will be looking into everything down to the, whatever regulation is needed, what type of customer. They'll be working and liaising directly with our team. So that's for the SMEs. Obviously, for the multinationals, it's quite a different story, and that's very much departmentalized, but we tend not to work with those guys. So from my experience, at least with international markets, you either have the founder or you may have the head of international, but it's pretty senior people.
Yeah, and presumably we want to find our peers who have been there and done it as well. Marco, perhaps that's where Vistage can come in, but where would I even begin to find someone who'd been there and done it in, say, Japan?
Yeah, I think talking to other companies is really important. I think sometimes you can be very insular as an organization. Yeah. But I think reaching out to other organizations, Lego, for example, before I took the brand through, I led our expansion into China.
Yeah.
And before we invested multi-millions of pounds, we talked extensively to a number of big brands who'd done it before us. Adidas was an example, not a competing brand, of course, but very different industry. But we learned so much from talking and it was for free. This wasn't a consultation. You know, there's a mutual exchange of information. So I would encourage you to think about brands, businesses that you admire that might be there already, and reach out to them.
Yeah, and a question for the room. They must be thinking, how do I find, other than through Vistage, how do I find such businesses? Where would we begin to find them, Arnie? How can you help us navigate our way to someone who's been where we want to go?
Well, I think so. Events like this, and of course they exist in the international space as well, are very useful.
Yeah.
The trade shows, of course, as we've mentioned, where you can not only sell your products but also engage in conversations and have conversations on the sides of it. But then there are also lots of government and part government organizations like the Institute of Export, like the Chambers of Commerce, but also the government itself is helping to reach to markets. And then, of course, on the other side, there are similar organizations. So in China, they all take, for example, the World Expo in Dubai this year. I mean, what an amazing opportunity to see what opportunities there are in the Middle East. So
well, let's start there, actually, Arnie, because Greg and indeed James, the world is our oyster. We're looking at the globe. We're thinking we have potential to go global. How do we begin to get our heads around where best to begin geographically? What are the questions that British scale-ups should be asking themselves about where to begin? Yeah, Greg, go please.
I'll go first. Well, as I said, we only focus on East Asia. It's a very important part of the world. And generally, the clients that we work with, which are scale-ups, they tend to be technology scale-ups, they tend to be venture-backed, have identified one or more of Japan, China, Korea as it's not just important, but it's strategic. So they actually need to be there because there are global players that they want to sell into. So more often than not, that decision is made for us. If they're targeting the market, then it is about identifying prospective partners in the market, so distributors, importers, those sorts of folk. But it is, I mean, our part of the world is an important part of the world, but it's only one part of the world.
Yeah.
And I know that, James, you've got experience of working in the States and taking your own business into the States.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things back in the presentation you said about the different barriers. There's cultural barriers, legal barriers, and then various different, I can't remember what the third one was, I think you had three. But I'd definitely say those types of barriers are worth considering. So the US is a massive market. There's actually a reasonable cultural barrier in the fact that the way Americans buy is very different from how British people buy.
So do you mean what they buy or how they buy? Give us
the way
a
they
sense.
go about. So Americans, if they're buying, so for instance, a service, when we sell our service in the UK, it's very much a consultative sale. You're talking about how it might help them, and it's people will then sign up for a long contract, and they're happy with that because they spent a lot of time doing the diligence on what they're buying. In America, they want to put a credit card down today, and they want the right to get on with it and live the American dream. They don't care about the long term of the contracts, so they're very quick to buy, but they're also very quick to fire you as a supplier and move somewhere else, which means it's very hard to actually have a meaningful, how do you pitch your business better than somebody else's business?
So say on that, Greg, I'm tempting you, aren't I, to generalize, but a cultural insight, particularly from Japan, the Far East, something actually a lot of your clients wish they'd known a bit sooner.
Gosh, well, I mean, I'd just make a general point, which is I think culture is important, but I think it can be over-egged, okay? I mean, I think at the end of the day, if you have the right product at the right price at the right time, and you behave in a considerate manner, then you'll be okay. But clearly, language is an important one. I think in the case of Japan, they're very thorough with the evaluation of your product. So you need to be as thorough in your presentation of the product, and it will take a lot longer than it might take in other markets.
Okay, and Marco, would you add to that with your experience, particularly in China?
Sure. Yeah, no. So, I mean, Japan, Korea, China, for me, the biggest eye-opener working and operating in those markets was the emphasis on relationships is so paramount. You cannot expect to just do it via video conference, through emails, like perhaps in the Western world might be a little bit easier. And it takes time. Whatever your duration is, double it or treble it in terms of your time. And I think the other thing that's just really essential is you've got to have, you talked about sort of who's engaged, I think you've got to have CEO commitment to this, whatever size of organization you are. Because it doesn't matter how much research you do, you will come up against many, many bumps.
Yeah.
So having that commitment right for the top, that you want to enter into that market and be a success has to come from the top.
And it sounds like on relationships, you're talking actually face-to-face as well.
Hugely important, hugely important.
how possible is it, one for all the panel, to build an internationally successful business without ever having boots on the ground in any international country? How possible is that? Tell me, well, Sean, I mean, is that fantasy land, or do people do it? Where are they?
So I think the first piece of advice that I give to companies looking certainly to come to our market, which is Korea, is that if you have no intention to visit the market, then I suggest that you not try to enter the market. The reason for that is you have to think about what that says about your commitment to that market, to that partner, or to that customer. You know, if you're not willing to pay for one economy flight to fly over to Seoul to talk to someone, then what really is your commitment? And so I would say that whilst I have seen it, it is possible, and in the cases it's possible, honestly, it's where your brand is so hot that they don't really care how you treat them and what you do with them, so you can maybe get away with it, but it's very unusual. The reality is that even though business, you know, a lot of it can be done online, a lot of it can be done with, you know, different conference calls and things like that, that face-to-face is an important reflection of commitment.
Okay, I'm just checking on the panel. Does everyone agree with that? I mean, I'm aspiring to have customers in 50 countries. I mean, to say nothing of how much that footprint is going to be to do that traveling. Is there another way, well, James, or are these visits
if you go
important?
into it half-heartedly and try and do that, so I would agree. I'd say that the biggest risk is you put resources in to try and grow something abroad, but without really committing to it, you just distract yourself from your domestic business whilst failing to set up the overseas businesses. I would say it does involve, and I wouldn't set up 50 overseas companies at once. I think you'd do it one at a time, and because for that distraction reason.
James, do you mind me asking the biggest mistake you've made on the James & James journey?
Probably going too early. Probably we went to the US because we had some customer demand that said they wanted to go there.
Yeah.
And probably for us it was a detraction actually from the UK business. That to do America properly, what we should have done was hire a team of people specifically to develop that new market and then put them out there. And we probably didn't have the finance or bandwidth to go and hire a US dedicated team. So we did it with the existing team, and it probably was just too much of a distraction at the time.
And on that, other panellists, where are we on sending our best, or some of our best, from the UK, or hiring locally? Greg, will you give me a sense of that?
Well, I will. So, I mean, first of all, I can't think of an example of a company that's really succeeded in one of my markets, Japan, China, Korea, Taiwan, without being truly committed. It is critical that you answer the key questions in advance of entering the market. You need to confirm for yourself there is a market.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to embarrass this man for a second because I didn't know he was going to be on the panel until today. But Sean, we went into Korea about 10 years ago, and we employed this guy. And he was in Korea, and he was bloody brilliant. And we succeeded because we employed a first-class guy. He was our managing director until the British government pinched him from us, the British Chamber of Commerce. But he was running and built our business in Korea, and he speaks fluent Korean. He knows he's truly cross-cultural. And so my advice is, if you're serious about the market, I mean, he was bloody expensive, okay, so I had to pay for him. But there again, that's an illustration of the level of commitment you have to have in the market. So you've got to be committed. You've got to have the right guys. I've actually forgotten what your question was.
No, but
now,
on that then, it's about this benefit of hiring people either out of the UK or originally probably
we can send a good guy over there, provided he speaks or she speaks the language and is entirely comfortable with that part of the world, in my view.
So, Sean, what gave you then the sort of special skills to earn such a glowing testimonial that a local might have lacked?
I should reciprocate and say it was fantastic training from Greg, but I mean, that was a big part of it. I think that the reality is some companies in the room may not be able to visit multiple countries or have the wherewithal or the funds or the network to hire people overseas. So there is a different approach, right? So, I mean, technology definitely does allow, for example, if you have a small fashion brand, to put your product online, put your website into Korean language. It does allow for you to maybe hire influencers in the Korean market that drive traffic to Amazon, and Koreans are, for example, massively purchasing directly from the UK. So it's not to say that, you always have to hire someone or you always have to go there. That's definitely the best way to create a sustainable business. But if you're smaller, then I think there are other measures. But if you can, then as Greg said, the best way to do it is you either hire a cross-cultural, very strong, a person from that home market, or someone that you believe can do well.
Just to add to that, James, the other thing I'd say on that too is that what makes your company is your brand and the way you do things. And if you just hire someone overseas, they might do what you ask them to do, but they're not going to do it necessarily in the way that your company works. And so there is a real need for having even if you hire someone overseas, making sure they spend enough time in your company domestically before they go back to really understand who they're working for and what the business is about.
Yeah, well, there's a conundrum there, isn't there? Because to what extent, to succeed in international markets, must we change the way we do
Absolutely. Yes, I think it's got to be a blend of both.
It's easy, Marco, to think Lego's never made any cock-ups on its international journey, but of course it's been born and reborn. So share a secret, something we might not have known if we hadn't been in your shoes.
Well, I think with international expansion, you can either be opportunistic or you can be very strategic about it. Whichever way you go, because some people do follow, opportunistically into a market, and before they know it, they begin to build critical mass, and off they go. But you've got to really establish the size of the prize. You must know what it is that you're there to compete for. Then, of course, you need to understand the idiosyncrasies of the culture and how significant really are they, because I would agree. My experience, culture is very important, but it's not necessarily the biggest barrier that you face. And then when it comes to talent, I think with talent you have a choice. You either buy or you build. And within Lego, we were very, very conscious that we had to do an element of both. Because what you don't want is a group of expats running around in their entirety. You have to find a right blend of local support as well as your brightest, most creative talents, and you send them there, as a career development opportunity as well. So there's a fine balance. I would really agree, but and there's no right or there's no wrong. But in my view, it's where a lot of companies go wrong, and I think, in all honesty, that's the biggest failure that perhaps we at Lego experienced early on, that we tried to do it only with our own people, sending them over.
Yeah, and when you say our own people, we're talking Denmark at the time?
We're talking, Westerners.
Okay.
Westerners, so primarily Danish people or the odd Englishman like myself.
No, understood. Okay, I'm looking out for questions. It could be quite personal to your own business. It could be general. Are they bubbling in the room? Let me look. Okay. Well, as you're cogitating on that, I want one big positive or one big red flashing light on the dashboard around Brexit being fine. And you're like, oh, all right, I've got to change a bit. Or do we have to be a bit more proactive as businesses? Who's going to give me positive or negative? What is it?
Well, I'm going to start us off, and I'm going to say we have 9 months left to get ready for trading with Europe the way we ready to export properly. And that means training, and that means filling out paper and getting ready.
Right, let's go quick fire. What have you got for me? Sean, please.
Good news. Nobody cares, at least not in my part of the world. If what the Koreans care about, for example, I would imagine it's quite similar in Japan and elsewhere, is investment in the UK in terms of trade. Yeah, I mean, we have a transitional agreement. The Koreans are open for business, and nobody cares. So if people just get on with it, I think this part of the world is ready to trade.
All right, so I've heard a different view out of Japan, which might be more reputational. Nobody cares. Are people looking at British businesses in the same light?
I'll certainly let Greg talk about Japan. He knows Japan very well, but I would say that reputation is also pretty limited, at least from my experience. Right. I think, it's about business and the reputation.
Keep trading, carry on.
Yeah.
I like it. Greg, give me a plus or a negative, please.
Well, so I'll give you one of each. I mean, as a result of stepping out of the EU, UK is no longer part of the free trade agreement with Korea or indeed with Japan. So I suppose that's negative. On the plus side, it's not that difficult. I mean, it's not that difficult. I mean, I'm not a Brexit fan at all. I think it's a big mistake. Okay, that's my view. But we've done hundreds of deals over years and years and years, and export filling out, it never got in the way at all. And the thing that gets in the way is your price, your ability to offer the client technical support or speak the language. But pay your custom charges, pay your duty, and away you go. And there are companies that do that for you, like this guy, right? So as long as you've got someone who can tell you how to do it.
All right, but Greg, if it's not that difficult, Arnie, what's the latest number? What percentage of British businesses export overseas? 6%?
I know the tough bit is selling. You got to get the deal. The bit about actually putting it in a box and sending it off, and that's the easy part. The tough part is finding the customer and persuading the customer to buy the product. That's
Very
the
good
tough
point.
part.
Got it. So why aren't more British businesses exporting then, Arnie? What's the problem?
Well, thank you for just heard it here. It is, first of all, looking at the own market and saying, oh, this is far away. This is very complex. And who do I know over there? And it is with the help of companies like his or speaking to others that you see what an opportunity there is. But it does take bravery to step out and do all these things we've been talking about.
Yeah, it is.
And you are right, regulation is one part of it. It is not the essential bit because you're not, at least in the beginning not, because you're not going to deal with regulation until you have a market. Right. So you do have to get a market, and getting this is quite daunting and may lead to distractions because you are building your own market in the UK.
No daunting, perhaps. Okay, James, where are we going to go on this? Just briefly, tell me.
I think from an e-commerce point of view, yeah, it's easy to fill in a piece of paper. It's not technically difficult. But from a consumer who buys something online and then has to go to the post office and pay a £15 surcharge and fill in stick the stamps on the form, it's going to be massive if there is a customs barrier between the UK and Europe. We need to prepare for it. I think we're sort of 3 years down the line. I don't know what we're preparing for. I don't think anyone's actually said what's going to happen at the end of the year yet. If you've got that one, then perhaps you could just send me the memo over. But we keep talking about leaving, but they're saying, oh, we're going to keep free trade with Europe. But actually, we might not. We've technically left. What does that mean?
So I think that you need to distinguish between B2B business and B2C. I think that's a key point. I mean, our business is predominantly B2B. We're representing small companies that are selling to big companies. And more often than not, the big company will advise the small company, the supplier, on what they need to do. In the case of B2C, I would have thought a terrific opportunity for you because you established a fulfillment center in Japan or China or wherever it is, and you deal with the consumer. So that actually as a supplier, I supply you, you're a B2B customer as far as I'm concerned, and then you supply the customer.
It's an important distinction. Yeah. Other questions, observations, something that's playing on your mind? Things. Yes, we'll come here to the second row. Here we get your mic here. Thank you. I'm looking out there as well.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Sarah Bell and I'm with Green Tech Recruitment. We specialise in placing sustainability professionals. I've got several questions actually if I had time, but I'm just interested in how important you think it is as an exporter to be seen to be driving sustainability within your business in terms of contributing to a more sustainable future whilst also maintaining a sustainable business for yourselves, if that makes sense.
I was going to say one thing we have a real conundrum with is there's obviously a lot of pressure for more environmentally friendly packaging on a lot of the shipments we send. One of the really interesting things we found looking at it was actually some of the environmental packaging is really heavy, and then when you ship it by air, you actually burn more jet fuel than if you'd sent it in something that was made of plastic. And it does become this big issue. There's a thing about getting rid of plastic straws. Now, I don't doubt that that's a really good thing to do. I look at the amount of plastic in some of the stuff from supermarkets in the bin and think, how many plastic straws of plastic are there in that? And shouldn't we be focusing on that? So I think it's a really good point, but actually worth looking at the big picture environmental concerns.
And Arnie, they do seem to be competing ideas, don't they? No more expansion at Heathrow, we hear. You were wondering where the water comes from. I flipping hope it comes from the tap. This ought to be on our mind. How do we export in a responsible way?
Well, of course, as we see around what is essential that we have the environment and sustainability in mind, and that we find this fine balance between how do we become more environmentally friendly and ecological, but still grow our exports. And there is a challenge to overcome because as you grow more, there is more stuff we move. So we need to put our thinking cap on. But you see in many parts of the world, not all, but many of the parts of the world, if we business don't drive this because we want to, the governments will start to make us do it anyway. Take what the EU is driving with the climate law just last week and the Green Deal. And we have a limited amount of time to come up with these solutions. So this is not a want to have, this is a business imperative. And everybody who's thinking about exporting and growing a global business must do so with sustainability on their mind.
Right, no, thank you, Arnie. Now, without mentioning anyone else on the panel, if there's one resource you would refer our guests to today, if they're really thinking about going global, where should we go? How can we find out more to guide us on our way. It could be any resource. Do you mind if I pick on you, Sean, just to tell us what, maybe we could write these up as elite as well and help share them a bit more widely, because there's good stuff out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, one resource, and I'm conscious that I'm not part of the government, so I guess I can choose to mention the government. So they have something called International Trade Advisors.
Yep.
I don't know if there are any in the room, but there are good ones and there are not so good ones. But they're the ones that are, in my experience, the ones that are good are very good. And each of you, wherever your postcode is, you will have a corresponding International Trade Advisor. If you don't know who that is, you can contact the Department of International Trade and ask, and they are your resource. So contact them and they can help you.
Thank you. Marco, where would you send us?
Yeah, again, I'd go back to looking at brands and businesses that you admire that are already successful out there and approach them. Many of them are very happy to talk to you about their success stories, but also equally to share some of the slip-ups that they've made. So don't be afraid to reach out to other brands and businesses.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely brilliant advice. Thank you very much. Greg, top resource just to be mindful of?
Yeah, I think it depends on the business, actually. And I think if you are exporting for the first time, then I would go with the International Trade Advisors. The British government runs a program called OMIS, which many of you will know, which is the online...
So this is a sort of market survey,
online
really,
marketing information service. There's a sort of menu of services. It's quite reasonable, and it's a good way to get some initial information about the market. The ITA will point you in the direction. And then there are a few other organizations. In the case of China, there's an organization called CBBC. That's not the one you're thinking of.
This is the China British Business Council?
China British Business Council, for example.
Yeah, got it. Really helpful. I'll come back down. But Arnie, your top tip, please.
Well, look, it's the Institute of Export and International Trade, obviously.
No, did you hear my rule? So it's can't be you. Got to be somebody else.
Oh, it's got to be someone else. Okay. Oh, that's the rule. Okay. Well, look, I would look into trade associations. There are many in the market that you are looking to enter because they are connected to the local market, right? So you will have importers, exporters on the other side of they want to interact with your market as well. So if you go to America and you go for the American Import-Export Association, then they would be a natural fit for discussion.
No, totally agree. James, who's top of your list?
I would say it's a blend of the professional advisors versus finding other companies that have done it. The one thing I would say is if you read all the legislation and literature and guidelines and rules on this, you will just never export because it's too thick and too boring. And actually, there's a lot of workarounds. There's a lot of things where there are exemptions. If it's on a small scale, you're just starting. Some of the laws, like in the US, there's lots of officially you have to register in every statement. But actually, you know what? If it's a very small amount, no one bothers. No one's going to tell you that from a lawyer point of view, but actually, you'll never do it if you have to do it because the cost is so extreme. So take some pragmatic advice and follow someone who's done it before.
Yeah, fantastic. Was this a helpful panel for you? Yeah, I think this has been full of really good nuggets. Will you give them all a huge round of applause? Thank you very much indeed, one and all.
Thank you. And as our panel leave the stage, we'll just take a 5-minute break. And after that, I'm going to introduce someone who imported a big idea, conveyor belt sushi bars, from Japan into Britain and then exported it globally, doing many other things besides. That's right, the legendary Simon Woodruff will be with us after a 5-minute break to close our first day. Thank you very much indeed. See you shortly. Thank you.
Today you are joining me backstage at Elite Business Live, and I've got my experts in exporting with me here, and I've only got 5 minutes until the next talk, so I'm just going to get straight into it. Well done, guys, on your talk. It was really interesting. I have one question here that's been sent in from someone online called Graham Simons, and it has a slight I don't know if I'm just reading it in an aggressive tone, but I'm going to read it as I hear it, and then I want to open it up to you guys what you think the answer would be. How do you expect anything to work with Brexit, especially when the UK goods are so dependent on EU trade agreements, which are all ending? Who would like to answer that question? Go on.
Look, we've been trading successfully internationally for so many years, right? So if we did it before, we can do it again, and we will do it. We do it every day. So I'm not worried about trading internationally. The one thing we need to do is just recognize that it's going to be a little bit different. And we do need to fill out some more papers. Who does that? That's a different matter. So don't be afraid. We can definitely do it. You know, just got to be a bit mindful, and that's all.
We're a nervous bunch, aren't we, the Brits? I think we just got to stop worrying about things. Advice for someone who's maybe starting out in business, who's got dreams of exporting. When is a good time to start exporting? And is it a good thing for all businesses or just some?
Well, good question. I think my first bit of advice would be succeed in your own market first, okay? So your home market or a close to home market before you think about really going far afield. For example, my part of the world is East Asia, Japan, China, Korea. That's a very challenging part of the world. So my advice would be succeed in the UK and in Europe before you look at going, going so far afield.
Anyone else?
I would just like to, echo that. I think it's so critical. It's very easy to dilute your investment if you start to expand before you're really ready to do that. And so you've really got to have a strong core business, because ultimately that expansion needs to be funded from somewhere. So you have to be successful in your own core market before you can really consider taking a step internationally.
Actually, I had an experience. So for those of you who don't know, I've got a cake company, and I had an experience where I wasn't ready for that, and someone came to us and said, we want to export your products. And so it was sort of a side thing, and we just said, okay, great, you do it. And it didn't work because we didn't do it properly and we weren't ready for it. So that's my experience, but maybe one day in the future we'll try again. What is your biggest eye-opener that you've learned from exporting?
I think I would probably say the waiting till it's the right time to export. As we've just said, actually, it's really easy to go, we want to export, we're going to go overseas, we're going to... but the reality is that the challenges in doing that do involve your full attention, and the distraction it takes from your domestic business is bigger than you think. So the excitement of maybe let's go overseas is best put back in, actually, let's really focus on the core market first.
Yeah. Amazing. I think that's great advice. Has anyone got any sort of closing top tips that they'd like to give?
I think my tip would just be simply first of all, give it a try. Now, there are a lot of markets in the world, and you need to understand where the opportunity is. So as long as you determine that the opportunity is there, it's not as hard as you think. There are barriers, but I mean, simply you can overcome those by having the proper opportunity isolated, know that there's a market there and a customer, and then just get on with it. And Brexit or not, I think most markets are open to trade with the UK. So my top tip would just be research and then give it a go.
Food. Exporting food, how challenging, I don't know who would be best to answer this, but how challenging would you say that was? You're nodding.
Well, I'm nodding because there are two markets that generally tend to be regulated. One is the healthcare market, so medical devices, pharmaceuticals, and the other is food. So I would say that is one market where you really do need to do your research with respect to regulation. And of course, people have different tastes all around the world. So I'm sure your cakes are fabulous, but it may be that they've got to be green tea cakes for Japan, not chocolate muffins.
Yeah. Amazing. Anyone else want to add anything?
It really depends on the type of food as well. So regulations around things like honey are much stricter globally than, for instance, something like a supplement or a tablet that would be much easier to do it. And then it depends on the regions for where you're exporting to as well. So food really is, especially with labelling as well, can be a big nightmare. I'd definitely get professional advice on doing that.
I mean, just labelling just in the UK is challenging enough. We have to get external advice for our business to get it right. Sending overseas is a whole new world. Not that I want to put people off. If you're thinking about it, go for it. Okay, thank you so much, guys, for joining me. I know you're all very busy people, so go and enjoy the rest of your day, what's left of it. Thank you so much. Cheers. Okay, so we have got one more talk left, and I am very excited. I will be watching front and centre. So I think we've got a few more minutes, and then we're going to join Ollie back on the main stage.
Thank you, Ollie. That was first class. It's nice to speak your brain. Welcome back, one and all. It's the final session of day one at Elite Business Live. Will you do me a favour? Particularly here, if you're here in London, please be upstanding. Don't worry, no more speed networking. Everybody stand up. And particularly, I'm going to ask you, here we go, right at the back. I can see you. There you go. Look, here we are in the gallery. Here we are. Come on, please. Here we go. Here we go. Now, do me a favour. If you're towards the back, why not come a bit towards the front? It's good. It's good. Come on. Here we go. Come on in that lovely white shirt. I see you, sir. Come on down. Come on down. Come a bit further. Here we go. Come on. No, come on. What about this row? What's wrong with this? Come on down, please. Come on down. Because I've got someone I'd like you to meet. Here we go. Come on down. And as you're already in the front rows, why don't the people in the front rows start some impromptu speed networking? Say hello to the person standing right next to you. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Everybody else, come on. I'm going to lure you down because it's our final session. EBL 2020 for the first day. Come on down. Here we go. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Come on, Derry. Come into the mix. That's it, sir. I see you. Well done. There you go. This is much better. It's much better. I like it. Sorry, forgive us if you're just tuning in. I'm just getting a setup here. There we are. You're wondering, sir, aren't you? Am I going to make a run for it? Down the middle. Yes. Okay. Okay, now please, as close as you like, please have a seat. Thank you. Okay, welcome. Well, now we've started, we can't stop. I like it. Right, thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. So many good things. So many good things from today. Absolutely loved meeting guests and special delegates today. Thank you very much. Who has Drew Ellis, highlight of the day so far? Nothing cheeky. No, come on, yeah, tell us what your highlight is so far, then we'll get on.
So, particularly the panel debates, I think, because we're able to ask incisive questions and get really good answers about our specific businesses.
I totally agree with that. Right, who else has got a highlight of the day? You're thinking, don't ask me, I've not even been here. I've barely been here. Oh, you've been all right. Highlight of the day so far. What have you particularly valued today?
Oh, the speed dating.
Oh, you like the speed dating with Alana Spencer? Yeah. Hands up, other speed daters. No good, excellent, no good. That sounded very, very energetic indeed. Right. Well, there's lots more to come tomorrow. One of the founders of one of my favourite brands, Green & Blacks, is coming to join us tomorrow. Here we go. In the house. Chocolate, yes. Let me welcome our final speaker of the day. Simon Woodroffe will be known to many, if not all of you already. I just want to say a personal thank you to Simon, and I hinted at this earlier, because almost 20 years ago, Simon took a call from a random student at Leeds University. He agreed to support one of his events. He introduced him to his business partner, and he's become a friend and a bit of a mentor, although he would never use that word himself ever since. That Leeds student, of course, was me, and that guest speaker is Simon Woodroffe. And let me just say about Simon, he taught me a couple of things in business, although I've never told him this before. He taught me business doesn't need to be boring, it doesn't need to be bland, and it's all right sometimes to be a bit cheeky. He's created some amazing things. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Elite Business stage, the one and only Simon Woodroffe.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Ollie, I knew 20 years ago, and he hasn't really changed. I just said to him outside, he said he's become a little bit more gravitas. But I knew him, and 20 years ago, it took me back because it was just when the entrepreneurial thing was started. You know, so we were almost, before that, you know, people like us, and I used to sit in seats like this. I was here, dirty bastard, he said. You know, it was a sort of spivvy, and suddenly it became cool. And Ollie was around at that time. He was just a young guy, and we started doing this television stuff. And I always used to say, we're the new celebrity chefs, you know, and it sort of started to happen. And it was a very, very exciting time. And, you know, I'd sort of just opened Joe Sushi 20 years ago, I suppose. And, but, you know, my ride to get to that point had been quite a kind of rock and roll of a ride. You know, I actually left school with 2 O-levels. Anybody get less than 2 O-levels in here? Yes! You know. And I think that to go off and do difficult things, which by dint of sitting in this room, you are thinking about doing or already doing or in the midst of, to go off and do something that is a bit like going into a war, you know, to actually, you know that you're going to have sleepless nights, you know that your fear level's going to be up here, you know that you could succeed, you know that you could fail, probably statistically more likely to fail. Not such a bad thing to do. But there has to be something, just observe yourself for a second. You know, there has to be something, I call it the grit in the oyster, something that drives you. And I know that when I was a kid growing up, I think we always, as a family, had a bit less than, we were the poor relations. And, you know, apparently, I used to tell people I was going to be a millionaire by the time I was 20. And, you know, a bit of a loudmouth, you know, a bit of a cover-up. And anyway, I remember getting to 20, and it was the end of it was the beginning of the 70s, actually. And, you know, we all had long hair, and life was pretty groovy, you know. We did all the things we did in those days. And I remember thinking to myself, you know, I think I'll put off being a millionaire till I'm 30. And then I got to 30, and we kind of went on, like, went through the drama. Who's in their 30s here? Quite a few of you, you know. But it's the hardest decade of the lot. You know, and I remember going through my 30s and getting to 40 and thinking, it was a sort of tear your hair out moment. I thought, I have completely forgotten to become a millionaire. And I dare say that a few of you have that feeling of a call to action. You know, that suspicion that you could do something more in this world. You know, I always used to think that when I was, you know, a kid at school, that the people who went out and did difficult things were very special people. But actually, I've learned, you know, business is pretty simple. The hard bit is people. And the hardest one of the lot is us, what we're doing. And I'll put business to bed. This is Felix Dennis, and it goes like this. Ideas, we've had them since Eve first met Adam. But take it from me, execution's the key. Good fortune, the truth is, the harder you work, the more that you sweat, the luckier you get. The money, go find a likely investor to get what you need, you toadies to greed. The talent, go find it, but first wine and dine it. It's tedious work with a talented jerk. To win it, you've got to be in it, but never be late to quit and cut bait. Expansion is vanity. Profit is sanity. Overhead begs and it walks on two legs. The first step, just do it and bluff your way through it. Remember to duck. Godspeed and good luck. And I was early 40s, and I was in what I describe as a sort of comfort zone, that I could earn a living just about, but I thought I could do something more than that, and I didn't like working for other people. And somebody said, you're in a comfort zone. And in my kind of image of it, I was like standing on the sand, and I took a stick and I drew a circle around myself, and I was in this comfort zone. And when I stepped outside the comfort zone, what did I feel? What do you feel when you step outside? You feel scared. Fear, very human emotion. And we're taught that when we have a bad feeling, we step straight back into the comfort zone. But I learnt that if you stay outside the comfort zone, which is what you're doing here to some extent, you're taking the first step, or you're maybe further along the way. But when you stay outside for a reasonable period of time, like the pebble dropped into the lake and the ripples going out, your comfort zone gets bigger. And I determined at the age of 40 that I was going to go and do something else. I'd been in all sorts of things. I'd left school with 2 O-levels, as I said, and I was a roadie. Everybody said, you know, if you're going to go and work, go do something that you enjoy. And I couldn't think of anything that I liked about work except rock and roll music. You know, so I went out on the road as a roadie, and I became a stage designer. I got to Live Aid in 1985, which is a big year for me because it was. I remember looking around and suddenly all these sort of highfalutin designers were coming onto what had been my patch doing these rock shows. And I thought, I've got to get out. I'm sure none of you have ever had this thought. I thought, I've got to get out of this business before I get found out. And I was lost for the second time in my life. I got lost a third time, and then I got lost in my early 40s again. And I was going to do all sorts of different things. I'd got my notebook out. I'd started to do the research. I knew that you didn't learn anything standing here and thinking about it. You have to get out of your comfort zone and get out here and write down. I was writing down all these different ideas and things. And you can start doing a business just with a piece of paper. That's all you need. And you start researching it, put a bit of time and money into it. And I was actually, my dad always used to say, it's amazing who will see you if you go and knock on their door. And I was knocking on people's doors, and I knocked on this guy's door I knew from the TV business, a guy called Mr. Uehara. And he was a Japanese guy I knew from a television business. And he took me out to lunch, and we were eating sushi. And I'd always liked sushi. I'd lived in California. And I said, it just came to me out of the blue. I said, what about sushi? I said, you know, it was a sort of mystery thing in those days. And he looked at me. It was this oriental silence. And my dad used to say, always wait until the silence ends. And Mr. O'Hara said to me, he said, what you should do, Simon, is a conveyor belt sushi bar with girls in black PVC miniskirts. And we never did the miniskirts, but it was a moment for me. And it was before the internet. And I went out to research this ideas. We've had them. This is Eve first met Adam, but take it from me, execution's the key. And I went out to research it. And you can imagine pre-internet trying to do that and finding out about Japan. And I found out, and suddenly, after a bit of research and a few calls, I got these envelopes coming through the door of my little West London flat, and they were sort of brown envelopes with little bits of Japanesey string on the back tied up and katakana writing, and I was tearing them open. I discovered that 2,500 of these conveyor belt sushi bars in Japan. Nobody had ever heard of them over here, and they'd been going since the 1960s. And then I opened one of these things, and it was in English. It was in English. It was in rather bad English, badly translated, and it said, how to start your own conveyor belt sushi bar with names, contacts, phone numbers, drawings, everything, spreadsheets. You know how much money you're going to make at the bottom. I thought, you know, I was holding it. Can I borrow this? I was holding it like this. I was holding it like this. And I was going, I hope nobody else has seen this. Nobody knows about restaurants. Very neat writing you have, darling. And that's when the problems start. That's when that voice, I'm sure none of you have that, but I have this voice in the back of my head that starts up because, what are you dreaming about? You can't even get washing up done in the morning some mornings, what? And to delude that side that says it's all going to go wrong and it's not going to happen, I had this thing that I call it acting as if. So instead of saying I'm going to start the world's largest chain of conveyor belt sushi bars, I'm going to be the new Virgin, I'm going to be the new Richard Branson, I'd say all I'm going to do is I'm going to be an actor and I'm going to act as if I am somebody who would do something like that. And I remember giving myself 3 months. 3 months is an interesting period of time, because 3 months is nearly 100 days. And if you just chip off 1% improvement a day, at the end of 3 months, you have 100% improvement. And at the end of that 3 months, I started waking up in the morning, and that voice was gone. Quiet as a church mouse. And I've got this other voice that's waking me up in the morning. And this voice is going, you are going to be very, very rich and very, very famous and very, very successful. And unfortunately, I've been around long enough in this old world to know that this voice is just as big a delusion as this voice. But this one gets you jumping out of bed in the morning. And, and I walk into the room, and because I believe it, because I've got to a point where I believe in something, if there's one thing I've got, it's enthusiasm for a new idea. I can have an idea, and 3 minutes later I'll be calling somebody telling him I'm going to do it. Because I believe it, you cynical lot, you at least think he could be right. You can walk into a room at any level you want if you have confidence. And the confidence is such a strange thing, because it's like you can't imagine summer when it's winter and vice versa. You can't imagine not being confident, which I wasn't once, and being confident. But you have to act as if to get to that point. And so I went out to try and start Yo Sushi. And I didn't have a great deal of money. And I just got divorced, so I had even less. And I remember hearing people say, what is common about successful people? And, successful people come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Look at you lot. You're all different. You all do things a different way. You've got your own way of persuading people. You've got your own way of taking notes. You've got your own way of doing things. And they're all right. All of them are the right way of doing things. There's nothing that's really common. That's why if you look on the self-development business books, they're all different. They've all got different ways of doing things. But there's only one thing that I know that is common to all successful people. And that is this, that successful people, on a day-to-day, minute-by-minute, hour-by-hour, week-by-week, month-by-month basis, successful people don't go around succeeding all day. Successful people fail. They are willing to step out of this comfort zone and do something and fail. And I remember thinking to myself, well, I need money, and I need a site for my first Yo Sushi, which has become known to by then. I'm going to go out and see 3 estate agents today, and I'm going to see 3 money people today. I'm going to fail 6 times, and I'm going to come back at night, and I'd fail 6 times, and I'd punch the air, knowing that only through failure was a pathway that lead to success. And at the end of the year, I had a site lined up, and then I lost it. The property company pulled out completely. I was very lucky, because if I'd opened Yo Sushi at the end of 1 year, I'd have opened a typical Japanese conveyor belt sushi bar. I wouldn't be standing here in front of you right now. And in that second year, all the things happened. We had the conveyor belts, we had the chefs, we had the call buttons that you pressed, and they went, instead of going ding dong, they went, yo, I want my sake now. And, we had this, I had all this stuff going on, and more. And then I remember thinking, how can we we're serving the drinks, the food on a conveyor belt, how could we do the drinks? So I remember, thinking, well, maybe we should, I wonder if I could get a robot. And this is 20 years ago, so this is like before robot had become a word like it is today. And somebody said, and I don't know if you've ever been out to try and buy a sort of sushi drink serving conveyor belt robot. You know, it's not exactly you sell them on every street corner. And somebody suggested I go to a university, and I went to one of the universities I've got on the phone, and ended up at Edinburgh University answering the phone, and she said, this is the Edinburgh University Robots Department. How can we help you today, sir? I couldn't believe my luck, you know. And I got the technology that they had developed for a system for robotics, early robotics, actually. And I married them with a company called Brilliant Stages, who do the big rock shows, you know, the Rolling Stones Bridge and U2 when they come out of it, you know, all of this stuff, you know, because that's what I knew from, I was in showbiz, you know, so that's what I knew. And they said, oh, it's good branching out for us. And about 4 weeks before we opened that first restaurant in Soho on a building site, I watched this robotic, and all the builders stopped and watched it as well, and I watched this robotic drinks trolley drive across the front of the restaurant and turn very, very slowly as if of its own volition and drive down the aisle. And my fear level went down, you know, because whatever you do in this competitive world, it's got to be great, 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 great. The standards are this high. But there's got to be a bit of zizz, but the zizz that's in showbiz is in every business in the world. You only have to listen to Ollie to hear the zizz. And as this thing drove around the corner, it had the 9 o'clock button pressed, and it said, move, because each of them had a digital voice. And they spoke, it's actually my voice, digitally done like a robot. And as this one drove around the corner, it said, move your fat ass. It said, somebody's got a fucking job to do in this restaurant. I remember we opened, and I remember hearing this American tourist. I was watching everybody reacting to this, and I heard this American tourist. He turned to his wife, he said, Joan, you hear what it said to me? It's a robot. Oh, it's a robot. And I realized that if you change the rules, that you can do anything in this world, if you can change the rules. And I don't think there's ever been a better time to start a business. Well, I mean, my mum always used to say there's never a convenient time to have babies, and there's never a convenient time to start a business. But actually, I think there's more opportunity, especially as we go through all this change and upheaval in this world. There are opportunities if you have imagination, if you have ideas, and if you can execute, and if you can drive them through. Yeah, it's a pretty good time. So anyway, we opened that restaurant, and the first week nobody came because I didn't have any marketing money. And in fact, I'd always said to people, ironically, and I still believe it to this day, for real startups, forget the marketing. Stop marketing. Spend all the money to do something really, really interesting and really good, and then let people find out about it. And it took 2 weeks of us I pulled the things down. We were in the middle of Soho in Poland Street, actually a side street, and I'd covered up the wall with all these orange writings, and I wouldn't let anybody look inside. And when you took it down, you look through the window, you think, what is that? Is it a restaurant? Is it a factory? You know, what is it? And nothing happened, and nobody came. To the point that I even got somebody to go and stand with one of those sushi things on Oxford Street. You know, oh, how embarrassing when I think back about it. But the second Saturday, I came upstairs, and there was a queue down the block. It was right to there. And that queue lasted for 5 years. It's like having a hit record. It was unbelievable. It's like taking off very tight shoes at the end of 2 years. Relief. And yeah. The money was rolling in, and I was running the business, so the money was rolling back out again. And I'll come back to that in a moment. But on the front door of that restaurant, it said Sony, Honda, All Nippon Airlines. And I'd got 3 sponsors, but all they'd done is Sony had given me some free televisions. So Honda had lent me one Honda Gyro Canopy motorbike. And I remember writing them saying, I'm so grateful to you for lending me this motorbike on test that I'm going to make you my official sponsor. And if I don't hear back from you in the next 7 days, I'll assume you agree. Of course, they're a big company. They never wrote back. So, you know, I had the Sony, Honda, All Nippon Airlines. They upgraded me once. That was it. But it sounded pretty cool, you know. And it was on the menus. Have you ever been to a restaurant that's got all these sponsors all over it? And we opened, and I'd had these private investors, and these private investors, you know, I opened, they wouldn't put their money on the table before I opened, you know. I I put everything I had on the world. I got some very expensive leasing. I had a government loan guarantee scheme. But the investors who were going to put up the proper money, I managed to get this thing open without them arriving. They were saying, oh, we'll do it next week, and they never did a cash pick. By the time this Saturday arrived, I wasn't going to give anything away to them. And I remember going, I had an idea. I thought, I'm going to go and ask the suppliers who I owe all the money to, who had been doing the building work, I'm going to ask them if they'd lend me the money to pay their bill. And I remember putting it that way to them as a sort of a bit of humor that never went amiss. And this guy, to my absolute amazement, 2 weeks later he came back and said, our company is prepared to give you some extended credit. And that's actually how I financed Yo Sushi. And these people, these private investors, by this time wanting to sort of they were out of it. It was a very satisfying feeling. And I asked the guy a couple of years later, I said, why did your company do that? He said, well, our managing director, building company, right? He said, he's a hard nut, no messing around. He said, he stood up in our board meeting and he said, I went to that Yo Sushi, very, very good at his. And he said, I think we should do this. I think we should give them extended credit. It's going to lead to other things and it's very, very good for us and for our profile and everything like that. It's getting a lot of attention. And he said, and anyway, he said, the money's totally safe. You know who's behind them, don't you? Sony, Honda, or Nippon Airlines. So as Mick Jagger said, you can't always get what you want, but sometimes you get what you need. Life is what happens while you're busy making other plans. And then we got a call from Harvey Nichols and Selfridges, and we started opening. And I make it sound easy, but it wasn't. It was tumultuous. It was 40, 18-hour days and people walking out and all sorts of difficult things. But it looked good on the outside and people were coming. And, the second restaurant is like having a second record and, all of that stuff. And I bought in, we had an operations director until quite recent, until a couple of years ago, has been the MD of Yo Sushi for many, many years. And did a lot of the best things for Yo Sushi. I remember going to an awards show. The Cateys is what they have in things. It's like the Oscars of catering. And, I was never really a restaurateur. I was more of a businessman doing lots of different things. Robin Rowland was a real restaurateur, and he helped me build it really. I mean, he did a lot there. And I remember we were sitting at the table, and they all wanted me to go up and talk on the stage to the Cateys, so do a thing. And Robin said, why do they always ask you to go up? I said, because Robin, if you went up, you'd talk about the like-for-like figures for last year, and it's boring, And he said, yeah, you're right, So, if you can present yourself, the presenters who don't do it my way, they're quiet and sensitive, different ways of doing it. But anyway, we went into, after 5 years, we needed money, and it wasn't all easy. It looked on the outside, and so we went into, the thing that I'd always dreamed about, which is to sell to a venture capitalist. And I went through all that whole venture capitalist thing and the lawyers and this, that. We ended up in a lawyer's office. I had to sign 39 documents. And I hadn't really believed it was going to happen. Robin had led the cavalry charge because it's my own money and it's everything I had in the world on the line. I still own 90% of the company at that stage. And I went into this meeting, and suddenly all these lawyers who'd been absolutely awful turned into very nice people. They opened the champagne. We had a few drinks. And they said, the money is, is going to be in your bank account. And they said, where do you want the money? And in those days, we had checkbooks. And because I hadn't really believed it was going to happen, I'd never arranged for anywhere to put the money. So I pulled out my checkbook, gave him the sort code and the current account number. And he said, it will be in your bank account in 20 minutes from now. Amazing. And I remember being a bit tipsy and walking back down Oxford Street, where I lived at that time in Fitzrovia, from this meeting, and the landscape was different, and I'd signed a deal, and I was safe. The pack of cards was still up there. The house of cards was up there, and I was safe. And I thought, as I walked past the ATM machine, 20 minutes, I'll have a look, see if it's there. So I put in my my code, and sure enough, there on the thing was a sum of money. It actually is not as much. I was slightly ashamed it wasn't quite as much as it should have been, but it was a get-you-out-of-trouble card. And of course, later on, I hadn't sold all the company. I'd only sold a part of it. And anyway, it was a big feeling of relief. And I looked at this number, and I was standing there for so long, but a queue formed behind me. And there was this guy behind, he was kind of coughing and spluttering. And in the end, I turned around to him and I said, "Excuse me, mate." I said, "Copper, look at this." And I'll tell you what, all of you here today, if anybody tells you that money doesn't make you happy, they're lying. How are we doing for time, Ollie? Oh, he's gone. We're good. Okay, good. We'll just shout out. So then, you know, I'm thinking, what's next? And, you know, what do you do? I always secretly hope that Yo would be a, you know, a brand that could go into different things. Because when you actually, it's interesting that if you look at brands that have gone into lots of things and done it well, you know, you look at Virgin, obviously, I mean, he's done it absolutely incredibly and had a lot of failures along the way. There's a guy who's had a lot of failures, nearly fallen over, but lucky he did them in the right order so that other ones kept it up. But you get Virgin, then you get Easy, but there isn't anybody else. I mean, virtually, there's nobody else who's tried to do it. So that's the crown that I'd like to take, is that Yo would be the other one to do that. So I started looking at other things. People came up, oh God, the number of things people wanted me to do. Somebody wanted me to go into the funeral business. I said, what would that be? Because there's a distress sale, good business to be in. You know, nobody's in it. Not a bad idea, actually. And he said, what? I said, what would it be called? He said, Yo Below. So we had all sorts of things that we could have done. And in fact, we did do a series of bars called Yo Below, which is where we did. Somebody came up to me, who said they'd been to Yo Below? Somebody in here said this morning. Yeah, we had, that's where we had the, we had self-serve beer. We had the waitresses singing karaoke in between the house music. And you pressed the button and you got a third of a pint of beer. And we had smoke extracting ashtrays. People, before you, when you were still allowed to smoke. And probably shouldn't tell you this, but I told the Times, they said, well, whatever next? I said, well, they were talking about legalizing marijuana at that time. And I said, when they legalize marijuana, we're going to suck all the smoke into a special room and charge people to go in there and call it Yo to Blow. So anyway, I started looking at hotels and just try and do something different. You know, how can you, my thing has always been, how can you reinvent something? And I looked at hotels. And, you know, we had 100 pieces of paper and drawings and everything. I'm at my happiest. You know, if you want to be good at life, I'll tell you something. I think of one thing that I've learned is try and spend 80, 90% of your time doing what you're good at and doing what you love, because you're going to be better. And I'm at my happiest if I've got a piece of paper and I'm drawing, or I'm writing lists, or I'm putting the whole thing together, and I've got people to bounce off, but mostly doing it myself. You know, it's good as an entrepreneur to do stuff yourself. If you take too many consultants on board and have too many partners, it gets too complicated. In the early days, you know, in the early days, being a megalomaniac like I am, is a really, really good thing to do. But as you get further on, you've got to hand over. And that's what I did with Robin Rowland. I really handed it over to him to run, and everybody was surprised. But that's a very smart way of doing it, I would say. So I started looking at hotels. And, you know, if I'd done market research, you know, I'm a believer, if I do something that I think is really, really great, people are going to follow. You know, you don't know from market research. You do know further on, you can do market research. We do a lot now. But if I'd come up to you guys here, over here, in the corner over here, you guys, including you, if I'd come in here, if I come and said, you know, would you like to eat raw fish off conveyor belts with robots serving the drinks? You're not exactly going to say yes, are you? You know, you can't market research a market that doesn't exist. And the same, if I came up to you and said, would you like to sleep in a 7 square meter room with no natural light, which is what our hotels are, well, when they first started, you're not going to say yes. But when people walked into those first hotels at Gatwick and Heathrow Airport, they said the magic, what I call the magic words, which are, this is so obvious. Why didn't somebody do this before? And you can't do that by committee. If you put a new idea, if I put one of those ideas up, when we did Dragon's Den, we had a coffee break once, and we all thought we'd pitch an idea to each other, and we said it had to be the idea of the thing that I'd done, and they all pitched their things, you know, phones, Peter, or health clubs, Duncan, or whatever it was. And I pitched conveyor belt sushi bar, and they went, nah, it's never worked, never worked. Because it wouldn't. But I started doing these hotels, and I remember building a prototype of the first hotel, this very small room with 4-star luxury in it, at a good price, flexible price. And we walked in and we went, it could be smaller. And so today we can do 2 hotel rooms for every one. And people, you know, it's really taken off around the world. So that's been pretty exciting. And then I started looking at homes, and Yo Home is the thing I'm doing at the moment, and we're on our 4th prototype now. You know, to really get to market, once you get to market with a completely new product, it becomes, you're in a race. So to try and get something really proven and really developed, I'm a really big, I like building things, but to prototype and prototype and prototype and get something very, very good so that it blows people's minds in my 60s vernaculars when you actually launch it. That's what we did at the hotels. That's what I'm doing with Yo Home at the moment. Studio apartments that can transform. So the whole room is a bedroom, and the whole room is a sitting room, and the whole room is a dining room, and the whole room is a party room, and the whole room is a kitchen. But in each of its states, it feels like it's that room. And, you know, not everybody would want to live that way, but I think they will. And then, so that's the thing that I'm doing at the moment. And then I wanted to do floating islands. You know, one of my things about Yo was that Yo wants to give to everybody what rich people have, metaphorically speaking. You know, to bring the price down of things. So what do rich people have islands, private islands. So I wanted to do floating islands. So when you drive into the bay, you see a floating, you see what looks like a real island, but it's actually floating, and it's made in a factory, and it's delivered at a good price because you're mass manufacturing them and put them into bays, protected bays all over the world. And I went to the Bahamas on a holiday, and I thought this is the perfect place because it's very easy to get to. And I thought this is the perfect place to do it. And I found an agent who said, yeah, I think the Bahamas government would support something like this, but what you should do is to buy a real island first. And that's a stepping stone to doing it. I said, no way. There's no way that I'd buy an island. And 3 months later, I bought this island. Actually, I offered him half what he was asking for it, and he said, they'll never take it. And I said, well, that's it. Take it or leave it. And they said, yes. And so I've ended up with this island. And actually, I will do the floating islands one day, but I'm obsessed with this island. And what's it called? It took me ages to get to it. It's called Yotopia. Oh. And so I hope that, I'm going to finish up and then we'll have some questions, if that's okay, Ollie. I hope that one day I'll be able to make a film and I'll say, you ate in Yo Sushi, you slept in Yotel, you live in Yo Home, now come and visit us on Yotopia.
Wasn't that fantastic? One more time for Mr. Simon Woodroffe, yes!
Thank you, Ollie. Thank you.
That was amazing, thank you. We've got some time for some questions, so please, let's fire away. Let's get going straight away. Here we go. Well, I know they're going to come thick and fast, so please feel free to say your name and tell us what your question is, and we'll do it. And when we are streaming, so technically it's, you know, on the record and all that.
No swearing.
No. Okay. Tell us, and then we'll come straight down to you. Go for it.
Hello, Cyril Thomas from the National Property Investors Awards.
Property Investors Awards. Everybody at home, you heard it here first time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Fantastic talk. Thank you very much. And I want to know, what keeps you motivated these days? Because you've experienced a lot of success. What makes you get out of bed these days?
As I say, I'm happiest with a piece of paper and an idea. And although ideas, you've had them since Eve first met Adam, but take it from me, execution's the key. That's really what gets me out of bed in the morning. What keeps me under the duvet sheets is not making money. You know, the fear of losing money at something is a much bigger driver to me than the desire for great wealth and pleasure. But I know that businesses have to make money. You know, you have to make probably double what you think they have to make just to survive. And if you keep going, you can, and you keep doing things as well as you possibly can, and you keep thinking about the customer and not your margins, and customer champion, and do the very best and be exciting and new, eventually you reach a tip-over point. And that's how the world works. If you do so, I heard somebody on the thing this morning talking about championing the customer and wanting to be the best at doing it. And, you know, fantastic, you know, service.
Very good. Let's come down here.
Hi. Thanks, Simon. It was great, your speech.
I heard a lot about, so I had the impression your motivation is around making money, right? We had a lot of speeches today around talent and the value of people as an asset for organizations, and that people need a real purpose to be connected to a business strategy and to get to business results. And I wanted to ask, anything else? Like, what is your purpose, or was your purpose in creating your businesses?
You know, I talk about money because you need to make money to stay in business. You absolutely do. And people who are dreamers who don't believe that. So I'm absolutely money focused. But no, it's not my motivation to do it. I'm not the best to preach. There's so many people doing things well, but to work with a team of people. I always said I'll give you an example. I always said that the customer is not the most important person. The staff are the most important person. And in fact, certainly in the retail business, I used to go into Harvey Nichols, which is our second restaurant, very highfalutin ladies and things, rather difficult people as customers sometimes. So hopefully you're not Harvey Nichols customers. And I used to go in and get everybody G'd up before the service. And I'd say something like, look, these people are quite difficult customers. So if there's any problem, give them a free beer, give them a free... You're empowered to do that, direct to the customer there and then. And, really be generous in that respect. And remember that if they're being difficult with you, it's not about you, it's about them. It probably comes from their childhood or something. And I said, but if they're really, 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 really rude, tell them to fuck off. We don't want your sort around here. And I'll support you. And my staff used to go, what? What? He's telling us you can tell the customers to fuck off. But nobody ever did it, ever. But they knew that they could.
Wonderful. Other questions? Yes, let's come right over here. And I'm looking around as well, please.
Fantastic. Thanks, Simon. It was
Thank you.
Brilliant to hear your story. I'm just wondering how much involved you are in your businesses now. Do you have fantastic teams and everything and just dip in and out?
I was in the music business, and I used to see these artists making records and then taking royalties for the rest of their life. And I once met Mungo Jerry. You know Mungo Jerry? In the summertime when the river is high, you can reach right. And they play it every summer. And he only ever wrote one song that was ever a hit of any sort. But he earned, and this was like 20, 30 years ago I met him, he earned 50 grand a year, which is probably 200 grand a year now, just from sitting collecting the royalties from that song that gets played every summer. I thought they're onto something with the royalties. And when I first opened Yo Sushi, I owned 90% of the company. My childhood friend, Matthew Gibb, owned 5% of it. He'd put 30 grand up because you needed that to get the government loan guarantee scheme. And a bloke I met on the street in Paris put up the other 30 grand. And the bloke I met on the street in Paris, Pierre, he was kind of difficult because he owned 5% of the company. He wanted to come to meetings and tell me how to do it. And it wouldn't be a good idea, as you can imagine, telling me how to do it. So in the end, and he was, oh, you're taking too much money for your wages. I think they're taking 30 grand or something. And I said, look, all I'll do, Pierre, is I'll take 1% of turnover. This was when we had one restaurant. It wasn't a great deal of money. And he thought, oh, yes, good idea. Yeah, okay. I'll do well if it goes up. So I had a contract written that my revenue would be 1% of royalty, but it was written into the contract. And when we got to the first venture capitalist, they said they agreed to it. Beyond belief, really. They've agreed to it. So I've had a royalty from Yo Sushi since day one. And now, of course, it's a very large company, and it's a very, very nice royalty. So, no, I have no control over Yo Sushi whatsoever. I have a very nice relationship with them. I think they're fantastic in what they're doing. And I do try and help from time to time, but I have a royalty that's flowed through. And I've done the same with the hotels. I sold the hotels 2 years ago to do the same thing. And so that's become my model. My model is you build something, you take a royalty and move on to the next thing, because I'm good at starting things. I'm good at starting things, getting people enthusiastic, getting people going, and then I'm good at publicizing them later on, doing what I'm doing here.
What a great question. Thank you.
Alex Gash, how do you manage a busy mind? Because you have a lot of ideas, a lot of creativity. I struggle with, generating a lot of interesting ideas, but how do you channel it and how do you focus it?
Well, there's two sides to that, I would say. One is, how do you focus a busy mind? One is that I think I alluded to it earlier, but I think you can start a business in an instant. If you have an idea for a business, you can take a page of that notebook or 3 pages and start developing what it would be if I were to do it. And ban yourself, put a ban on yourself. You're not allowed to think about whether you're going to do it, whether you're not going to do it. You're not going to think about whether it's going to make money. You're not allowed to that crazy mind of yours make up how you're going to, either be wealthy or poor or lose everything. But just do the research. And after a period of time, once you've done the research and you've got lots and lots of notes on it, you might put 100, 200,000 pounds into doing the research, knowing that you're not doing it yet. You're just going through the research process. So I think that's one way to focus a mind, because then you can have several things on the go, and they're fun things to wake up to, because you want something that you can get out of bed every morning, because I want to get that written down and get it all drawn or whatever you do. And the other side to it is that I used to say that on the one shoulder, on the one hand, I'm extremely serious about what I do. I want it to be the best. I want it to be driven. I want, thing. And on the other hand, I don't give a damn. And that's as equal to this. Because if you get too serious about it, we're here for one life. And if you get too serious about it, it's too much. And I'll tell you something about getting older, is that my mind is quieter than it's ever been. My mind was a bit like you're describing. It was a dangerous neighborhood. You wouldn't want to go there alone. And what I've learned is to slow down a little bit, and the very good, I'll tell you, a technique that sounds pretty mad, but a technique that I've used is stop it. Have you ever tried stop it? If you've got something you're obsessing about, it could be for anything, just say stop it. It's not stop it, you're an idiot. It's just stop it. Stop it. Try and get some control over your mind going off, because, then when you get under stressful situations, you can go through it. And just remember that it's not very important, any of this stuff that we're doing. And you have no control. Of course, the Arabs are the best because they have inshallah, which is God willing, which they use in contracts as well, Okay, we signed the contract, you're going to stick with it. And they say, inshallah, God willing, there's a way out. So, and as I get older, I think less. I'm talking a lot here, but in conversations, I hope I say less. I've made a determined effort to because I always wanted to be that boy who was growing up, wanted to be the millionaire. I always wanted to be the center of attention. But I've made a determined effort, and I've definitely changed. And I listen much more, and I speak less. And I'm not. And if I have the story that's I'm going to make you all laugh with at dinner, I don't tell it. And it's been very good for me, because I've made much more friends. I've got much better friendships because of that. Because it allows somebody else to be there. And I've got a quieter mind than I've ever had, which is a relief for me and others.
We're just into our final few minutes, Sadie. I see a question here, and I'm just glancing around. Please.
At what point did Honda, Nippon Airlines, and Sony write to you and go, hang on a minute, what's going on here?
They never wrote to me. They never said a thing. Mr. Uehara, who was the IAJ who gave me a hand, I used to talk about him all the time. And I used to say, well, he was the story I used to tell was true, is that he was the producer. It was in the days when we had Top of the Pops on television. And he was the producer of Japanese Top of the Pops, as Michael Caine would say. Not a lot of people know that. What was your question? Oh, how did I can't remember where I was going with that one.
Did those big brands ever come to get you? No, they
didn't. Oh, they never didn't, exactly. No, it's amazing what you can do with all of that. But Mr. Uehara said that he never really kind of acknowledged that all the publicity I was giving him, and I've suspected that he was sort of Japanese, and the black PVC miniskirts might not have gone down very well with the wife, or something.
I'm looking around some just super quick fire, if you don't mind. So many moments on the journey must have tasted pretty sweet, but if you had to call to mind a particular moment on the Yo journey that you thought, actually, this is just beautiful.
Well, you know, that moment, the second Saturday after we opened Yo Sushi, when we had the queue down the block, that was like mind-blowing. It was like, you know. But there have been so many. But also, you know, there have been more so. There's been what I call showstoppers. You know, you wake up in the middle of the night, you know, somebody's not going to let you have permission, or some regulator, you know. And I always say, you know, when you get to a showstopper, when you get to a brick wall, there's two things to do. One is go around brick walls. Go around brick walls. There's always a way. Always. That's what I've learned. However bad it seems, there's always a way. And build golden bridges. And golden bridges is about relationships. And I remember seeing a guy, an older guy, 80 must have been, who was the Institute of Directors, major director or whatever they called him. And he was doing a speech at the Albert Hall. And he said, as I go out at the age of 80, having been around this for a long time in business, I thought as a young man that if I could persuade people with rational arguments and a logical, cohesive argument to why we should do things, that I would get on in life. And as I go out, I've discovered that if I can relate to them and touch them emotionally as a person, that it's much more persuasive than the long rational argument. So if you can, you know, to be, you know, I've done some things, but you know, to be a really decent person, and you know, and also, you know, you need to fire people, you need to do all of that stuff, but to be a good person is pretty useful, especially if people like you. It is a very, very good oil. It allows you to get through difficult times.
So Simon, my final questions, and I know Alana's going to quiz you for our audience online as well.
Hello, audience online.
If you went back to meet a younger Simon Woodroffe in Poland Street as that first restaurant is getting going, and gave your younger self one piece of advice, what would you whisper in your ear?
I'll tell you what I'd say. I wouldn't give him any advice. I'd say, well done, mate. I really would, because I'm not quite sure how I did that 2 years, but I'm really proud of the young man who did that. You know, bloody good on him.
Also, and it is slightly self-indulgent, but to this day, I have never worked out why you said yes to travel to Sheffield University on a wet Tuesday night.
Because you were such a hassler.
No, it wasn't that.
I think it was. I remember you being on the phone. He was full of it, this one. Full of it. Yeah, you were very good, but you were very good, very good. No, I remember those times they were very good times, because I was slightly older, and there was a whole load of young entrepreneurs like this, and Ben Way and Michael Acton Smith, and all of those guys. And they used to come around to my houseboat. I used to have parties for them, and it was a very exciting time. You know, the television was interested in us, and then, you know, Dragon's Den I very nearly didn't do. Because I didn't have truthfully, I didn't have a great deal of money when I did Dragon's Den. But the thing about money is that everybody either exaggerates how much they've got or minimizes it, one of the two. And I think a few people didn't have as much as that at that time. But I remember they did a pilot of it, and I was kicking myself because they wanted me to go on it. And I said, no, I'm not going to do it. I didn't want to spend all that money. And I was kicking myself. And then I got a call from the BBC saying, we've had somebody drop out of the pilot. They're not working. There's a spare seat. Would you come and do it? And I went, yes, thank you very much. And that's how I got on Dragon's Den. And we did that first series. And very exciting because we didn't know what was going to happen. And I remember it coming out, and suddenly, you know, it was an exciting time, and people really picked up on it and were excited by it. Yeah. And I remember going around all the dragons and phoning him up, saying, what do you think, what do you think? And I got to Duncan Bannatyne, and I said, what do you reckon? He said, Simon, he said, they recognize me on the street. He said, I fucking love it. So I always say to people, if you're going on Dragon's Den, if you sort of walk up those stairs or wherever it is these days, and you go into the show, there's not 5 people at the loft. There's not 5 people there sitting thinking, what's the next good investment I'm going to make? There's 5 people sitting, how am I going to look in this performance? It's show business. It's show business. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's so good to see you. Thank you.
Hugely grateful to Simon Woodroffe for being an epic end to our first day. Thank you. Now, and don't forget your hat as well, Simon. But Simon is going to stay with us.
I'll forget my hat one day.
One more time for the legendary Simon Woodruff, yes! It's massively uplifting end to our first day here at Elite Business Live. We're back tomorrow, first thing, and we have, as you know, the founder of Green and Blacks and many other brilliant businesses. Don't miss Eric Partaker, the co-founder of Chilango, amazing Mexican restaurant chain. He was at Skype. He wanted to grow a business and absolutely smash it is what he's doing as we speak. So that's back here tomorrow. Please, if you're staying for drinks, come and be refreshed. Simon is going to be meeting some of the guests as well, and all of today's content has been going out online. So thank you for tuning in. EBL 2020. Have you had a good day, ladies and gents? Thank you so much. I will see you in the morning. Thank you very much indeed. Good night.
So I am backstage with the final and best talk of the day, Simon. Thank you so much. That was fascinating. I'm just going to ask you a few questions.
Sure.
Some have been sent in and some I'm just interested to know.
Okay.
Music.
Yeah.
So you were in the music industry for how many years?
Well, I was in the concert business, which is the sort of side of the music business where we put on shows.
Yeah.
And I came out of theatre. So I was in the early days of all those shows, you know, the early shows of the Moody Blues, the Jethro Tull, the Rolling Stones, all of those shows. And I was the lighting technician, really, what they'd call it today. It was a lighting roadie in those days.
Yeah.
And we were pioneers, really. It was very, very early times. And I remember I'd been in theatre, so I knew staging and all of that. I used to tell the bands at the time that they should do these big stage shows, and they'd go, no, man, no, because that was the showbiz and rock and roll, and never the twain should meet. And eventually they listened to my ideas, and I got a break with Rod Stewart, and I did a big white show for him. And suddenly, it's like I remember going to a dinner party and saying, people say, what do you do for a living? And I said, I'm a stage designer,
Yeah.
self-taught.
Do you miss those times?
No, I'm still in show business, aren't I? Yeah.
So you were saying about this conversation that happened where you said about the leather skirts. Was it leather?
Yeah. PVC.
Similar. And the conveyor belts. If that conversation hadn't have happened, what do you think? Where do you think you'd be now? What do you think you'd be doing? Would you be a millionaire?
It's an interesting thing to say. And what's more, I think, pertinent is if Yo Sushi hadn't worked, I would have lost everything. I'd have had zilch. Could I have picked myself up? Could I have made a heap of all my winnings and risked them on one turn of pitch and toss and lost and start again at the beginning and never breathe a word about how I lost? I don't know. I really don't know. I suspect I would have done something, perhaps not quite as wonderful as my life has been.
Do you think it's luck or hard work or right place, right time? What do you think it is that makes not just you but an entrepreneur successful? Or is it a combination of things?
I think that everybody's different. You know, I mean, I've met people who are fantastic at spreadsheets, or like me, can hardly read a balance sheet. I've met people who are creative, who are not creative. I've met people who are hardworking. I've even met people who don't work very hard. I mean, there are so many different ways to be an entrepreneur. And in many ways, I think that we're all sort of entrepreneurs. We're all doing something, whether it's working for other people or working for ourselves. But the entrepreneurs are the ones that are out at the front line. So I don't think there's any formula to it. But as I said today, you know, the only thing that's common to all entrepreneurs is that they don't succeed all the time. Yeah. They're willing to step outside their comfort zone, get knocked down, dust themselves off, get up and do it again, and not have their self-esteem completely knocked out of them, or at least be able to fake over it.
Yeah, you said about acting and how you feel like you're acting. Do you still feel like that, or are you now aware of how well you've done, and do you confidently say, no, I am the person I was once acting?
No, I definitely believe my own myth, some of the time.
Yeah. I kind of agree with that, not to go too much into myself, but I was on a TV show, The Apprentice, and when I came out of that, I sort of felt like I was living my life as the character that I had become on that show. Yeah. And I've sort of had to come away from that. In Dragon's Den, did you...
They all say that, though. They all say that. Mick Jagger says, I go on stage. I saw a documentary the other day. Everybody says that. You go on stage and you play the part of yourself. Yeah. That's what you're talking about. That's what I've just done now. That's kind of what I'm doing here, is I play the part of myself. But hopefully, the part that I play of myself is not so distant to the, especially as I get older and softer and gentler, the part that I play of myself is more close to who I really am, if there's such a thing of who you really are. We've all got, we all got lots of parts to us, as Shakespeare would have told you.
What advice would you give to, or to me, or to someone else who has got big dreams and has got a business but is starting out? Have you got anything that's happened along the way that you think that is what I need to be telling people what to do or not to do?
Well, it's just a bit of everything that I've said. And I said it earlier to your colleague, actually, but I'll say it again, that I've never met anybody who went out to do what they really dreamed of doing and regretted it, regardless of whether they succeeded or failed. But I met lots of people in older age who said, take more risks. Mm-hmm. Take more risks.
Mm-hmm. All risks are good risks, or?
No, they can go wrong, but your question was very good. At the age of 45, if sushi had gone down, would I have been able to pick myself up and do something else? I think I would have done at some level, and actually the idea that life ends if you go bankrupt or if your business, especially if you're younger, doesn't work, is wrong, because actually you've got a great deal of experience. You're not going to make that mistake again. And I've seen most people, the guy who started Subway, the first 4 Subways didn't work. I mean, they really, really didn't work, and he just kept believing on it and kept going. The first Pret a Manger didn't work, and they kept going it. So, like that poem says, never be late to quit and cut bait. But to win it, you've got to be in it, and you've got to keep on going. And then at a certain point, people always say, "Well, how do you know when it doesn't work?" That's the judgment you have to make. You can't ask somebody that.
Yeah. What do you spend your days doing now? What's an average day for you?
I live in London. I have an office at home. I do lots of things. I'm a mountaineer. And I love to climb, and I do a lot of climbing. Probably go the wall 4 times a week, and I'm always going off on expeditions or something or other. I sail. I sail with my boat across the Pacific, and so I do that. So I'm very keen on the adventuring and all those things. And wherever I am, I can be on the phone. I don't do quite so much hands-on as I used to do, and I trust other people to do things. I call it let them do it their way, not my way. Yeah, it's hard, but it's really good when you do it. And I think I'm much easier to work with than I've ever been.
Thank you so much for talking to me. I think we're going to bring Ollie in just momentarily.
Where am I going to stand, Alana?
Here is fine. I think we're just going to say goodbye to them all, are we? Or are we going to ask some questions?
No, it's been a full-on day. I just want to say thanks again to Simon.
It?
That was the perfect end to today. If you didn't catch it, Simon is the person I wrote to 20 years ago when I started my first business, and I just thought today it just became so clear that, of course, you care about making money, but actually it's about more than that. It's about imagination. It's about turning ideas into reality. It's about chutzpah and just never stopping, just inventing and doing amazing things. So I thought it brought it all together, because we've had everything on the stage, from the VCs and the advisors to the Imagineers and the entrepreneurs, and it sort of ties it together.
It was the real touch, I think.
Yeah.
The real touch.
It was, but not being afraid to admit there have been some don't want to go to bed in the morning moments, and some are we going to lose it all moments, and it is that. And that's been a great thing through today, people not being afraid to admit that it is tough.
Stop being a human being, let alone being a businessman, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or woman.
Or woman.
It is. So Alana, I hope you've had a good day. It's been amazing watching the number of people tuning in, asking questions for me to meet some of my heroes, the founder of Huel, the founder of Koru Kids. We've got all of these amazing agencies that are supporting these multi-billion-dollar brands. And to remind ourselves, so many of them are based here in Britain. It's inspirational.
Yeah, it's been fab. I've really thoroughly enjoyed myself. I'm exhausted now, all this knowledge. Don't forget to join in tomorrow. 9 o'clock, we'll be back here with many more speakers.
Yeah, and it really is a bit of a feast. So we've got Green and Black's founder, Judas here. We've got Cheeky Panda, who are doing amazing things globally. Eric Partaker is up first thing. He co-founded Chilango, which is this Mexican restaurant chain, but he's also ex-Skype, so he knows all about how you grow great businesses as well. So there's loads going on if you can make it down, but also tuning in online. So thank you, Alana, for interviewing it. No. Have you had a highlight today? Have you particularly enjoyed meeting particular characters?
This is my highlight, I have to say.
Had to say that.
Yeah. I did, but also it's true. Thank you so much. Thank you from us here at Elite Business Live. We will see you again tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you. Thanks, Alana.